Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's get started with the backend controllers first. So I'm just going to open a terminal and let's create here the new folder called let's say folder name as organize simple. So I'm just going to go into that folder and here we will create a new nest project that is the project for our backend controllers. So where we'll have a parser controller and organize data controller. Okay, you know how many endpoints are we going to have in each controller and what's the purpose and necessity of those endpoints. Okay, so I'm just going to create here the new project. So let me name this as something like backend, so that it makes more sense for us. And I'm just going to use the npm as a package manager. Okay, let's wait for it to install. So once it gets installed, I'm just going to open this project in VS Code and we'll get started with the niche initial setup first. It takes some time to load the project settings and the files needed for it to spin up this nestjs project. Yeah, so the project setup is done. It took some time, but this is how it takes, depending on the machine that we are running the project. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to open this in VS Code. Okay, so let me maximize this and I'm just going to have this terminal open. Okay, fine. And here this is the project. So here let me navigate to this folder and here I'm just going to if you see here package JSON file. So this is the command to get started with our developing this nestjs project. Okay, so I'm just going to run this and see what is the output initially. So basically we'll have this one controller. So basically this is going to just kind of say for us the hello world as the output. So if I just showcase you the output here. Okay, so here you see here, yeah, so this is the output of that the default example that we got. Okay, fine. So this is the initial setup of our project. Okay, so now what we'll do is, and I'm just going to install this dependencies to have our environment variables configuration and also the I mean to add the Swagger UI for us to see the controllers and the endpoints that are associated with that controller. Okay, as of now we don't have any Swagger integrated and all. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to install the dependencies for that. So let me have this one more terminal. Okay, and I'm just going to minimize this. So here the package to have this configuration for us to configure the variables that we want in environment variables and make those variables available in all our modules or controllers. Okay, So here this is the dependency that is going to help us do that, and then the dependency which is going to help us add this Swagger to our application. Okay, so fine, so let's install this too. So once these are done, so we should see these dependencies being added in this list. Okay, so I'm just going to wait for them to get installed. Okay, so we see Swagger and config. Okay, so now the dependencies are added. Now we'll have to configure them. So first is, let's go to this app module, and so this is where I'll have to import this config module from this nextjs config package. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this config module and for root, and I'm just going to mention here is global set to true. Okay, fine, that means this module will be available to all our modules, part of this app module. Okay, fine, and now in this main.ts file, so here let's configure the Swagger. So what I'll do here is, let's create this config object, and here I'm just going to build this new document builder using the function from this nextjs Swagger. Okay, fine, and here we'll have the option to set the title whatever we want. So here I'm just going to say this as organize simple API. Okay, and then the description, what is it, just the brief synopsis of what is this project about. So here I'm just going to say this is okay, something like organize simple is an API. Okay, so kind of that allows you to kind of, let's say, organize your data. Okay, in a way, something, I'm just going to give some brief text. Okay, that is easy to use and understand with the power of large language models. Okay, fine, and you guys wanted me to increase the font size, so I'm just going to make this as big as possible. Fine, so here, okay, fine, so this is the description of it. Okay, and now I'm just going to set the version. So okay, here let me set this version. So let's set this as 1.0, since this is the starting version that we are developing. Okay, and if you wanted to add a tag, I'm just going to add here the tag as some, let's say, organize simple. Okay, fine, and finally we'll have to call this build function. So once we have this, what we'll have to do is we'll have to pass this as a parameter to our Swagger module. So here let me have this document, and I'm just going to call this Swagger module dot create document function, pass in this app along with this config object that we have created above. Okay, and so once we, what is the issue here? Okay, this is just the ESLint issue, not an issue. Okay, fine. So here now the Swagger module, I'm just have to call this setup, and here what is the endpoint that you wanted this Swagger to come. So let's say, like, I'm just going to have this API and pass in this app along with this document. Okay, fine, and yeah, so this is the Swagger setup. Okay, so now hopefully if we go and see, we should see this Swagger to come up. So let's see, let's check it out. Okay, so if I just have, you see, this is the Swagger that we did set up, and this was the title and the description that we did give. Okay, and the tag. Okay, and this is the default and the endpoint provided by the setup that we did. So if I just execute, we should see hello world. Okay, it's fine. So the Swagger setup is done. So next what we'll do is, and I'm just going to add version to our controllers. Okay, so as to make as systematic and a neat way of developing as possible, we'll follow that route. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this version. So here if I just give here version 1, okay, and also we'll have to have add this to our the main.ts file. So just after this Swagger setup, okay, I'm just going to call this enable versioning. Okay, and here I'll have to provide the type to be the versioning type dot URI. Okay, so this versioning type would be available in this nextjs common folder, which we will get by default once we set up nest project. Okay, so if I just go and see, I mean kind of let me refresh this. Okay, so here if you see here, the thing. Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Now we did set up. Okay, now what we'll do is let's focus on adding the security features, that is adding the cores, cross origin resource sharing. I mean who will be able to access this, and also let's add the middleware, the element. Okay, so for us to have more security into this project. Okay, so for that, okay, let's install, I mean the font size is too big for me, and once I have the bigger screen, maybe if I increase the font size that you wanted, might be good. But for now, please adjust to this font size. Later I'll just have a workaround on this. Okay, fine. So as I told, we'll add the security features into our application. I'm just going to install the element and also the throttler dependencies into our project. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this element and also this throttler. So basically throttler, it's going to help us to limit the number of API calls to our controllers within the span of a given time. Okay, fine. And now what we will do is, once this gets installed in this app module, I'm just going to in this imports, I'm going to add this throttler module, and for now I'm just going to provide two parameters, that is the TTL and also the limit that we wanted to. Okay, so those are installed. So here I'm just going to add this throttler module. Okay, so for now, let's say the TTL, I'm just going to set here the value to be 60. Okay, and the limit, let's say 20. Okay, what's the issue? Okay, there is some issue with this parameter. Okay, fine. I think the value that I provided. Okay, there is no detail option in this thing, so let me have a look at this. Fine. So well, here it has to be the list of the objects. Okay, it's not just the single object. Okay, so that was the issue. So now the issue is gone. Basically this TTL and limit is in TTL is in milliseconds. So basically what does this say? For now I'm just vaguely given this value. So within the this TTL, so in this case 60 milliseconds, the calls to this controller or module, the API calls should not exceed more than 20. So that's the meaning of this. Okay, so in realistic way, this is not how we do it. I mean, we'll change the values to whatever the values we need, so we can change this later. Okay, and here in the main.ts, I'm just going to now add here the security. So here I'm just going to uh, enable a course on this thing, and also I'm just going to add this helmet as a middleware for us. Okay, and here I'm just going to comment here so that it will be better reference for us down the line. So here I'm just going to say something, documentation. Okay, fine. So that's that's a simple, just enabling course and adding any middlewares that we wanted, and also I just added the throttler module for this app module. Okay, fine. So next is, what we'll do, we'll try to add the some validation pipes, and also for now I'll add this type ORM as our ORM, and that's the ORM which is going to help us talk to our entities in the DB. Okay, so for that, let's install the dependencies. Later on I'll also showcase you how to migrate from one ORM to other ORM. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the dependencies. Okay, first is the type ORM, so I'm just going to add this, and the validators, so I'm just going to add this class transformer, and then the validator. Okay, and here we'll be using the Postgres, so I'm just adding that dependency, and then the type ORM. Okay, so fine. So these are the dependencies needed. Simple. The type ORM and the validators, transformer validator, and the PG Postgres dependency and the type ORM. Okay. So once this gets installed, we'll have to add this environment variables. Okay. So basically, here I'm just going to create a new file. So let me create here. Let me create inside this folder the environment. So for this we'll have to provide this node environment. So I'm just going to set this value to development, and obviously now the values to connect our DB. So here we'll have to provide this host, so which is going to be the local host, and a port that is going to be 5432, which I will spin up this Docker container so that our Postgres DB will be up, and we can use that as a DB. Okay, and other things is the Postgres user. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this as a Postgres, then the password. Okay, so here let me, so for now I'm just going to say it as the root. Okay, so Postgres, finally the DB name. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as organize simple. Okay, so these are the environment variables. Okay, fine. Now we'll have to import that type ORM module into our app module, so like we did for the config module and throttler module. Okay, same way. Okay, so right after this I'm going to add in this type ORM module. So here this is the thing. Okay, so let me minimize this little bit, and here we'll have to provide in the options for this. First is the type, so here we'll be using this Postgres. Okay, and the host, I'm just going to refer to this Postgres host which I've just added in the environment variables. Okay, and here the port is going to be the 5432. Okay, and then the username, so we have added in this environment, so I'm just going to provide this in a Postgres user. Same applies for the other parameters, which is the password, and this is also I'm just going to Postgres password. And next is the database name, so here this is going to be Postgres database. Okay, Did I think I just had this db. Okay, fine. And auto load entities, I'm just going to set this to true. And synchronize, let's say only if this is not equals to production. Okay, so basically I'm just going to mention in this way. So if this is not equals to the production. Okay, so if you just see, okay, db, fine. So this is how we try to import this type or a module into our app module. Okay, fine. And now to add the validation pipes in the main .ts. Okay, so here I'm just going to call this use global pipe. So basically this is going to help us see if there is a validation errors before we are trying to make the calls. Okay, so I'm just going to create here the new validation pipe object and pass to this use global pipes. Okay, and you see now we are seeing an issue because we don't have this db up. Okay, so what I will do is I'm just going to create a new docker file here, docker compose file, and I'll spin up this Postgres. Okay, so here let me create here the new file. So I'm just going to name this as docker compose.ml. Okay, so services, so here db. So here I'm just going to provide all those details, the image from which we are going to create this container, and all the environment variables, the db username and all, and the port. Okay, so let's quickly complete this. So the image I'm just going to get it from this Postgres 15 version for now. Okay, and then the container name, so here I'm just going to name this as organized simple db. Okay, and then the environment. Okay, so we'll have to provide the values for this. So the environment values, first is the user. So I'm just going to here give this user to be a Postgres. Okay, and then the password. Okay, so here password I'm just going to set for now the root. Okay, and then the db name. So here this is going to be this organize simple. Okay, fine. And let's attach some volumes. Okay, so here I'm just going to attach here, and the db data will create volumes below now. Okay, and here let's the path. Okay, it will be stored in this path PostgreSQL data. Okay, so here I'm just going to fine. And then the finally the port. Okay, so port will be exposing this 5432 mapping. Okay, and now the volumes. Okay, so I'm just going to have this volumes, this the db data. Okay, and let's name for this as organize simple data. Okay, so I'm just going to have this, and let's provide this version at the top. So here let's say 3.859. So this is the simple docker compose file which is going to help us spin this db service. Okay, so here I'll do one thing. I'm just going to run this thing. Okay, and now this database system is ready to accept connections. Okay, and here let me restart this. Okay, let me stop this, and I'm just going to start this again. Okay, okay, here let me change this to only host. Okay, and Okay, db, what is the name that I did give? Okay, organize simple, the Postgres root, organize simple, right? Okay, so there is an issue with the db that it's not able to find it. Okay, I'll just have a look at this. Okay, let me check this. Okay, so the issue is, I have the local Postgres setup that I have. The port is being occupied with the 5432, and this is checking this database in that local Postgres. That's why the DB was not found. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to expose this 5433 and talk to 5432 port in the container, and also I'm just going to change here this 5433 in our type ORM configuration. Okay, and let me now spin up this container. Okay, and let's run this. Hopefully we should see no issues now. Yeah, you see now the type ORM model and all, we see there is no issue, and we have this database setup successfully done. Okay, with our container. So if you just see the container, okay, so this is the container. Okay, this is where we are exposing 5433 and talking to 5432 in our container port. Okay, so now this type ORM setup along with this database is done along with this pipes. Okay, so next what we will do is we will try to add the API key guarding to our controller. Let's say, like, for now, given a API, it should be in the list of APIs that we have. Only if that API is in the list of APIs that we have, then we will allow the user to use that controller, or else we'll kind of throw the unauthenticated unauthorized as an error. Okay, so for that we'll use the most popular, the passport. Okay, so I'm just going to add here one more terminal. Okay, let me close this. I'm just going to install this passport dependency. Okay, so okay, and let me add this, and then the passport header API key. Okay, so fine. So once we have this, we'll just have this setup also done. Okay, so we'll have to add the API security key, which is the API key to our controller. Okay, so here to this controller. Okay, I'm just going to once let those dependencies get installed, so they are installed. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this API security from this NestJS Swagger. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here this API key as the API security for this. Okay, and now going to our module, we will have to import this auth module. So here from this so what I will do is I'm just going to create here the new resource. Okay, so I mean so let's I'm just going to generate the auth module. So here this auth module, and here I'm just going to add the services inside this module. So basically this is where I will have one service where it's going to validate the API key. For now I'm just going to add hard code the list of the API keys that will be supporting. Okay, and then we'll see if the API key that we are receiving is in that list or not. Okay, so I'm just going to add this service for that too. So here auth service. Okay, so now we should see the service file added. Okay, and here automatically this provider will be added here. Now in this the auth service, as I said, I'm just going to create one method. So I'm just going to name this as validate API key. Okay, and this will expect the API key, which is of type string, as the input for this method. Okay, and return type is a boolean, whether it's true or false. Okay, so here, as I said, I'm just going to have this valid API keys list. Okay, so here for now I'm just going to have two API keys, let's say some 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 till 0, and just the vice versa. So I'm just going to have this for now, and here we are just going to return just check if the API key that we are receiving is present in this list or not. Okay, this is simple service for now. Okay, and now we'll have to add the guard as well as the strategy. Okay, so for that what I will do is I'm just going to inside this auth. Okay, so let's create here the new folder. So I'm just going to name this as a guard. Okay, and here let's create a new file. I'm just going to name this as an API key auth. We can even add like we using the command like I did, add the module and service. We can do it either way, so whichever works for us. Okay, so here this injectable, and I'm just going to export this class. Okay, so which is the API key auth guard. Okay, so and I'm just going to extend this auth guard from this nextjs passport. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide this API key. Okay, so this is going to be our guard file, and now let's add the strategy file for the API key. Okay, so same like we did for the guard, I'm just going to create here the strategy. So here let's create this API key strategy file. So here, so same way this also, let's make this as injectable. Okay, and this I'm going to name this as API key strategy, and we are going to extend this passport strategy from this nestjs passport. Okay, and here for this I'm going to provide the params for this, which is the header API key strategy from passport header API key. Okay, and here this is going to be this API key value, and now in this constructor let's inject this auth service. So I'm just going to have this auth service. So here this is the auth service. Okay, and let's so in super I'm just going to check the add this header this X API key. Okay, and here provide the prefix fine, and here the true value. So I mean then finally the API key. So here the done function. Okay, so now here I'm just going to utilize this auth service, and use this validate API key and pass this the API key. Okay, so if this is true, then we are just going to pass in this done null and on the true. If not, we are going to throw this on you unauthorized exception. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to pass in this false value. Okay, so this is the API key strategy where we are extending the passport strategy. Okay, fine, so now we have this this strategy. So now we'll have to in this module I'll have to add this imports. Okay, basically here the imports, I'm just going to have this passport module, and also exporting, we'll export this auth service so that we can use in the main module. Okay, so here this auth service, fine, and now here as I said, in the app module, I'm just going to import this auth module. So basically this module, right? Okay, so that will be automatically added once we do, if we do via the command line. Okay, fine, so that's the strategy and guard. Now finally what we will do is, in the main.ts file, so this is where I will have to pass this global guards in the security section. So that is here I just have to use this global guards, and provide this a new API key auth code that we just created. Okay, so this is going to take care of that API key is included or not. Okay, and also here in this documentation, I'm just going to add here this add API key. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide here the type to be API key. Okay, and the name of this, I'm just going to set this to be API key. Okay, so here, and then the in the header. Okay, and finally I'm just going to have this, fine, so this is how we'll add this to our Swagger documentation. Okay, and yeah, so this is it mostly. Now if you go on check, hopefully we should see this controller to not work. Okay, so let me check this, and I'm just going to okay, so let me refresh this. So you see now authorize is added. Okay, so now if I just try to get this hello world from this, hopefully we should see okay, I see not found. Okay, I'm saying it's not found, so let me check this. Well, here the order of the version that we mentioned is very important. So here the versioning, I should just declare here before this Swagger documentation, and also in our auth module, I just have to provide this API key strategy as well. So basically I just have to import this strategy. Okay, so now hopefully if we go and check, we should see this API to be working. So now you see the version 1, it's appended. Now if I just try it out, okay, so if I just execute, I should see, yeah, the unauthorized and status code is 401. That's expected. So now if I try to authorize with this API key that we have in our list, okay, this is one of the API key we have in the list. So if I just add this and close this, and if I just execute, hopefully we should see the hello world. Okay, so yeah, so the API key authorization is successfully added. Okay, so now what we'll do is, for now we have at least the rough working version of the API key guarding for our controller. Okay, so now what we will do is we'll try to add the entities, kind of to store the API keys for our application. So I'm going to design for now simple to table. So okay, so let me go back. Okay, so what I will do here is I'm just going to create here the new folder, let's say the database. Okay, and inside that let's have this entities folder. So I'm just going to have this entities. First, as I told, we will have the two entities, one to store the API key, and another the application. So basically application can have many API keys, right? So just the two tables, and we'll have the relationship to between those two tables. Okay, so I'm just going to create here this API key entity. Okay, so basically here entity, and let's export this class to be the API key. Okay, so let's have this primary generated column. So I'm just going to use this unique ID generator. Okay, and let's provide this to be ID which is of type string, and then the relation to this the other table. So basically many to one relations. Okay, so basically one application can have many API keys. Okay, so here I'm just going to, so maybe it's better if I just create here the new one more file. So I'm just going to name this as application dot entity dot ts. Okay, so here quickly I'm just going to decorate the entity, and this is going to be the application. Okay, so here let's have this primary generated column unique ID generator. Okay, so this is going to be ID, and then the this column. So I'm just going to have here the column, and I'm just going to, it's going to be the name of the application, and the relation to our the other entity. So here I'm just going to be one to many. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to have this API key. Okay, and this API key, and I'm just going to we will create this application in that entity. Then this would be so basically it's mapping to that particular column or section in that entity. Okay, so basically this is going to be API key. So now I'm just going to this is going to be the list of the API keys. So I'm just going to have this and promise. Okay, so now if I just create this application, so we should so basically the many to one. Okay, so here to this application. Okay, so and here we'll be referring the I mean, let me remove this. So we'll be referring to this API keys in that entity. Okay, and here I'm just going to name this to be application, and this is going to be of type promise of type the application. Okay, so now the issue is gone. So this is the simple relation between the API key and the application. So the entities that we want is ready. Okay, and also now what we should do is in the auth module, I just have to in this auth module. So if I just go here, I'll have to add this type ORM module, so that it can refer to the entities that we have created. Okay, so here I'm just going to add for feature, and here I'm just going to specify this API key along with this application. Okay, so here, yep. So now what will be what does this mean is these entities will be available in this module, so that we can make use of that. Okay, so that's the meaning of this import. Okay, fine. So now we added this entities, and passed on these entities to our auth module. And also let's just add the API key ID. I forgot to add in this header. Let's add the small brief description, basically just to give more info. So I'm just going to say API key for authentication of registered application. So more the info, the better the reference it would be for us later. Okay, so fine. So we just added the entities and passed on that to DB. So now what we'll do, we'll try to see, we for now outcoded the list of the API keys, so we'll change that to verifying that API key from database or not. Okay, so for that what we should do is first let's go to this auth service. So you see here we hard coded this. Now what we'll have to do is, first thing, in the constructor I'm just going to have this API key repository as injected, okay, to this service. So basically what I meant is, okay, so here let's inject this repository, okay, which is nothing but this API key, okay, and here I'm just going to, which is nothing but this API key repository, okay. So repository, okay, this is going to be of this API key, okay. So this is the this is how we inject a repository for particular entity, okay. Now what we should do is no, we'll have to completely change this. So let me make this to be asynchronous call, since we'll be talking to this DB, okay. And now here I'm just going to remove this return type, and now this hard-coded one will be replaced. So let me check whether this API key exists or not. So this is will be checking using this API key repository, and I'm just going to use this find one by and pass in this API key to whatever we receive as input to this ID. So this is going to give me whether this API key exists or not in this entity, okay. So here for now let's just console this, okay. So I'm just going to have this API key exist and also the truthy value, okay. I'm just going to have this, and finally I'm just going to return this, let's say this API key exists or not, okay, fine. So this is how we change from the hard coded to checking if that API key exists in this DB, in this to be specific, in this entity, okay, fine. Now in this strategy we will so basically if I just go to this strategy, I will make some pattern, the regex pattern for our unique ID for our API key, so that we can have as many as possible. So what I meant is, so first I'm just going to define this unique ID regular expression. So here let me, so we will try to have here the first the key to be starting with this let's say the 8-digit character. So it can have the numbers 0 to 9 and also the alphabets from A to F, okay, fine. And I'm just going to mention this, okay, fine. And then with the hyphen separated, next we'll have the same 0 to 9 and A to F, and this time the 4 characters, okay. So I'm just defining a specific pattern acceptable for our API key, okay. It's not like it should be in this way, it can be in any other way, it's just my choice, okay, fine. And here the 1 to 5 and also the same 0 to 9 and A to F, and I'm just going to, this limit is going to be 3 characters, okay. And here let's say some 8 9 AB, okay, 0 to 9 and A to F, this is going to be 3, and finally the last characters 0 to 9 and A to F, the length I'm just going to set it let's say 12, okay. So this is the end, okay. So this is the regular expression for our API key, okay. So now what I will do is I'm just going to change this a little bit, okay. So here this now here inside this what we will do is first thing I'm going to first check this. Basically this the key that we are receiving, so I'm just going to test by passing in this API key. Okay, so if this is not matching, then I'm just going to return saying that a invalid API key format. Okay, so basically here in this done, first thing I'm just going to say this as unauthorized exception, and here the message that will be passing on is this invalid API key format. Okay, so basically, and here the false. Okay, fine. So if that is not the case, so here I'm just going to get this valid API key from this auth service. So using this the method which we have just written, the API key, and I'm just going to so we'll have to make this to be asynchronous. So basically here I'm just going to make this asynchronous. Okay, fine. So once we get this, depending on this, so basically here I'm just going to change this to return this valid API key. So and yeah, this is going to be same. So this is how we change here. Basically I just added here the check for the pattern, the format that we are expecting the API key in. Okay, so that's the small change. So okay, so we can do right away the verifying, but if you just see now, basically it will fail for all the scenarios because we don't have any entry. So if I just kind of try to see here, unauthorized. Okay, and also here if I just give here something like in this format, and we should receive the error in this format, invalid API key format, because you see the pattern that we added. So the error message is also coming the way we wanted, and I don't want to check for now the valid API key. It's going to work. We don't have any records present in this entity for now, so let's leave it as it is. Okay, so next what I'm going to do, let's we added the regex and all, so let's do some add some tests, and try to put regex in the service. Okay, so what I am meant is basically we'll add some test cases in our auth service. Okay, so let's do one thing in this auth service dot testing. I'm going to add a few scenarios for testing. What we will do here, I'm just going to create here the API key repository. Yeah, I'm just going to mock it. Okay, so I'm just going to create one object now, so kind of mocking the API key repository. Okay, so basically here let's name this as same the API key repository mock. Okay, and this is going to have this find one by. So here I'm just going to have this just dot mark as a value for this. Okay, and here let's have this API key mock one example. So here I'm just going to give one example in the format that we have defined, so you can give anything that suits that format. Okay, so here quickly I'm just going to give here the first the 8 characters value, and followed by 4 characters, and same the 4 characters. Okay, and here 4 more characters, and finally the ending with the 12 characters. Okay, so you can give any random example. Okay, here I'm just going to give 60 EAC if D1, and let's say BB9. Okay, fine, and here let's mention this as API key. Okay, fine, and now here I'm just going to name this to be specific. I'm just going to have this to be auth service. Okay, and now here we will provide the get repository token. So I'm just going to pass in this above API key, okay, and I mean the repository, the entity, okay, and then the use value, and I'm just going to pass in this repository mock, okay, fine. And now here it has to be the auth service, so I'm just going to change the name, and even this has to be the auth service, okay, fine. And this should be defined. Now let's have a few testing scenarios. So I'm just going to name this as validate API key. So we'll have quickly the few scenarios to be tested, okay. So first is the so it's going to be it should return false if the API key is in invalid format, okay. So it's going to be simple, okay. If the API key is in invalid format, okay, fine. And let's make this to be asynchronous, okay, fine. Now inside I'm just going to use this repository mock and find one by I'm just going to assign this just dot function. I'm just going to have this mock or resolved value by passing in this null, okay. And here let's have this API key. So I'm just going to have something like in this format, invalid API key format, okay. And here the result, I'm just going to call in this auth service validate API key, and I'm just going to pass in this API key, okay. So what is it that we'll be expecting is this API key repository dot mock dot find one by I'm just going to say this as not to be called, okay. So basically this should not be called because the validation is going to stop and return the error message for us, right, okay. And finally the result, it's going to be the false. So this is what is the expected out of this text case, okay. So fine. And now after this let's have the other scenario. So basically now it should return false if the API key does not exist, okay. So I'm just going to write in the same format. So should return false if the API key no, does not exist, okay. So here also I'm just going to make this as asynchronous, and here this mock same thing, I can just copy this, okay. Let's copy this and we'll make tweaks according to this test case, okay. So here, okay. And this API key, now I'm just going to take this, and now I'm just going to change a little bit characters in this. So here let me paste this, okay. I'm just going to change this to this, okay. And now this we'll have to change this, it has to be called, okay, to have been called, okay. With the ID. So I'm just going to pass in this the API key, okay. And this should, we are expecting the result to be false, fine. Now let's test the valid case, that is it should return true if the API key exists, okay. So I'm just going to copy this and I will make changes accordingly. This is should return true if the API key exists, so fine. And now instead of this passing null, now I'll be passing in this the API key mock that we have prepared at the top, okay, fine. So and also we don't need this anymore. I'm just going to remove this, and here it's going to be mock.id, and here as well it's going to be the ID, okay. And we expect the result to be true now, not false, right. So I'm just going to change this to true. So these are the test cases for us. And also, what we will do is I will move this, this evaluation to the service place. I'm just going to put this regex in the service, not in the strategy. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to this auth service and use this here the regex. Okay, and also here in this thing quickly what we'll be doing is, if this regex dot test, and I'm just going to pass this, and as we are expecting it to return false for us, I'm just going to return. And also here now I just want to remove this. Okay, and it's going to remain same, and in strategy I'm just going to remove this. And okay, so let me remove this and also this check. Okay, so basically we removed this, and now okay, so let's make the naming also little meaningful. So is valid API key. Okay, so we'll be expecting from this, and here I'm just going to change this to okay. So that's the minor change. So now we handle the test cases, and also we moved up the regex check to our auth service rather than handling that in the strategy section. Okay, so hopefully now if I just test it should work. So let me run this text command. So okay, one okay, I think I'm just going to see where is it that we are failing. Okay, okay, there is some issue here. This API key, it's saying it cannot find this. Okay, I'll do I think in this thing, right? Let's do one thing. I'm just going to replace the source with this dot. Okay, and the same thing in this thing. Okay, and now let's try to run. Hopefully it should work the way we wanted. Yep, you see we had totally 5 test cases. Okay, in this auth service file alone we had I mean, let's do one thing. I'm just going to add in here, and hopefully now I'm just going to run this again. That was too clumsy. Okay, so I just added here. So if you see we had this two passed. Totally test suits was two. One was in the controller, one was in the auth service, and total was the 5. Okay, so you see all are passed. Okay, that means the whatever the logic we had it was correct. Okay, so if I just say I mean let's do one thing. Yeah, I mean you can just tweak and see the same scenario for failing as well. I don't want to do it now. So this is how we do testing once we have at least a piece of logic working in our application. Okay, fine. So we handled the test cases and moved up the regex to our auth service. So now what we'll do, we'll focus on our the parsers, controllers, okay, and service. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we'll be having mainly the two controllers for now. Let's see later if we can change it or not. One is the parser. Let's focus on that. So parser, what it's going to do, the main purpose of that is, given your file PDF file, it should return me the text. uh, Assume that to be one service or endpoint, and the other case is I'm not going to give file this time, but I'll be giving you the remote file URL. The In this case we'll be using S3. Okay, that file URL, provided that it should read the text in that and give me the output of that file in the form of the text. Okay, so that's the main purpose of our parsers controllers. Okay, so we will add the first the parsers controller. So what I'm going to do is, nest, I'm just going to add in the controller for that. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to add in here the module. I'm just going to name this as parsers. Okay, so we should see the let me close this, yeah, the parsers module. Okay, same way I'm just going to add in here the controller. Okay, the controller. Okay, so we should see, yeah, the controller is also added. Okay, and now specific to PDF parser also I'm just going to add, and then we'll come and start tweaking the logic for this thing. Okay, so let me do one thing. I'm just going to go here to parsers. So same way I'm just going to create a separate subfolder for specific to a PDF parser, and let's generate the controller and also the service for that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create in here the new folder in this, and I'm just going to go to this PDF parser. Okay, and now let's generate the service. Okay, so let's name this as a service, and I'm just going to have this flat. Okay, so basically what is it's going to do is basically the purpose of this hyphen flat is let's say like I wanted to create this service in the specific subfolder that I am present in. So this is going to help us achieve that. So now I wanted this service to be created in this PDF hyphen parser. So that's the reason I've just mentioned this hyphen flat, and being in that current subfolder, it is going to just create that service for us. Okay, so same way I'm just going to generate this controller. Okay, so which is the PDF parser. Okay, sorry, PDF parser. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. So let's rename this. Okay, do one thing. I'm just going to delete this. Okay, and now I'm just going to rename this to a parser. Okay, fine. So now we have this parser and controller already in PDF parser file. So we just have to specify here the controller and service in this parsers module. So basically what I mean is, so here I'll have to add in the providers and provide this PDF parser service, so that this would be available in this parsers module. In turn, this we are importing in this app module. So if you see, so this would be available in all our application. Okay, so going to this module, and also here the controller, so which is nothing but the PDF parser controller. Okay, so now this would be available, and imports we don't have any for now required in this thing. So I'm just going to keep it as an empty thing. Okay, so now what we will do step by step, first in the parsers controller. Okay, so I'm just going to add in the simple method, the get method, to give me the output from this thing. And before even that, let's add the API security for this API key API security for this controller as well. So which is nothing but this API key. Okay, and then the tags, I'm just going to give the tags for this. So here I'm just going to give here the tag as parsers, and the controller. Okay, so here the path, so let's keep it as the parsers, and here the version, so this is going to be of first version. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to have a simple get method. Okay, So I'm just going to for now name this as get allow function. Okay, this is going to just give the string as the output from this. Okay, and here let's say this something like hello world from this parser's controller. Okay, something like this, just to check whether this is working or not. Okay, so that's how we just add the security and tags and the get just single endpoint to see the output from the particular controller. Okay, now going to the PDF parser controller, it's going to be the same as like we did for the parser controller. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's paste this here, and it's just the name, it's going to be the different. Okay, so I'm just going to paste this here, and let's remove this. Okay, and here I'm just going to say the output to be from PDF parser controller. Okay, so this is the PDF parser controller. Now what we'll do, I'm just going to check if the endpoints are reflecting in this Swagger and see the output from them. Okay, so if you just see for that to check, we'll bypass this. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return true, and here as well I'm just going to for now hard code this to true, and let's see the output from both the endpoints. Okay, so going to this output, so here I'm just going to okay, just a second, I think I'll have to change here the path. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a parser slash PDF. Okay, so basically now if we just have a check, so let me refresh this. Yeah, now we have this both the endpoints. So let's just provide some random value. Okay, so this we will change that later. So now if I just try this out, I should see the hello world from parser controller, and the same thing if I just try this, I should see hello world from PDF parser controller. Okay, so now the endpoints are set for the parsers and PDF parser. So going back, what we will do is now let's try to change the I mean let's try to change the endpoint for this. So basically the main purpose of this parsers was to showcase the list of the available parsers that we have in our application. Okay, so for this what I will do is I'm just going to change here get allow endpoint to something like meaningful, which says something like get parsers list something. So for that I'm just going to prepare first the DTO, that is the output that we'll be showcasing. So inside this parsers I'm just going to create in here the new folder called DTO, and inside this let's create a new file called something like parsers list dot dto dot ts. Okay, so it's going to be a simple class. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as parsers list dto. Okay, and I'm just going to have this as something like available parser, so which is going to be of type list of strings. Okay, so I'm just going to specify this list of strings, and for Swagger let's specify the property, and here the type, it's going to be of type string. Okay, so this is simple parsers list DTO. So if I just go to this controller now, what we will do is I'm just going to change this name to get parsers list, and now the origin type, it's going to be this parsers uh, list DTO, and here I'm just going to for now return the hard coded value, so that is an available parsers, and here I'm just going to specify here PDF. Okay, Fine. And also here the OK response, what is it, the OK response description, if you wanted to give it for documentation. So I'm just going to give here the OK response. The description, I'm just going to say it as, list of let's say list of available parsers. Okay. And the type here it's going to be the parsers list DTO. And also if we wanted to provide a specific message for unauthorized response, we can just give it here. So I'm just going to have it in here. So API unauthorized response. So here description, I'm just going to say something like API key is invalid or missing. Okay, so this is what I wanted to give the description if it is unauthorized. Okay, so now the changes we have made. Okay, now let's have a look at this output of this controller. Okay, so going to this, I'm just going to refresh this, and here let's provide some random thing. Okay, so now if you see this parsers, you should see here the for OK response, we see here list of available parsers, the description we have given, and what is the example, the return type, the DTO that we have mentioned. For unauthorized thing, this is the message that will be showcasing. So now if I just try it out and execute this, you see the response body that we received was the DTO with the outcoded value, so which was the PDF. So this the controller is working fine, which is the showcasing the list of the parsers available in our application. So next what we will do is we will jump on to the core functionality that we are trying to focus on, which is handling the upload of PDF files, to get the data from it. Okay, so that logic will try to handle in this PDF parser controller. Okay, so basically at least now we'll try to get the data buffer from this. Okay, so I'm just going to handle that part here. So in this parser controller, what we will do is, first let's prepare the schema, as the upload schema for documenting, showcasing in the Swagger. Okay, so here this is, I'm just going to name this as an upload schema. So basically this is going to be of type the object. Okay, so here this is going to be of type object, and the properties, uh, so here this properties will be the file, which will have in turn the type, which is the string, and the format, it's going to be the binary. Okay, so this is the upload schema. Okay, and also now I'm just going to create a PDF pipe using the parse file pipe builder from the nextjs common library. So basically what it's going to do is, it's going to help us achieve the series of steps. Okay, so here let's me use this parse file pipe builder. Okay, and here I'm just going to first add a validator, so making sure that I'll be receiving the file type of PDF only. Okay, and then I'll add the limitation on the max size that I would be taking as the input. Okay, so here for now, let's say I will restrict for now to be, let's say, 5 MB. Okay, so I'm just going to have this to 5. So let's mention this to be something, let's comment this 5 MB. Okay, so fine, so that's the restriction that we have for now. And finally I'm just going to build this. Okay, and here I'm finally build this, and I'm just going to specify this file is required to true. Okay, so now the PDF pipe is ready. Now what we'll have to do is, I'm just going to change this function name to parse PDF from upload. Okay, so that it makes more sense. Okay, so I'm just going to name this to be parse PDF from upload. Okay, and now here the body, it's going to be upload file, and this is going to be of type PDF pipe, and the file, okay, so this is going to be of type express dot multer dot file. Okay, and this will have to install this yeah, you should install this as a dev dependencies, the type, so that you will not see this issue. Okay, and here I'm just going to remove the return type for now. Okay, and here I'm just going to return file for now. Okay, and see what is it going to be. Okay, so this is the and also now this is going to be a post method. Okay, and also I'm just going to specify some properties for documentation in the Swagger. Okay, so here I'm just going to give here consumes of type, here I'm just going to give here the value to be a multi-part of form data. Okay, and then the API body, so the schema that we have created above, so I'm just going to attach that, so which is nothing but the upload schema, and let's I'm just going to use this interceptors. Okay, so here, okay, so here I'm just going to provide in here file interceptor, and provide here the value as file. Okay, so these are the decorators I have added for this endpoint. Okay, so now let's have a look how is it going to look. So hopefully now we should be able to take file as an input and return this file as the output, kind of like a data buffer. Okay, so if I just go to this, let me refresh this. Okay, and here for now I'm just going to give some random value. Okay, and now this is the thing. So if I just try it out, okay, you see here the multi-form form data and thing, and I'm just going to upload a sample file. So here I've just uploaded this. So now let's see what is the output is going to be. Hopefully we should see the status code 201 and the file. Yep, you see here the 201 and response body is the file. So kind of this is the buffer data. Okay, so now the next step, at least now we are able to take the file as the input and read it, and output the buffer data. So next step what we will do is we will try to have a service which will help us read the content from this file. Okay, for that we will use the node Poplar. Okay, so just install this node Poplar, so which is going to help us read the data from the PDF files. Okay, so once that is installed, I'm just going to handle reading text from that PDF in this PDF parser service. Okay, so here let's have the method. So I'm making this as asynchronous. I'm just going to name this as parse PDF. Okay, and this is going to expect the buffer as the input for this function. And now let's prepare this a popular object. Okay, so here I'm just going to create a new popular object, and here we'll have to provide the bin path. So normal Linux related OS, it will be /user /bin and all. Okay, and so we'll specify that path in this environment variable. So I'm just going to name this as popular bin path. Okay, so something like this. So for this for Mac OS and application, those kind of application, this would be homebrew slash bin. Okay, this would be the path. Okay, so if I just go here, I can just specify that bin path now, process dot env dot popular bin path. Okay, so these details will be provided in their documentation, so no need to worry about this. You can just refer that. Okay, so here let's get the text. Okay, so here I'm just going to call here the pdf to text function by passing in the file buffer which we receive as the input for this function, and here you can just specify additional parameters you need if you need. Okay, I'm just going to for now in this uh, here if this is equals to process this text. Okay, for this it's better if we have some private function, so I'm just going to create here the private function. So let's name this as post process text. Okay, so this is going to expect the text as the input for this function. Okay, so here nothing but will handle the cleaning of the text once we read from that pdf file. Okay, so I'm just going to write the brief description also here. So basically I'm just going to first trim each line. So let's get the lines here. So let's first split by slash n. Okay, and map through each line. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to call this trim function on each line. Okay, so this is going to help us trim each line. Okay, next what we'll do is I'm just going to keep only one line. Okay, if multiple lines are empty. So here I'm just going to handle this here. So basically let's name this as something like lines 2. Okay, let's filter. Okay, so basically first let me get this line and the index. Okay, so here if this line is the empty line. Okay, and also I'm just going to check this lines previous index is also if previous index is not empty, then we will return true or false. Okay, or else we will just return this true. So basically this is going to help us achieve this. Okay, fine. So after this now let's try to remove white space in lines if there are more than 3 spaces. Okay, so I'm just going to specify the same here, remove white space in lines if there are okay, let's say more than 3 lines. We can just customize however you want, more than 3 spaces. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like lines 3. So let's use this lines 2 and map through each line. Okay, so that is I'm just going to return this. I'm just going to replace this these if there are more than 3, I'm just going to have this. Okay, so this is going to be simple. Fine, and finally I'm just going to have this post processed text. Okay, so here I'm just going to join this by slash n. Okay, so and finally I'm just going to return this post processed text. Now let's call this function here on this text. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this text. So this is going to help us clean all this ad hoc characters present in that document. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return the text. Okay, so this is the simple pdf parser service with 2 functions. One is to read the text from the pdf, and another function is to clean ad hoc characters present in that text. Okay, fine, and also here we will we need to have one DTO kind of know what is the output of this endpoint or something. So it's better if I just create a DTO folder in this, okay, like we did for the above parsers. Okay, so I'm just going to here create in your new file. Let's name this as something like PDF. So I'm just going to name this as PDF parser result dot dto dot ts. Okay, so this is going to be simple class with the two properties. So basically, so let's name this as PDF parser result dto. So this is going to have this original file name, so the file name that will be inputting. Okay, so this is going to be of type string, and then the content present in that file. Okay, and let's specify the API property for Swagger documentation. So I'm just going to decorate this. Okay, so even for the content, so here fine. So now this is the DTO. So now let's go to the controller. So now we will use this service and also the result. Okay, first is we'll have to inject this service into this controller. So that is, I'm just going to inject this PDF parser service. Okay, and okay, so this is how we inject the service, and now this output it's going to be the promise of type PDF parser result DTO. Okay, so I'll have to change this. We'll change this now. First is let's get the text using the service we have just written. So that is PDF parser service dot parse PDF, and I just have to pass in this the file dot buffer. Okay, fine. So and also we'll have to make this as asynchronous. So let me make this asynchronous. Okay, fine. And now once we get this text, we'll check if the type of text is not equals to if it's not equals to a string. Okay, or if the text length is 0. Okay, then we will kind of throw kind of like unprocessed entity, something like that exception. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this unprocessable entity exception, and here the text message will be outputting is like could not parse given a PDF file, something like this, which makes sense. Okay, fine. And if that is not the case, and then I'm just going to return the object, which is nothing but the original file name. So this is going to be file dot original name. Okay, and then the content, which is the text. Okay, so here I'm just going to specify this. So this is going to be our new function, that is the output of this PDF file. Okay, so that's the change. Now hopefully if we just check it out, we should be able to see this file name as well as the content present in that file name as the output of this input. Okay, let's check it out, and I wish it's going to work. So let's I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, and let's provide some value. Okay, so this is the thing. Let's try it out. So I'm just going to upload this file. So now let's execute this. Yep, you see the output of this, the original file name and also the content present in that PDF file. Okay, so the endpoint is successful. Now we are able to take file as the input and get the file name and also the text or content present in that file name. So this is the endpoint for that. So this is parsers PDF. Okay, fine. Next, what we'll do, we will try to add some test in the PDF parser and see if it's working for all the scenario or not. So I'm just going to add some test cases for this. what is the issue here? Okay, here I'm just going to remove this thing. Fine. Now let's add some test cases and see if it's working for all the scenarios or not. So here let's add a few of the test cases in this PDF parser service test file. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's have here the new describe. So I'm just going to have this, let's name this as post process text. Okay, so here I'm just going to have here let's first have the test case, whether the trimming the lines and removing the excess white space is working it or not. So I'm just going to name this as should trim the lines and remove excess inner white space, okay, to keep a maximum of 3. Okay, fine. So here let's check this. Let's define some random example for this. I'm just going to store in this input variable. So let's say here I'm just going to have in this way some, let's say okay, and so with some space I'm just going to have it in this way, and finally okay, so expected something, it's going to be something like this. So basically okay, and this is what I expect. Let's see if it's and here the actual. So we will post process text this input. I'm just going to pass in this. Okay, and let's see if this actual is matching to this expected or not. Okay, so okay, that's the one thing. Now after this, let's write one more test case, that is like you should keep only one empty line if multiple lines are empty. That means I'm just going to write this so that it will be clear for you. So okay, so here if the multiple lines are empty, okay, so here I'm quickly going to write one example here. So the input here, what I mean is let's add some multiple lines here like this. Okay, and same I'm just going to add in here multiple lines. Okay, and yep, and now the expected, so I'm just going to write this expected. So it's going to be /n. Okay, then the b. Okay, so same the c value and a. So this is what it's the expected. So let's see how the actual value it's going to be. So actual I'm just going to store in this variable. So let's post process text. Okay, and we'll just pass in this input. Okay, and finally we will just expect this actual to be equal to the equal to equal, okay, to the expected. Okay, so these are the two simple test cases. Okay, so if I just run this, hopefully we should see these test cases to pass. Okay, okay, totally failed. Is there issue? Okay, Okay, there is some issue here, PDF parser. So here in this thing, okay, I will just define here the service. So basically service, I'm just going to have this PDF parser service, okay, and in providers I'm just going to attach this, okay, parser service, okay, and I'm just going to have this service attached here, which is the module dot get PDF parser service, and I'm just going to provide this, okay. Fine, and now hopefully let me check this. We should not see that issue. Let's check. Okay, now totally one test suit failed and two test cases are failed, okay. Okay, so the test cases that we have written for PDF parser have succeeded, okay. So if you just see here, PDF parser service dot spec dot ts, it's parsed, so that means whatever we have written, it's working fine. So there is some issue with this controller, so I'll just have a look at that, okay. But the intention was to test this in cases. It's working fine. So what I'll do here is, in this PDF parser controller, so basically here let's have this config too. So basically here in this testing module, so the imports, okay, so basically I'm just going to have this config module, okay, and provide this for root, okay, and also in this PDF parser service I'm just going to use this config model rather than referring the environment variable in this way, okay. So let's inject this config service first, okay. So basically in this constructor, so I'm just going to have because we imported this config service to app module, so that means whatever the environment variables that we want, that we can refer using this config service, okay. So now instead of this process.env.popular bin path, I can use it in this way. So here this .config get, and here provide this value, so which is bin path, okay. So that's the small change, that is we just injected the config service, okay. That's all I just wanted to change. There's no big change. We were referring to the environment variable in other way, but I just changed it to using the config service, fine. And also in this PDF parser service, let's refactor this. So basically we can just do one thing. I mean this all things I can do it in this way straight away. So what I mean say is, let's try to optimize this. So process the text, whatever the text we receive. So here let's split, okay, and here then the trimming each line. So that is I'm just going to get this each line and call this trim function, okay. And then this keep only one line, okay, if multiple there is no nothing change. I'm just changing the way we called rather than having these three const variables and all. Okay, so here we can keep it that way, or else we can change it this way too, so that's not an issue. So I'm just going to apply this filter on line. Okay, so let me get this index and also the array. Okay, so here if line is not equals to empty, and also this array index -1 is not equals to empty. Okay, fine. And finally we are just going to remove white space. Okay, in lines if there are more than 3 spaces. Okay, so I'm just going to write this. So here map, I'm just going to replace this the regex, I mean which we already know this. Okay, so basically, okay, so fine. And finally we'll just join by /n. Okay, so this is the thing. And we can just remove this completely. Okay, uh, I can just now return this processed text. Okay, so let's remove this completely. We don't need this. So now it's going to be as simple as possible. Okay, so there is, what's the issue? uh, okay, I just line dot replace. Okay, what did I miss here? I see some issue. Okay, okay, here that's the issue. Okay, fine. Yep, just the bracket misplaced. Okay, so this is the simple refactoring. So this is it. Okay, so we are pretty much done with this processing text. Okay, and also added the test cases. So now what we will do is, we will try to add the one more endpoint. Now in place of uploading the file, we will see if the remote URL of the PDF is given. We should be able to read the text from that URL. Okay, so let's add that inside our the PDF parser controller, like we did for this so this is the test cases. Okay, so here, like we did for the file, so same way we'll have to do it for the URL as well. So let's do that. So now to handle the URL, we will first install the dependencies, that is the Axios and the NestJS Axios module. Okay, so here, once we have this, I'm just going to import this into our PDF parsers module. Okay, so here, once this is done, I'm just going to here inject import here the HTTP module. Okay, so that now we can use this Axios inside our this module. Okay, so first is we'll have to have the request DTO. Okay, so basically I'm just going to create here the new file. So let me name this as something like PDF parser request dot DTO. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as PDF parser request DTO. Okay, so this is just the URL. This is going to be the request DTO. Okay, and here I'm just going to attach this the API property decorator from Swagger, and also the from the class validator. I'm just going to make sure that this is going to be URL. Okay, so here I'm just applying this as well. So this is a simple parser request DTO. So now same way in this result we'll add the URL result DTO. Okay, so basically I'm just going to have this URL result DTO. Okay, so here this is going to be the original URL property, and I'm just going to add this API property decorator as well as this is URL. Okay, so fine. And now this PDF parser result DTO, I'm just going to change this to be having only the content. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, and also this we are going to have this file name inside one more class. I'm just going to name this as upload result DTO. Okay, so here let's have this API property, and here I'm just going to have this original file name, okay, which is going to be of type string. Fine. Okay, and now let's have this exported. So basically I'm just going to export class PDF parser upload result DTO. Okay, so here let's extend this this intersection type from this swagger. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this PDF parser result DTO along with this upload result DTO. Okay, so fine. And now the same way we are just going to do it for the URL result as well. Okay, so here PDF parser URL result DTO, and I'm just going to extend the same intersection type. Okay, and now we will just have this parser result DTO along with this URL result DTO. Okay, fine. So now the DTOs that we want are ready. So now let's focus on this endpoint. Okay, so basically in this okay, I will change this. Yeah, we'll have to change this now inside this controller. So now here this return type is going to change. So this is going to be upload DTO. So PDF parser upload result DTO. So now the error should be gone. Okay, so here after this we'll be adding the new endpoint. Okay, so this is going to be post. Okay, the endpoint is going to be the URL, and let's make this as the asynchronous function. Okay, and I'm just going to name this as a parse PDF from URL, and here the body. Okay, so here we'll have this request DTO. So I'm just going to have this PDF parser request DTO. Okay, fine. And this return type, it's going to be the promise of type no PDF parser URL result DTO. Okay, so I'm just going to import this. Okay, now inside this, we should first get the file. Okay, so that is we should load a PDF from URL, and then we should get the text from that PDF by passing in this file. So this will handle inside this service. Okay, this PDF parser service. So what I'll do, let's write the method inside this. So firstly we will inject this HTTP service also, because we'll have to use this Axios. Okay, so here private HTTP service, I'm just going to use this HTTP service. Okay, so here right after this suppose process text, okay, I'm just going to have here this new method. Let me name this as like load PDF from URL. Okay, so here this will be passing the URL as the input param for this function. Okay, now let's try to get the response. We will use this HTTP service using this Axios ref, and I'm just going to pass in this URL which we receive as the input along with the method. So here it's going to be a get, and the response type, it's going to be this array buffer. Okay, fine. So once we get the response, we will check the headers of the response. So basically if the headers contain type, okay, so basically I'm just going to check this contain type if it's not equals to the application or PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to throw this bad request exception. So basically saying that okay, saying that the provided URL is not a PDF. Okay, so this is how we try to validate if the it's a if it's not a PDF. Okay, fine. And also we will check the content length as well, so that is the headers. Okay, so I'm just going to check this content length. So here if this is exceeding this 5 MB, in our case that's the limit, we have kept it as a threshold value. Okay, fine. If it's exceeding that, so same way I'm just going to throw bad request exception with the saying that the PDF file is larger than 5 MB. Okay, so that's the exception that we'll be throwing in case it exceeds the 5 MB. Okay, if not, finally I'm just going to return this buffer dot from this response dot data, and here in the format binary. So this is the function which is going to help us load PDF from the given URL. Okay, fine. So now the method is ready. So if we just go to this controller, we can just get the file first. So that is file. I'm just going to call this PDF parser service. Okay, and pass in this request dto.url. Okay, so now this will give us the file. Now we'll have to get the text, which we already have this function. So here now this PDF parser service dot parse PDF, and I'm just going to pass in this file. Finally, so if this type of text is not equals to string, okay, or this text dot length is equals to 0, just the like we did here, I'm just going to now copy this. Let me copy this. Okay, and use it here. Okay, if not, we will just return this original URL, which is going to be request dto.url, and then the content here, the text. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we wanted. Given a URL, we should be able to identify the text present in that PDF file URL. Okay, so this is the mostly the change. Now if we go and check it out, we should be able to see the output. Okay, so going to the output, let me refresh this. and let's provide some API key for now. Okay, so if I just close this, okay, so this is the parsers PDF URL. So here if we provide any, so here in the body, first I'll just collect the remote PDF URL, and I'm just going to provide here public PDF URL, and then should be able to read the text from it. Let me get that URL first. Well, I just have this sample PDF URL. Let's use this. Okay, so now let's try to test it. Okay, we should read the text present in this PDF. Okay, so if you just see the text present in this if you browse it, so this is the text present, and now we should see the same content from this endpoint. Okay, so let's see. Okay, then there is some issue with our endpoint. We did miss something. What is it? This service, the exception that we got was the provided URL is not PDF. I'm missing in here headers application slash PDF. Okay, let's do one thing. I think it's the capital letters. Okay, fine. Now here same thing for the content length. What is the issue? Hmm. Well, let's do this. I'm just going to parse this to int. Okay, okay, there is some typing issue for this. Let's see, but now if I just check it out, there is still the same issue. Okay, let me check this. Okay, for now what I'll do is I'm just going to change this to includes. Okay, so basically here I'll check in this way. Okay, and also here let's typecast this. Okay, let's see if this error goes or not. Okay, into decimal. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to string. Okay, fine, at least now the issue is not there. So let's check it out. Okay, so basically if I just execute this, you should see the content. Okay, so you see original URL and also the dummy PDF file, which is the content of the application. Okay, so now let's go back to our code. Now we are able to take the text present in that PDF URL. Okay, for now. Okay, now what we will do, we will try to add the test cases for this too. Okay, so first in the PDF parser controller file, okay, I'm just going to add in this HTTP module as well, and also here in this service test file as well. Let's add PDF parser service test file. I'm just going to add in here this imports. Okay, so first the config module along with this HTTP module. Okay, fine. And now let's write the test cases for our scenario, which is the reading text from the PDF URL. Okay, that we will write it here. So basically right after this scenario, I'm just going to test this. Here let me write this. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like, load PDF from URL. Okay, so here first thing it should will name this as like, should load the PDF from URL and parse it. Okay, provided the correct URL. Okay, so let's make this as synchronous. Okay, and here the URL, I'm just going to use this URL. Okay, so let me copy this. Okay, fine, and let's get this buffer. So this is service dot load a PDF from URL. I'm just going to pass this URL. Okay, and expected is this dummy PDF file. Okay, and here the actual value, I'm just going to call this parse PDF function and pass in this buffer. Okay, now we expect this actual to be equals to the expected. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this expected. Okay, so this is the simple testing. So should load the PDF and from URL and parse it. Okay, so same way we will try to test the other two scenarios. Okay, so basically it should throw me an error. Okay, so throw an error. Okay, if the file extension is not PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and here I'm just going to have this JPG. Okay, fine, let's see this. Okay, and here I'm just going to remove this, and we will expect, I'm just going to call this service dot load PDF from URL and pass in this URL. Okay, and it should reject. Okay, to throw this error. Okay, and here we should say this file extension is not PDF. Okay, fine, so that was the test case. Okay, so let me copy this. Okay, similarly it's going to be now this should throw error if the file does not have PDF magic number. Okay, so basically if the file does not have this PDF magic number. Okay, so here let me remove this text. Fine, so this is the simple test cases. Okay, So let's try to okay, I'm just going to remove this. Let's try to test this cases. Okay, so I'm just going to run this test. Hopefully it should pass. Let's see. Okay, we see issue here. Fine. Okay, here the test cases. Let's go to this test cases. Here it is expecting dummy, so dumpy is what we provided. Okay, this should fix it. Next thing is expected string. Okay, fine. There is issue with these two test cases because the provided URL is not correct. Okay, I will provide the actual URL of the image. Okay, so let's take JPG remote URL. So let's copy some link. Okay, so let's see how this it's going to look. Okay, so here as well, let me use this and try to run this. Okay, okay, fine. The other cases are also failing the validate API key. That's expected because we don't have any value in DB, and here these two test cases are failing. Okay, okay, fine. I'll just for now let me comment this. We will check this out. Okay, and here if I just run this, only that API key value should be failed. Okay, yeah, this things in this auth service that's expected. Okay, fine. So these two I'll have a look, but at least this actual scenario of working, it's working fine. Okay, so now what I will do is let's do one thing. Let's change this at least to work this way. I'll do some work around here in this load PDF from URL. So what I will do, let's get this extension first. So that is I'm just going to split by dot. Okay, and here get the extension. Okay, so here if the extension is not equals to the PDF, okay, then I'm just going to throw this error. Okay, so that is the bad request exception, and so the error, this is what I'll be throwing. So the file extension is not PDF. Okay, so fine, and also this headers the calculation and all, I will move to this private function. So let me write this the function check response. Okay, so this is going to receive response of type Axios response. Okay, and let me take these things and I'm just going to use this here. Okay, fine, and also for checking the buffer. Okay, let's have if the is PDF buffer or not. So basically here the buffer, so this is going to be of type buffer. Okay, so let's PDF for the magic number. So basically there will be the magic number for this PDF. Okay, so here 0 is 25. Okay, then the 50, 44 and 46. Okay, so this is just the modulus PDF in hexadecimal. Okay, fine. And here the buffer start, I'm just going to get this subarray. Okay, buffer start value, and let's return this buffer start dot equals to this PDF magic number. Okay, so if this is matching, then we'll know this is the PDF buffer. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove this now, this checking of the extension, no need, because we are getting the dot thing. And here after this I will just use this the function which we have written, that is PDF buffer, and I'm just going to pass in this no, response dot data. If not, I'm just going to throw this error. Okay, so here I'm just, let me throw this bad request exception. Okay, so here the file is not a valid PDF. Okay, fine. So now here I'm just going to use this here now. So basically let's use this check response, and I'm just going to pass in this response. Okay, and now the test cases that we have written, let me uncomment. Okay, so here whatever URL we had, okay, let's see, at least now hoping it should work. Okay, yeah, fine. The all test cases in this PDF parser service is passed. Okay, so now the test cases are working as expected. So I just did some work around, to make it good for us to test. Okay, I just checked the extension right at first. Okay, and then added separate functions to check the size as well as if whether it's a buffer or not. So now the test cases for PDF parsing from the URL is working fine. What we will do next is we have a lot of exceptions for our PDF parser, so it would be better if we just extend error base class. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create in here the new folder. Let's name this as exceptions. Okay, so just kind of refactoring, you can say. Okay, so let me name this exceptions.ts. Okay, so let's have the specific error class for each scenario. Okay, so first let's have this extension error. Okay, I'm just going to extend this error. Okay, so here in this constructor I'm just going to pass in this the file extension is not PDF. Okay, so same way I'm just going to have for other cases. Okay, so let's now keep on changing for the scenario. Next is the PDF size error. Okay, so here I'm just going to say the message as the PDF file is larger than 5 MB. Okay, so that is the PDF size error. And next for the magic number error. Okay, so magic number error. Okay, so here I'm just going to say the file does not start with the PDF magic number. Okay, which is the thing. Okay, fine. And finally the PDF not parsed error. Okay, so not parsed. Okay, and here I'm just going to say the file could not be parsed. So these are the exceptions error for things. Okay, so now we will use this exceptions. Okay, so basically what we will do, I'm just going to go to this controller and have a work around to see to use this exceptions which we have just added. So basically here let's try to handle this in try catch block. Okay, so basically what I am trying to have is I'm just going to handle this in try catch block. Okay, so that this is the ideal way of handling the exceptions. Okay, so here I'm just going to throw this unprocessable entity exceptions. Okay, and I'll just print this c dot message. Okay, and in this try section, let's call this let's handle this, and also I'm just going to return this here. Okay, and let's remove this completely. So I just moved up the code to this try catch block. Okay, so that's the good way of handling, and the same thing even here. Let's do the same here as well. Okay, so try catch block. Okay, so basically here if this is instance of this PDF not parsed error. Okay, then I'm just going to throw this unprocessable entity exception with this e dot message. Okay, else let's throw the bad request exception. Okay, with the message. Okay, and now inside this try catch, okay, I'm just going to handle this core logic. So here I'm just going to completely remove this. Okay, so that's the change in this controller. So rest is going to remain same. So we moved up the logic to try catch so that it looks clean. And now inside this service, so what we will do, we'll have to use this errors that we have just created. So basically first of all, in this this PDF buffer, I'm just going to have this magic number as let's do handle all this inside this check response alone. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to move this to this check response function. So basically here I'm just going to move this, and all then after this I'm just going to check if this buffer start this not equals to this PDF magic number. Okay, so then I'm just going to throw this new error, so which is the PDF magic number error. Okay, so we can just remove this now. Okay, and this is going to be buffer buffer start this response data. Okay, and here I'm just going to fine, and this is just I just removed that completely. Okay, and here in the check response now, so if this is exceeding, so here now we will just use this PDF size error. Okay, so here this fine, and I'm just going to remove this now. Okay, so this is the simple check response function now. So going to this load PDF from URL, here if this extension is not PDF, we can just use this PDF extension error. Okay, so extension error, so that's what I'll be throwing here. Okay, and remaining it's going to be same. Now here in this parsing the PDF file, here what we will do here, let's be very specific. I'm just going to change this to constant. Okay, and name this to be output. Okay, and now here we will change this condition check basically. So now this is going to be this output instance of this error. Okay, or the that length is 0. Okay, that is output dot length is equals to 0. Now we'll just throw this new error, that is PDF not parsed error. So here I'm just going to throw in PDF not parsed error, and there is some issue. Okay, for now I'm just going to typecast this to any. Okay, fine, and here what will return is this dot post process text, and I'm just going to pass in this output as the input for this function. Okay, so that's the change, and we have this unused thing. I'm just going to remove this. Fine, now we'll have to make changes in this test. Okay, and here in this thing I just it should be for. Okay, fine, so going to this the test file. Okay, so basically now wherever we are referring here, we can just remove this and use this the PDF extension error. Okay, and here now we can use this PDF magic number error. Okay, fine, and also we could write in the new test case, to at least kind of check if it is throwing an error if if the PDF is scanned. Okay, so basically just to know that it's throwing the PDF not scanned error. Okay, so let's test this. Okay, so let's see how many will work it out. Okay, okay, fine, these two test cases are failing in this file. So basically here they received is PDF extension error. The received message here is the file extension is not a PDF. Okay, the other thing also, I mean only one thing is failing, which is this one magic number. Okay, I think it's because the URL of that. Okay, uh, okay, because the PDF, it's a JPG, so that's why it's just failing here, and the message that we'll be receiving is not PDF. That's why we are seeing it in error. It's basically just the URL that we are supplying is not correct, so we'll see this. For now let's proceed further. Okay, so this is how we do refactor and add some test cases and all. We can add as many test cases as needed. It all depends on our needs. Okay, So next what we'll do again, we'll try to first let's remove that unwanted the default controller that we got, this app controller and the parsers controller that we did add, okay, because we'll not be needing them. So I'm just going to remove those things, and let's clean up and okay, remove unused DTOs, and also let's add some description for our Swagger documentation as in the properties, okay, so that it makes more readable for us. Okay, let's do first remove unwanted things. I'm going to delete this app controller, okay. Let's me delete this, and also this app service, okay. Let me delete this, and even this app controller test file, and here now we can just remove these two references, and also here in this both the controllers and providers, I'm just going to remove these things, okay, fine. And same way the parsers also. So let me close this. So this controller, I'm just going to delete this, okay, and also this test file, and here let's remove this import and also this one, okay. So fine, and that's how we clean things, okay. Now it's looking a bit cool, okay. And also we have this DTO, which is this list. We no need this, so I'm just going to delete this completely, because we just deleted that endpoint which was using this, okay. And fine, and as I said, and now we'll focus on adding some OpenAPI decorators. Okay, let's start adding some documentation, okay. So firstly in the main.ts, I'm just going to set the contact as well. So so here this contact, I'm just going to set in here the name, okay, and the so I'm just going to set out GitHub URL and then email, okay. So let me, okay, so this is how we set the contact details. And now let's go to the PDF parser, okay. So here first in the DTO, so here let's specify the description for this. So basically the description, I'm going to say this as URL of the PDF file to parse, okay, fine. So this is the brief description, and same way let's do the offer result as well. So for the upload result, I'm just going to have this description, okay. So this is the original file name of the uploaded file, okay, so that it will be more meaningful for us down the line if you wanted to refer for our future self, okay. So here this let me this is going to be parsed and post processed content of the PDF file, okay. So this is going to be simple, okay. And now going to this URL result DTO, here again I'm just going to have this description, so which is the original URL of the PDF file, okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the brief description here. And now going to the controller. So in this controller, let's add for this parsers, okay. So I'm just going to add in here a few of the details, okay. First is the for unauthorized response, okay. So unauthorized response, let's say this same like we did for other things, so that is the API key in requests header is missing or invalid. Okay, so that's if you wanted to showcase whenever the unauthorized request has requested. Okay, and then bad request response, what is the message that we wanted to show is, I'm just going to have here the request body, let's say the request body or the uploaded file is invalid. Okay, or I'm just going to say it is missing. Okay, so this is the description whenever there is a bad request. Okay, and finally if there is an unprocessable entity, so I'm just going to have for that also the response. Okay, so here the description. Okay, so here I'm just going to say the PDF file is not searchable. Okay, something like this. Okay, fine. So this is the some decorators for having a brief description or message for these all scenarios. Okay, and now here in this endpoint. Okay, so now I'm just going to add in this okay response and also the brief summary. Okay, so basically for this operation. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in the summary. Okay, so here let's say this it's going to return text from the uploaded PDF file. Okay, so fine, and then the description. So here let's be a bit elaborative. Okay, so I'm just going to say that so this endpoint retrieves let's say retrieves the content of an uploaded PDF file. Okay, and returns it as a text, just describing what is it, what is the purpose of this endpoint. Okay, so let me again let's the file must be a searchable PDF. Okay, with the maximum size of no 5 MB in our case. Okay, fine. Okay, and then we can say that it's a buffer needs to start with its magic number. Okay, so I'm just going to see this, which is this modulus PDF. Okay, and I'm just going to say this to be parsed. So this is just the elaboration of what this endpoint is going to do, so that it will be clear for us. Okay, and I'm just going to add this API okay response message as well. Okay, so here this type, let's say this PDF parser upload result DTO. Okay, so this is the DTO and then the description. Okay, so here I'm just going to say the PDF was passed and post processed successfully. Okay, so successfully, and here I'm just going to say it's content is returned as text. Okay, just the success message. Okay, fine. So this is the okay response that we have customized. Okay, and now in the body I'm just going to have this description here. So let me add this. So I'm just going to say this to be a PDF file to be passed. Okay, so let's fine. Okay, and also the HTTP code, let's be specific, and also I'm just going to change this to upload. Okay, so upload. Okay, and also this HTTP code, I'm just going to have this as a 200. Okay, so that's the change. Okay, and Now before below thing as well, we'll add the API operation, API OK response, and those things. Okay, so let's copy this, and I'm just going to modify according to this endpoint. Okay, so first is this is going to return text from PDF file provided by URL. Okay, so I'm just going to change this summary. Okay, so provided by this URL. Okay, and then this endpoint retrieves the content of a PDF file. Okay, so I'm just going to change this available. I'm just going to change this some text. Okay, so let's say available through an URL. Okay, and returns it as a text. That's good. Okay, and this file, this is going to be same. So okay, and this API OK response is also going to be same, and I'm just going to add in this HTTP code. Okay, so here let's pass in this 200. Okay, so that's the change. Now if I just see, we already have this running. Okay, if I just go on refresh, okay, we should see this description. So you see here now this summary and the description. Okay, and same applies for this upload as well, if you see. Okay, and here the status code and the response whichever we had it, and for other things. Okay, so now it looks better and properly documented. Okay, fine. So this is how we annotate the Swagger decorators and get things done. I mean, look pretty good. Okay, and now let's go back and try to add some test cases to our controller. So here PDF parser controller, I'm just going to add a few test cases. Okay, so after this, let's have this some test cases. So let's say like it should so this is like it should return a PDF parser upload result DTO from an upload file. So this is like proper test case. That is the the ideal scenario, that what is it expected for us. Okay, so I'm just going to write in here the test case should return the PDF parser upload result DTO. Okay, so from an uploaded PDF file. And here let's have the asynchronous function. Okay, so here let's me so here we need a delimiter. Okay, fine. Now inside this, let's have this text variable, so with the value test. Okay, and I'm just going to have this mock file object. Okay, so this is going to be express.multer file type. Okay, and here we'll have some properties for this. First the buffer, so which is going to be the buffer so let me from this above variable, which is the text, and original name, I'm just going to set it as test.pdf. Okay, so fine, and fine, and then the encoding, so I'm just going to mention a few of the things. So UTF-8. Okay, so let's write in the small case. Okay, and then the MIME type, so this is going to be application slash PDF. Okay, then the size. Okay, so this is going to be 5 MB, so I'm just going to have this 5 MB. Then the field name, so I'm just going to have this as the file, and the destination, let's set this to empty string. Okay, and file name. Okay, and finally the path, and the last I'm just going to set this strip to null. Okay, so this is the mock file object. Okay, and now let's have this pass the result. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this promise dot resolve the text. Okay, I'm just going to pass in this text, and the response result, let's have this response result object. So this is going to be the the original file name. So basically original file name, which is going to be mock file dot original name, and the content here, the text. Okay, so I've just prepared the response result object. Now so we will mock the parse PDF method because the uploaded mock file is not a valid PDF file, right? So I'm just going to have this call spy on, okay, and pass in this service, okay, and here pass PDF, and I'm just going to call this mock implementation, okay, and let's make this asynchronous, okay, and I'm just going to have this pass result, okay, fine. And here let finally the expect, okay, so here we call this controller dot parse PDF from upload, okay, and pass in this mock file object that we did prepare, and we expect this to match to the response result, okay. So here I'm just going to pass this, okay, so here, okay, fine. And I'm just expecting this, okay, fine. And here, yep, so I'm just expecting it to match to this response result, fine. So this is the test case, and let's have the same way the test cases for other scenarios, for unprocessable entity and other scenarios. So what I'm going to do, so here let's have that for that. So next we'll handle the unprocessable entity exception, okay, so it should throw me an error, okay, like something like unprocessable entity exception, okay, so from an invalid uploaded PDF file, okay. So here let's again make this asynchronous, okay, fine. So here I'm just covering a few scenarios so that we'll see we'll have an idea how the test cases can be written for this scenarios, okay. So same way, let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this mock file and this text, okay, and let's reuse here, okay. So fine. And here now this await, okay, so let me expect, okay, so I'm just going to call this controller dot no, parse PDF from upload, and I'm just going to pass in this mock file, okay, and I'm just going to have this, expect this rejects to throw this unprocessable entity exception, okay. So fine. So this is the second test case. We'll test this, once. Let me complete this, okay. Let me minimize this so that it will be clear for you guys, okay, fine. And after this, now let's write a test case like, like proper returning of PDF parser result DTO now from the URL, okay. So we at least had the test case for uploading file. Now we'll focus on URL part, okay. So I'm just going to describe this as an X should return a PDF parser URL result DTO, okay, from a PDF file, okay, let's say given from a URL, okay. Just you can write in whatever sentence it feels good for you, okay. So here, and let's make this as a asynchronous, okay, and here the URL, okay. So I'm just going to have this same dummy PDF URL. So here let's get that. So here I'm just going to have this URL, so I'm just going to pass this, okay, fine. And now the response result, I'm just going to create here the object, so which is the original file, original URL, okay. So this is going to be the URL, and then the content. So here the content we already know, so it's going to be a dummy PDF file, okay. Fine. And finally the expect part. Okay, I'm just going to call this controller. Okay, and this parse pdf from url, and I'm just going to pass in this url. So here let's pass in this url, and finally we expect this result to be the object that we prepared, which is nothing but the response result. Okay, so this is the test case to check the result of the parser url result eto from a pdf file given a url. Okay, now let's check the not a good scenarios for, we'll try to check for unprocessable entity exception and also bad request exception. Okay, so basically let's copy this, and I'm just going to change accordingly. So here let's have this. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to return this first, the unprocessable entity. So let's have this unprocessable entity exception. Okay, from my, let's say, like, unsearchable pdf file, from a url. Okay, so here now let's have this the url to be, I have the sample url, so let's take this. So I'm just going to take this example, and I'm just going to use this as an example. Okay, fine. And now I'm just going to remove this completely, and now uh, I'm just going to change this to rejects. Okay, and to throw this, I'm just going to change this to unprocessable entity exception. Okay, fine. And now let's change for the bad request exception. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to bad request exception. Okay, from, I'm just going to change this to from an invalid file extension. Okay, so let's remove this. I'm just going to change this to extension. Okay, and even so I can just copy this. Okay, and I'll change this accordingly. So here as well I have one example, so I'm just going to have this this jpj format, so that we'll know it's the not right extension. So I'm just going to use this here. Okay, and we expect here to throw us the bad request exception. Okay, so I'm just going to have this bad request exception. Okay, and here I'm just going to copy the same. Now this is for it's not having its magic number. Okay, so this scenario is for that. So let's change this. Okay, should so, and also here let's change this to throw. Okay, not return something, so that it will be more makes more sense for us. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to change this to throw. Here let me change this to throw. Okay, fine. And here the bad request exception. Okay, so here let's change this description little bit. Okay, so I'm just going to have this for a file with .pdf not having its magic number. Okay, fine. So for this also I have an example, so I'm just going to have this. So you see this, we can't open this file, we have some exception like that. Okay, so this is the ideal url for this kind of scenarios. Okay, and okay, so these are the test cases that I wanted to have. Now let's try to test it out, and hopefully I wish this to pass. Let's see. Okay, okay, so let's check where are these cases failing. Okay, 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 we have an error in this file. Okay, I get it. Okay, the errors are in this file that we did just make, and also your parser service test. Okay, let me go to this. Okay, so here as well, let me change this examples. I'll just use the same URL. Okay, let me have this URL for this as well. Okay, and for this also I'm just going to use this same URL. Okay, this for file extension. Okay, let's this one. Let's replace this as well. Okay, so I'm just going to use this. Okay, and now let's test this cases. So hopefully at least the test cases present in this PDF parser service should pass all of them. So let's have a check. Okay, so okay, these three test cases that we added just now are failing, but the this PDF parser service that we did make changes are all passing. So there is some issue with this, but at least for the ideal scenario that we wanted to work, it's working to read the content from the URL that we are receiving. For now, let's do one thing. I'm just going to comment this, and we'll have a workaround on this later, because this is not of a much significance for us. We still have a lot of services to cover. Okay, so I'll come back to this later. Okay, and you see now at least all are passing except this. We know this. I'm just going to change this. Okay, because I did hard code for now for the API key. Okay, and yeah, so now next is what we'll focus on is we'll focus on the other services that we need for our application to complete. So the core next the service that we wanted is organizing service. So basically, which is going to help us organize the data in the format that we want, and for that we need some dependencies like LangChain, and also we will get started with that survey. So let's first add the dependency, and we will then cover all the code that is needed for that service. So let's add this LangChain dependency. So I'm just going to add this LangChain. Okay, so once this is installed, let's start what is the issue here. Okay, I'm just going to comment this. Okay, fine. So let's wait for it to install. So it's installing. So once this is installed, I'm just going to have in here the new folder for that organized data. Okay, so basically I'm just going to have in here this folder name as organized data. Okay, and first let's prepare this example prompt. Okay, I'm just going to name this as JSON. Okay, and let's create here the new file. So I'm just going to name this as a prompts.ts. Okay, why is it taking time? It should install, and let's wait for it to install. So okay, fine. So here I'm just going to prepare a zero shot schema extraction template. Okay, so let me name that accordingly. Zero short okay schema extraction template. Okay, so here let's have this. Okay, first in this I'm just going to say some like you are a highly efficient text processing application. Okay, so I'm just going to add this and provide some like instructions for it. Okay, your main objective is to accurately parse the let's say users input. Okay, users input text. Okay, and transform it into a JSON object. Okay, so I'm just going to have this here, the JSON object. Okay, that compiles with the schema, okay, provided below. We will provide that schema below. Okay, so here let's say I'm just going to have in here some separator, okay, and I'm just going to have this JSON schema provided, which will be the variable. Okay, so I'm just going to have this JSON schema, okay, then and this JSON schema, okay, a LangChain is installed, okay, fine. And now I'm just going to provide more instructions, like, please generate the output JSON object containing the necessary information. Okay, so let's say, okay, and ensure it follows the given schema. Okay, and again, so if the input text contains any attributes, okay, not mentioned in the schema, please discard them. So we are just going to provide these instructions. Okay, so disregard them. Okay, fine. And here now I'm just going to have this finally the input string. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide this input string. Okay, and yeah, let's close this. Okay, and after this the output. Okay, so fine. So this is the template for extraction. Okay, and here let's prepare this object, so using the new prompt template object. Okay, so here I'm just going to export, okay, this JSON 0 short schema extraction. Okay, here I'm just going to use this prompt template. Okay, so okay, I'm not getting the suggestions. Okay, let me import this, which is the prompt template, from this LangChain. Okay, so I'm just going to use this. Okay, and here the input variables. Okay, so input variables, if you see, it is the input str and the JSON schema. Okay, so fine, and then the template. Okay, so template, it's going to be this JSON 0 short schema extraction template. Okay, so what is the issue here? Okay, there is, I think, some change. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's me check this. I think they have moved this elsewhere. I'll just have a check and import this prompt template. Well, here it has been moved to this prompts. Okay, and now the error is gone. Okay, fine. And now let's try to have this module for this organized data. So I'm just going to go to this organized data location. Okay, so here let's try to generate module. So I'm just going to name this as, let's say, organized data. Okay, so in this location, and hopefully, yeah, so we have this organized data module. Okay, And same way I'll have this services. Okay, I'm just going to name this as LLM service. Okay, so here let's say this as yeah, I'll just name this as something like LLM service. Okay, so this also to be in this location. Yep. So yeah, so we have this LLM service. Okay, and now the thing is let's try to add some models into this LLM service. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to first prepare this config service. Okay, so let's inject this config service, because from there we'll have this environment variables available for us, kind of the model name and all those things. Okay, so here I'm just going to inject this config service. Okay, and now let's prepare this GPT 3.5 okay model. So I'm just going to have this as a GPT let's say 3.5, something like this. And now let's have this new chart open AI. So I'll just have to import this from LangChain models. Okay, so here, so I'm just going to have this uh, chart models. Okay, and here it's going to be this fine. Yeah, now here we'll have to provide some property values. So max concurrency, I'm just going to set this to 10. So if you want more details on this elaborate explanation, you can just refer their documentation, it's very good. Okay, and here the model name, I'm just going to have this as a GPT 3.5 turbo. Okay, fine. And then the this open API key. So here we will prepare this configuration file where we will have this key added as well. Okay, so I'm just going to for now provide in this way. This is the open API key, so this is going to give us the key for us to get the model working. And here the temperature, so basically this signifies the more variation. If you want, you just have to increment this value, or else if you want the fixed kind of not much of variation, you can just specify this to 0. Okay, same way we can just prepare a GPT-4 model as well, like this. So I'm just going to have this named to 4. Okay, and here now instead of this GPT 3.5 turbo, it will be a GPT-4. Okay, and rest it's going to remain same. Okay, fine. Now let's prepare this just the list. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as like something like available models. Okay, so here I'm just going to create this a new map. So key is of type string, and this type, it's going to be this base language model. Okay, so this again I'll have to get it from LangChain. Okay, so let me have this. Okay, so import this base language model. So this is going to be from this, let's say I'm just going to have this base language. Okay, so this is going to give us the type for that. So here in our case it is the base language model, and here let's specify here the values. So first thing is the this GPT 3.5 turbo model. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to have this the above object that we prepared passed in. And next is the GPT 4. Okay, so here then I'm just going to pass this object. So this is going to give us the available models with the string and the object with the properties. Okay, now let's quickly have this function which is going to help us extract the structured data. So I'm just going to make this as asynchronous, and let's name this as extract let's say structured okay data. Okay, fine, or else we can give it as organized data. So let's say I'm just going to name this as organize the data. Okay, and here the input for this, the model name and also the prompt template, so that we want will be passing again this, let me, prompt template. Okay, and then the chain of values. So here again this is going to be from, so let's, this is again going to be from this LangChain dist schema, so I'm just going to import that. Okay, so here chain values, so let me get this from LangChain dist schema. Okay, so this is going to give me that. Okay, fine. Now here let's try to complete this function. So basically first let's check if this is present in this available models list that we have prepared. So I'm just going to check this name. If it is not present, so we are just going to throw this error saying that this model is not available for organized data extraction. Okay, so here I'm just going to showcase this message here, model whatever we receive as the input, I'm just going to say is not available for organized data extraction. Okay, fine. So then let's prepare this LLM chain. So I'm just going to use this create a new LLM chain. Okay, so let me import this. I don't know why I'm not getting this suggestions to auto import them. Okay, chain from this LangChain. Okay, so the chains. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to pass in this the available models along with the template. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to this LLM, it's going to be this get the model, so the property that we did prepare object. Okay, and then prompt, I'm just going to pass in this prompt template. Okay, and after this I'm just going to get this organized text by calling getting this LLM chain dot I'm just going to call this run and provide this chain values. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return this organize the text. Okay, so this is the simple model this is simple function which is going to help us give us the organized data given that template along with the model that we pass. Okay, so now we have means let's to this module. Okay, so here this service is passed. Okay, now thing is I'm just going to prepare this config object, so that I'll just load those variables into the config service and then we can consume that in our application. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create in here the new folder called config, and I'm just going to prepare one object. Let's name this as configuration ts. Okay, so here let's export the default. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here one object with the properties node environment. So let's load this using this a node environment variable. Okay, and then the Postgres, so I'm just going to have this host. Okay, so this values Postgres host. Okay, and then the port. Okay, so here again so let's convert this first into integer. Okay, and this is going to be a Postgres port. Okay, to decimal. If not, I'm just going to pass in this 5432 as the default value. Okay, fine. And then the user, let's say Postgres user. Okay, and then the password. So I'm just going to pass in this all environment variables here. Okay, so password, and then the database name. Okay, so let's provide this database name as well. So Postgres DB. Okay, and after this popular binaries path. Okay, so I'm just going to have this binaries, okay, path. Okay, so this is going to be again this environment, this popular bin path value. Okay, and then this OpenAI API key. Okay, so basically which is we have just added. Okay, we are to add into environment variables, we will add. Okay, so this is going to be OpenAI API key. Okay, so this is the configuration object. So now we will try to load this into our this app module. Okay, so basically here this configuration we will now try to first have this cache set to true, and I'm just going to load this using this configuration which we have just prepared. Okay, so this is going to load from this file we have just specified. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this type or a module. So here type or a module, let's make this to be asynchronous. Okay, and imports, I'm just going to have this config module. So basically, okay, and let's this factory. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this config service. Okay, so that I can just use the values required for us to run this. Okay, so basically let me copy this. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide this values here, Postgres, and here now instead of this thing we will use the config service. Okay, so and try to get those values, so which is the Postgres dot host. Okay, and here the port also I'm just going to change this config service dot get this Postgres dot port. Okay, so same way we'll have to change for the other values. So let's quickly change this dot user. Okay, and here as well to password. So this is going to be Postgres dot password. Okay, and then the database name, so config service dot get, this is going to be the database. Okay, and here now this config service dot get this node environment. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to remove this completely. Okay, so here let's have this. Okay, so now this is the change. Okay, so the difference is now we are having a separate configuration object with where we are loading these environment variables, and that we are loading it to our config module, which we are injecting into the services wherever the environment variables is needed, and then consuming that variables using that service. Okay, so this is a good way of I mean, what do you say, handling these variables. And also here I just have to use this organized data module as the imports. Okay, fine, so that's the change. Okay, so this is how we try to change the configuration variables and try to add the service new services. Okay, and then use that imports. Okay, so now let's try to test that out. Okay, so basic and also have more methods added in that service. Okay, so let's add that inside this service. I'm just going to add few more methods and then we'll get started with the testing. So here let's add a few more methods. So let me minimize this, and first thing I'm just going to add the function which is going to help us spread the document. Okay, so I'm just going to have this function named as a split document, and here we will pass in the document as the input. So basically this is going to be of type string. Okay, and here let's have this splitter, and here we'll use this recursive character text splitter, and I'm just going to pass in here the chunk size. So let's say 2000 thing. Okay, and chunk overlap, let's say 200. Okay, fine. So fine, we have the splitter, and I'm just going to get that output here. So basically I'm just going to call this splitter dot create documents, and I'm just going to pass in this document, okay, as a list, and then we just return this output. So this is the simple split document function, and same way I'm just going to have the function to generating the refined output. So I'm just going to have the this function, and here we will pass in this model name, which is the type string, and then initial prompt template. Okay, here here I'm just going to have this initial prompt template passed for this. So this is going to be of type prompt template, and then this refine prompt template. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this, which is going to be of type prompt template. Okay, and then the chain values. Okay, so here this is going to be of type chain values, and now here we'll have this the basic check. So basically that is if this model is not available in this list we have just written above. So I'm just going to throw this error. Okay, so saying that this model is not available. Okay, so fine, so this is what we will throw in case if the model that we receive is not present in our list. If not, let's prepare this refined chain. Okay, so here we will use this load Q&A refined chain. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass this available model value given this model name. Okay, and then here the question prompt, which is nothing but the initial prompt template that I'll be passing, and then the refined prompt here we will pass in this refined prompt template, and we want our burst to be true. So I'm just pass this additional parameters for this chain. Okay, so once I have that, so I'm just going to get that output. So let's use this call. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this chain values, and I'm just going to return the output from this. Okay, so this is the simple method. Okay, which is going to generate a refine output. Okay, and also here in this here let's change this to name, let's say like just a simple thing. So I'm just going to change this to generate output. Okay, so here fine, and also this error I'm just going to say model is not just available. Okay, okay, so fine, and also here let's change this to be output. Okay, so to make more sense like we did for the below methods, so it's just the naming change, it's not big logic that I'm changing. Okay, and okay, fine, and now and also I just wanted to organize this into separate folder. So I'm just going to create here a new folder called LLM, and I'm just going to move this to this location. So even this one too, so I'm just going to move this. Okay, and also let's change the name of this. So I'm just going to change the name. So let me have this to be LLM, not LLM service. Okay, because we already have the service appended, so it will be twice. I will just change the same here. Okay, and now here even this I'm just going to change this to okay, and also here in this let's just change the names. Okay, and I'm just going to okay, let's do one thing. Let's select all of this. Okay, so I'm just going to change this names. Okay, so okay, so that's the change here, and here this would be LLM. Okay, fine. So this the simple change. I just try to rename it and make it more sensible. Okay, and also here let's cache this. I'm just going to have this set to true. Okay, same here. I'm just going to apply this cache. Okay, fine. Yeah, so that's the just the two new methods, and also we changed this in this module also this to LLM service, and we added two methods and just renamed it. Okay, and also changed in this testing file. Now as I said, we'll focus on adding the unit tests. Okay, for this service which we have just added. Okay, so basically here I mean in this first where we are trying to here also I'm just going to add in this verbose. Okay, so that will get more details for us. Okay, so here it's going to be true. Okay, and here let's call this not I'm just going to call this. Okay, fine. Yeah, and yeah, now let's try to have this unit test case in this. Okay, so I'm just going to have this test case here. Okay, so inside this let's have this describe. So I'm just going to name this we are going to test this generate output function. Okay, so here let's have the test cases. First thing, so it's just the one will have like it should generate an output, and also it should throw an error if the model is not available in our list. Okay, those two test cases we'll try to add now. So let's add those cases now. Let's give the name for this as should generate an output. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here we'll have first the model. Okay, so here for this I'm just going to use this GPT 3.5 turbo. Okay, fine, and now this prompt template. So let's have this prompt template. So I'm just going to have this prompt template, and here let's say the template I'm just going to have this just a simple question. Okay, so let's say like what is the good name for a company. Okay, so that makes let's say this as the variable. Okay, I'm just going to have this thing. Okay, and here this input variable, so I'm just going to provide here this product. Okay, fine, so we have this prompt template, and let's get this output by calling this service generate output and passing in this module along with this prompt template, and then the variable value. So I'm just going to provide here the product, so I'm just going to provide this value as cars. Okay, and here now the expectation is I expect this output to be defined. Okay, so here okay, so this is the simple test case which is going to generate an output. Okay, so after this let's have the other test case. So basically it should throw if the model is not available in our provided list. Okay, should throw if the model given is not available. Okay, so here I'm just going to here get this model. Okay, so here let's say some the model which is not there, so something like this. Okay, and let me just take this. Okay, so basically the prompt template. Okay, and now we will expect, let's generate output and pass in this model, then the prompt template and the product. I'm just going to pass in here the cars. Okay, and here I expect it to reject and to throw. Okay, so let's see. Okay, fine. And yeah, so these are the simple unit test cases for our LLM service that we have written. Okay, so now let's try to run this test cases. Let's see. So this file llm service.spec, let's see if they are passing or not. Okay, you okay, so LLM thing. Okay, let's check this. Okay, we did fail. We see that text splitter is not found. Okay, for recursive character splitter. Okay, we see this is the issue. Okay, I mean the issue we are seeing is okay, it is like thing just the text splitter. I think that was the issue. Okay, that's the only issue. Let's try to run. Hopefully we should see the test cases passed now. Okay, if I just see there is an issue. Okay, indexes. Okay, and also here we need to add this environment variables. Okay, so first let's add this open AI API key. Okay, so here I'm just I have this taken from my open AI developer console page. Okay, you can just get the API key for yourself. Okay, and also here I need to provide this port. Okay, so which I'm going to provide it as 5433, and now this API key I'm just going to take this here. Okay, here I'm just going to use this API key. Okay, so now if I just move to this thing and try to run, we should see the issue to be resolved, but I still see the issue. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to stop this. Okay, and try to run it again. Okay, so okay, there is an issue. Okay, we see that that's the reason we are okay, okay, we have an issue with the loading of the configuration values into our module. That's the reason we see this issue. So let me check this out. So once this is sorted, hopefully we should be able to pass the test. So let me check this out. Well, the issue is, we'll have to import this config module into this our testing section. So here, this is where we missed it. So here, if I just add this config module uh, if I just load this now, we should be able to get the values into our testing thing and see the output. Okay, so I'm just going to run this test. Okay, let's see what is going to happen. Okay, so if I just run, let's see, we should see at least some output from these cases we have written. Okay, now okay, you see at least we have this output from this Velocity Motors, Autotech Industries, Driveworks Automotive, the company for making cars. And if you see, this is the content we got, and this is the question that we did pass. Okay, okay, fine, at least we're able to run those test cases and see the output. And we have some warnings like, this is deprecated, so please change it. This we will change this later point. Okay, they are rapidly developing and moving a lot of code changes, to the other locations, so maybe that will have to take care. We will use that. Okay, so but at least whatever I wanted to showcase of way of getting the output, it's working fine. Okay, let's keep it this way for now. Later we'll see how to upgrade our packages. Okay, fine, so that's how we test. And the thing we missed was this config module import. Okay, fine, now next what you'll do is, I'm just going to add the same the custom exceptions for this too, like we did for the other services. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here the new folder, let's say the exceptions. Okay, so I'm just going to create here the exceptions, and let's name this file name also the exceptions.ts. So now we'll have simple two exceptions here. I'm just going to have this LLM not available error exception. Okay, so here let's extend this error. Okay, and here the constructor, I'm just going to have this model empty string. Okay, and here let's pass in this message as model is not available. Okay, so here, okay, then for the prompt template format error, so for that also I will have this custom exception. Okay, so prompt template format error. Okay, so I'm just going to extend this error. Okay, and here the constructor. Okay, and I'm just the message that will pass in this is the prompt template could not be formatted. Okay, with the provided chain values. So I'm just going to, yep, so these are the two custom exceptions. So we'll make use of this inside our service. Okay, so if I go to this, and I'm just going to change this now. So basically first let's change this in our test files. That is here rejects dot throw. I'm just going to here pass in this LLM not available error. Okay, and also we will try to add the one more test case to see if we pass the wrong variable names, we'll have to throw this prompt template format error. Okay, so for that I'm just going to take this and use this here. Basically we'll change this name to should throw if the chain values do not match the input variables. Okay, of the prompt template. Okay, so I'm just going to make it more meaningful. Okay, fine, and here, okay, this question and all it's going to remain same. Only thing is I'm just going to pass in here the wrong value variable. So here I'm just, let's say, some, okay, and we expect this to I mean to rejects, and it is going to throw this prompt template, I mean prompt template format error. Okay, so this is the this is how we had the custom exception errors. Okay, so that's the simple change in this. Okay, now in our LLM service file, so we'll try to add the function which is going to check the input. So since we added if we pass the variables which we is not defined in this template, then we are going to receive an error, right? So for that I'm just going to have one function which is going to handle that. So let's name this as check inputs. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in here model which is a string, and then the prompt template. So here this is going to be prompt templates array, and here the chain values, okay, as the input param. Okay, so I'm just going to have this chain values. So here now if this model is not available, okay, so basically this the model that we are receiving is not available, I'm just going to throw this LLM not available error, okay, with this model as the input. Okay, fine. And if that is not the case, let's handle inside this try catch block, that is let's iterate through this prompt templates. Okay, so I'm just going to iterate through this prompt templates. Okay, so here let's try to format this chain values. Okay, and here if any exception, so in the catch block I'm just going to throw this prompt template format error. Okay, so here prompt template format error. Okay, so this is how we handle the checking of the inputs for not available model, at the same time for the template format error. Okay, and this will try to fit in, and also in the split document, we'll not outcode this, we'll have this as a values being passed from the function. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this chunk size. So here let's have this default values. Okay, and then the chunk overlap. Okay, so here this also I'm just going to set the values to be 200, and I'm just going to pass in this values. Okay, fine, and that's the just change. We just moved up the parameters to being passed from the function, not just hard coding the values. Okay, and now here in this model in this function, now generating a refine output, so we will call this check inputs. Okay, so basically we will completely remove this. Okay, and call this function which we have just defined below, and here we'll just have to pass in this module and also the prompts. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this initial prompt, and also the refine prompt template, and then the chain values. Okay, so this is going to take care of that. Okay, so that is the change. Okay, and also same here in this generate output. Okay, I'm just going to remove this, and I will just call this check inputs, and then pass in this model, and then the prompt template, and then the chain values. Okay, so this is how we do handle the checks and throw the appropriate errors if it's meeting any of that errors. Okay, so that's the change, and that's how we do filter, and that's how we try to refactor and keep the code as clean as possible. Okay, fine, and now we just added custom exceptions and handled that. Okay, so next what we will try to do is so since we did add this additional functions and all, we'll try to add more test cases for that, and try to check that out. Okay, so let's first try to add more exceptions again to write more test cases, and then proceed with the test cases. So let's first I'm going to add the additional exceptions errors. Okay, so now we will try to write the exceptions for our one more method, which is the refine output method. So for that we will have the custom error for that too. So I'm just going to name this as refine prompts or input variables error. Okay, so here input variables error. Okay, so we are just going to extend this error. Okay, and in constructor I'm just going to pass in this prompt template, which is going to be of type string, and then the missing input variables, which is again going to be of type string. Okay, so here I'm just going to display these values. Okay, so basically here the prompt template is missing mandatory input variable. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to pass in this missing input variables. Okay, so and one more exception. So this time it's going to be about this reserved chain values error. Okay, so here I'm just going to export this class. So refine reserved chain values error. Okay, so here I'm just going to extend this error. Okay, and in constructor we would be receiving the value which is of type string, and we'll just pass on this in the message. Okay, so I'm just going to say that reserved chain value cannot be used as an input variables. Okay, okay, so this is the exception for reserved value. Okay, so now we have this. So now let's try to write the test cases for this inside this. Okay, so what we will do here right after this, let me minimize this. So right after this, let's have this test cases written for this generate refine output function. Okay, so here I'm just going to define this, and here we'll have the test cases for that. So first we will write the straightforward test case, which is to generate the correct output from a chunked document. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass the, let's name this test as like should generate the correct output from a let's say a chunk document. Okay, fine, and let's make this as asynchronous, and inside this let's have this model. So here we'll use this GPT 3.5 turbo model. Okay, and here the text, I'm just going to have the text as like this is the first sentence of the testing text. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to have this say something like this is the second sentence of the texting text. Okay, and I'm just going to say it contains the tagged value to output let's say LLM organizer. Okay, so I'm just going to yeah, fine. And okay, this is the text. Okay, now this is the let's have this documents. Okay, so documents, I'm just going to call this service dot split. So if you just see the service LLM service, I'm just going to call this split document and pass in this text along with this chunk size and overlap value. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, it's a private. Okay, fine, I'm just going to change this. Okay, let's do one thing, let's remove this private for now. Okay, so yeah, so we'll get the documents from this. Okay, so once I get these documents, and I'm just going to first prepare this initial template. So let's say this as initial prompt template. Okay, so here we are just going to prepare this prompt template. So I'm just going to pass in here the template as given the following text. Okay, so I'm just going to say it as please write the value to output. Okay, and here let's say let's provide this context. Okay, and here I'm just going to fine, and after this the output. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. So this is the template. Okay, and we will just pass in this input variables. Okay, so here input variables is going to be this context. Okay, and same way we are going to prepare this refined prompt template. Okay, so here let me have this refine prompt template. Okay, so here I'm just going to have here the template as let's say this given the following text. Okay, so I'm just going to say like please only write the tagged value to output. Okay, and here let's provide here some you have like provided an existing output. So here I'm just going to pass in this existing answer. Okay, and let's say this we have the opportunity. So I'm just this is the template we can prepare specific to our needs. Okay, we have the opportunity to refine this should refine the original output to give a better answer. Okay, and finally if the context isn't useful, return the existing output. Okay, and finally we'll provide the input variables here. So input variables, it's going to be the existing answer and then the context. Okay, so we have this refined template also. So after this let's get this output. Okay, into this output variable by calling this get refine output. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this model, then the initial prompt template, and then refine prompt templates, and then the input documents, which I have not added. So I will just add this. Okay, we'll have to change the definition of the existing functions we have. We will change this once I complete this test case. Okay, so here expect this the output to be defined now. Okay, so I'm just going to add this to be defined. Okay, and then expect this output of output text. Okay, so basically this output text to contain this LLM organizer. Okay, fine. So this is the test case. Now we'll try to change the definition completely here. So the thing is, I'm going to completely remove this check imports and rename this to more meaningful things. So let's first not have this synchronous, and also I'm just going to rename this to, like, throw error if the input variable is missing. Okay, so that it's basically will check for the missing variable in this function. Okay, and here the params, it's going to completely change. First is the template name, so which is going to be a string, and then the variable name that we wanted to check, okay, which is string, and then the input variables, which is going to be the string array. And here I'm just going to completely remove this, and here now let's check if this input variables doesn't includes this variable name, then I'm just going to throw this new exception which we have created, that is the refine prompt input variables error, and I'm just going to pass in this template name along with this variable name. Okay, so this is the function, and now we'll try to use this here in this generate refine output. Okay, so here let's completely remove this. Okay, here first thing we will have this before thing whatever we had. So if available models is not containing this model that we are receiving as the input, so we'll just throw this error saying that LLM not available error with the model name. Okay, so fine. And after this, if this, and also here I'm just going to add in here the additional type. Okay, so this is going to be this input document, so this is going to be document array, so this will import it from the LangChain. Okay, so LangChain okay, fine. And now here this document array, now here if this chain values of this context or this chain values of this existing answer, then I'm just going to throw this error saying that reserved chain values error. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. Okay, and pass in this context or existing answer. Okay, fine. And now let's make use of the function which you have just created, that is this dot throw error if variable is missing. First we will check in this initial prompt template, so I'm just going to give it the name of the template. Okay, and then the variable, so here we'll check for the variable context, and I'm just going to provide this input variables from this template. Okay, and next we'll check the same for the refined prompt template. Okay, so I'm just going to check for this template, and now for the variable of the context in this template, let's provide this input variables as the list of the input variables. And in the refine template itself, now I'm going to check for the existing answer. Okay, so let me provide this prompt template. Okay, so here existing answer, and now this is going to be the input variables list. Okay, fine. And here let's remove this verbose because we see a lot of verbose getting printed on the console. Okay, and this is going to be the change in this refine output function. Okay, same thing, we'll have to make changes in this above function thing. Okay, which is this here, the check inputs, will have to remove this. So let me remove this, and also let me copy this, same. I'm just going to throw this error if there is no model. Okay, and here in this try catch block, let's format this chain values. Okay, if there is any issue, I'm just going to throw this error saying that there is a template format issue. Okay, so here let's format error. Okay, fine. So, and also here also let's remove this verbose, too much of text in the console. Okay, fine. So this is the change in this the services. Okay, now here we have written this test case. Let's try to test this. Okay, so I'm just going to run this test. Okay, hopefully we should see that it's running this test file. We should see it's getting passed. Let's see. Okay, there is an issue. Okay, I see it did fail. It failed. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, it is timed out. Okay, let's do one thing for this. Here let's do one thing. I mean this, I'm just going to provide here, let's say timeout. For now I just give this value. I just added some more timeout for this test case. Let's see. Okay, hopefully it should pass at least now. Okay, if you just see, it did still fail. What is the issue now? Okay, okay, I think it did work out. The issue is with this model that we did provide the rate limit as reached on the API that I have provided. So let's wait in some time and test it out. Hopefully this is how we pass the test cases, and now if I just increase the timeout for this test case, it should bypass the default timings and pass this test case. Okay, so this is how we'll be writing the test cases and we'll be able to pass it. Okay, for now. Okay, this was the first test case. Okay, let's continue writing more test cases for this. So we have just written to check the straightforward case. Okay, where we expect now we'll have the same for the model is not available, so like this test cases. Okay, so I'm just going to have the same kind of test cases for this. So it should throw if the model given is not available. Okay, and here now instead of this generate output, we are supposed to call this refine output, and here I'm just going to pass in this both the prompt template. Okay, and also here it's going to change to input documents. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide this empty array, and yeah, the rest of the thing it's going to remain same. So this is just to check if the model given is not available. Okay, we expect this to be thrown. Okay, and the same thing now for the reserved thing. So I'm just going to copy this. So right after this, let's minimize this. So basically I'm just going to have this test, let's say let's add a few more test cases for this. I'm going to explain what each test case is going to serve. So first let's focus on this. So we will try to define the definition for this. First, this it should throw if there are reserved input variables in chain values. Okay, so reserved input variables in chain values, and we'll make changes accordingly here, the logic. Okay, so here I'm just going to keep the same the prompt template. Okay, and now here we will change this to refine output. Okay, and we will just pass in this prompt template, and also here as well I'm just going to pass in prompt templates, and now instead of this we'll have to pass in this input documents. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this context. Okay, and here the context I'm just going to pass the value as not allowed. Okay, so that's the the change. Okay, now we expect this to throw this. I'm just going to have this so here we expect this to throw reserved chain value context or existing answer cannot be used as an input variable. Okay, so this is the one test case. Okay, fine. So after this test case we will try to check. I'm just going to define this definition so you'll understand better. So it should throw if the initial prompt, template does not have the context input variable. Okay, so here input variable. Okay, and here now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pass in this prompt template, and now in place of this I'm just going to provide this input so I'll just have to change this refine output. So here it's going to be input documents. I'm just going to pass in this empty array, and here we will be expecting this initial prompt template is missing mandatory input variable. Okay, so here I'm just going to mention this. Okay, so this is what we'll be expecting to throw from this test case. Okay, fine. And now this test case I'm just going to change the definition. So it should throw if the refine prompt template does not have the context variable. So I can do one thing. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so I'm just going to change this refine. Okay, and now in this we have this thing. So I'm just going to duplicate this. Okay, and make the changes. So I'm just going to name this to initial prompt template. Okay, and here I'll just provide now the context. Okay, and here the variable context, and now this is going to be refine prompt template where we don't have this context. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this respective values, initial prompt template, and here this refine prompt template. Okay, and now we expect this refine prompt template is missing mandatory input variable context. Okay, so this is for a refine prompt template. And finally we will check the same for the another variable. So here I'm just going to have this. Let's delete this. Okay, fine. And here if the refine template does not have this existing answer input variable. Okay, so now both the things I'm just going to change here the variable name to context, and here I'll change this to context. Okay, and we are passing this, and the thing that we expect is this, instead of this context, the existing answer. Okay, fine. So these are the test cases for our function generate refine output. Okay, fine. Now if I just run, at least let's see, it should pass. Okay, so the LLM service is running. At least we shouldn't see the limit is exceeded for our model now, because it's past more than 20 seconds. Okay, we see second. Okay, we see this test case is being failed. Generate output, generate refine output. Okay, we are seeing all the test cases being failed in this. Okay, okay, I'll just check this, but this is how we try to write the test cases. So okay, so these are the test cases for our refined output. Okay, function. Later on what we will do is we'll try to focus on the new service. So basically now we'll try to write the controller for our JSON. So we will try to write the service and controller for JSON, and see how can we prepare the schema for this service. Okay, let's get started with that. Regarding these test cases, we will have a look on this. Okay, I see there might be a minor issue, but I'll just have a look at this. So now let's add the JSON controller and services. Okay, so that I'll just navigate to that folder. Okay, as of now we just have prompts here. Okay, so first thing, let's generate this service. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as an JSON, and I want it in this location. Okay, so service, same way we will generate this controller. Okay, so fine, and yeah, we have this controller and the service. Okay, and I'm just going to create here DTO for this JSON controller. Okay, so I'm just going to create this inside this DTO folder. Let's name this file as an JSON extract request. Okay, so I'm just going to name this file as JSON extract request dot dto.ts. okay, fine. And here let's have this enum for our model. So I'm just going to add in here, so let me just minimize this. Okay, let me so this one, the GPT 3.5. okay, so I'm just going to have this turbo. So let's add this value, so GPT 3.5 turbo. okay, and here GPT 4 model. okay, then I'm just going to add in here GPT-4 model. So this is simple enum model. okay, so let's now create the class for our DTO request. okay, so JSON extract request DTO. okay, so here first thing we'll have the text, basically to text to extract the structured data from. okay, so here I'm just going to have this string. okay, and then the model, so basically model that we'll be using for data extraction. So this is going to be of type model, the above enum which we just created, and then the schema, so basically the JSON schema to use as a model for data extraction. okay, so here I'm just going to have this JSON schema, so this is going to be a string, and then the refine, so basically whether to use a refine multi-step extraction or not. okay, so I'm just going to add, and let's make this as optional, and this is going to be boolean. okay, so let's add this API open API annotations as well for this. okay, so I'm just going to add in here this API property. okay, so and give some description. okay, so like I said, this text is like text to extract structured data from. okay, fine. And now for the model, so I'm just going to add the same API property. So this is going to be enum. okay, and I'm just going to add this model enum, and here the description. So this I'm just going to say something like model available for data extraction. okay, and this is the JSON schema. So here let's just say description as JSON schema. okay, to use as model for data extraction. okay, and then the refine. okay, so and also here we'll mention this as the is JSON. okay, from the class validator, and here I'm just going to have this API property optional. okay, so same I'm just going to give the description. okay, so let's say this as whether to use refine multi-step extraction or not. okay, fine. So and also default, let's have this default value set to false. So this is the simple DTO for JSON extract request. okay, so now we have this. What we will do is let's go to this controller. So basically here the controller, I'm just going to add this annotations like we did for the other controllers. okay, so here I'm just going to add in this API key. okay, and then the API tags. okay, so let me add this API tags. So I'm just going to add this organized data. okay, and the controller, so let me add this path. okay, so I'm just going to add this path and the version. So here let's have this version 1. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. Fine. And here let's inside this let's inject our the service. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this JSON service. So let's inject this inside this controller. Okay, fine. And here we'll have this one endpoint. Okay, so let's leave for now. We'll add endpoints in this controller. Okay, now just going to this JSON service. Okay, so here we need this LLM service. Okay, so I'm just going to inject this. Okay, so let's add this LLM service. Okay, fine. Okay, so that's how we inject. And now going to this structure, I mean this organized data module. So we'll have to add this controller. So basically here, so if I just mention this JSON controller, and also here we have to provide this JSON service as well. Okay, so these are the just slight changes that we did. This is how we had a new controller and a new service whenever we wanted. So now what we will do, we will try to add the zero shot extraction endpoint. Okay, so I'm just going to add that endpoint in this JSON controller. Before even that, we will try to add those service functions in this JSON service. So let's add those. First is I will add two functions here, one to extract with the schema and another to extract with the schema, and I also have this refine additional multi-step. Okay, so let's first add this extract with schema method. Here let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and I'm just going to name this as extract with schema. Okay, and here the input that will be passing for this function is the text. Okay, and then the model, which is for now I'm just going to keep this as a schema, and then the string, and then the schema. Okay, fine. And here let's get the output by making use of this LLM service which we have written. So here I'm just going to call this generate output by passing in this model, and we'll have to provide this JSON zero shot schema extraction, and I'm just going to provide here the context value, which is going to be the text, and also here the JSON schema. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the schema. Fine. So once we get that output, okay, let's try to handle in this try catch block. I'm going to get this JSON. So this is going to be of type object. So let's try to parse this JSON. Okay, so that is output dot text. Okay, and I'm just going to return this JSON. Okay, so if something went wrong, we'll try to handle in this catch block. Okay, so I'm just going to throw here the error saying that invalid JSON output error, which I'm just going to create that exception. Okay, so and also here in the prompts thing we'll have to change the name. So basically here if I just go to this, okay, here from input string to we just have to change this to context. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this to context. Okay, fine. And also let's add this exceptions. Okay, so in this JSON folder I'm just going to create here the exceptions. Let's add this new file for exceptions like we did for the others controller. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to create here class. I'm just going to name this as invalid JSON output error. Okay, so and here let's extend this error, and now this constructor and the thing that will be displaying the message is the input the output is not valid JSON. Okay, so that will use this here. So I'm just going to use this here, invalid JSON output error. Okay, fine. So this is going to be the extract with the schema. Okay, same way we will have here one more function called extract with schema and refine. So for this we'll have to have the what do you say, I mean this prompts. Okay, like we had for zero shot schema extraction template, same way we should have the template for refine template also. So I'm just going to create in here like we did for the above thing. So let's just name this as JSON zero short no schema extraction refine template. Okay, so let me have this. So I'm just going to copy this completely and add additional things here. Okay, so let's, so the thing we will add in here is after this. Okay, uh, I'm going to add this as you have provided an existing output. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide this existing answer. Okay, so basically we have this inside this okay, so let me complete this. Okay, and here after this I'm just going to say that we have the opportunity to refine the existing output only if needed. Okay, with some more context below. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide the context. Okay, so here after this let me provide here the context. Okay, so this is the context and I'm just going to append this context. Okay, and then let's close this. Okay, and after which I'm just going to add here so given the new context, refine this original output to give a better answer. Okay, and I'm just going to mention that if the context isn't useful, I'm just going to say that you just return the existing output. Okay, fine, and later on I'm just going to have this same thing and also this, and here let's again add something like do not add any fields that are not in the schema. Okay, and here I'm just going to say this all output must be in JSON format. Okay, and follow the schema specified below. We are just prompting to give us the accurate JSON response that we want. Okay, and here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so fine, so this is going to be our new template. Okay, so I'm just going to export the same thing so that we can use that in our service file. So here I'm just going to have zero short schema extraction refine. Okay, so I'm just going to have this, create this new prompt template. Okay, and pass in this input variable. So here input variables, it's going to be the JSON schema, then the context, followed by this existing answer. okay, and then the template. So template is the above one which we have defined. So now we have this template ready. So now we can just complete this function as well. So here let's create the function. So let's make this also the asynchronous, and I'm just going to name this as extract with schema and refine. Okay, so here the text I'm just going to have which is the string. So same like with the definition is going to remain the same like the above function. Okay, except that the template that we'll be using will be different. Okay, so here first let's get the documents. Okay, so I'm just going to use this LLM service, and I'm just going to use this split document and you by passing in the text. Okay, so after which I'll just get the output by calling this generate refine output. Okay, so here let's call this, and I'm just going to pass in this model. Okay, and JSON short schema extraction, and here now it's going to be the JSON zero short schema extraction refine. Okay, and then the variables I'm just going to input documents. Okay, let's pass in this documents. Okay, and then the JSON schema I'm just going to pass in this schema that we receive as the input for this function. Okay, so now we have, so let's do the same thing in the try catch block. So we'll try to get the JSON output, so which is the output, and try to parse from the output dot text. Okay, so output dot output text. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to return this JSON. Okay, and if anything went wrong, we'll try to handle this inside this cache block, and we'll just throw this error. Okay, so I'm just going to throw this like invalid JSON output error. Okay, so fine. So now the services that we want is ready. Now we'll make use of this service inside the controller, and we'll try to expose this as one endpoint. Okay, so now going here, we already injected here, so let's write a new uh, endpoint which we can try to test it. Okay, let's add this endpoint. Let's create here the new endpoint. So let's this is going to be a post endpoint, and I'm just going to name this as schema. Okay, fine, and let's make this as asynchronous, and I'm just going to name this as extract schema, and body it's going to be this DTO which we have created. This I'm just going to name this let's say request. Okay, this is going to be this JSON extract request DTO. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this destructure these values text model JSON schema, and then refine from our request. So once we have that, I'm just going to store the extraction method in one variable. So here let's store this extraction method. So this is going to define on this refine value. So if it is true, then this is going to be extract with schema and refine. Okay, so if not, it's going to be extract with schema. Okay, fine, and now let's try to handle the logic in the try and catch block. So here let's try to get the JSON by calling this JSON service dot depending on this extraction method. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this not text, the model, and then the JSON schema. Okay, which are the input params for those functions, and finally I will just return the JSON from this. Okay, fine, and if there is any exceptions, we'll try to handle this in the cache block. Okay, so here if this instance is of invalid JSON output error, I'm just going to throw this error saying that this is unprocessable entity exception with the message whatever we have in this e dot message. Okay, else I'm just going to say this is the internal server error. Okay, so let's say this internal server exception. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this message. Fine, so this is the endpoint. Okay, and also here in this request DTO, let's make this as not empty. So I'm just going to annotate this with our class validator. So is not empty, and also this JSON schema, I'm going to make sure that this is not empty object. Okay, so I'm just going to annotate this. Okay, fine, so this is the simple schema. So now if you check this output, we should see the so if I just refresh this, okay, I think the services is down. Let me start this. Okay, and there is an issue. Okay, okay, there is an issue with configuration again. Let me check. So once I check this, we should be able to see the this endpoint. Let me have a look at this. So the issue here, if you see, there is an issue in this app module. Okay, so if I just go to this app module, here we forgot to inject this config service. Okay, so that's why we see this issue. Okay, and now the error is gone. And also in this LLM service, this is the open AI API key, not just open. So here if you just see our configuration, okay, so that is the change. Okay, so now let's go and see the output. Okay, so yeah, you see there is this JSON schema. So I'm just going to try this out. Okay, so let's just say this text as something like I'm just going to say this is a sample text. Okay, and here let's provide some this JSON schema, title and description. Okay, and let me try to check this out. Okay, it's unauthorized, so I'm just going to provide some key. Okay, and let me just check it out. Okay, JSON schema must be non-empty object. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to here, let's go to this DTO and let me comment this for now. Okay, so here I'm just going to comment this and let's have a check now. So I'm just going to try it out. So hopefully we should see some output. Yeah, you see the response body is in JSON schema the way we want it. So title it as given this is simple text, and description is empty. So this is what we wanted. So the this is how we wanted, and it's working the way we want. Okay, so now let's go back and now try to add some OpenAPI annotations for this endpoint. Okay, now let's try to add some OpenAPI annotation so that it will be a good documentation for us. Okay, so for this it's going to be standard. So whatever we had for other controllers, I'm just going to take from there. So we have in here this LLM we have this controller. So let me take this parsers. Okay, so here if I just go here, let me take this three things. Okay, so now let's go to this. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this let me import this same thing. I'm just going to import this and here as well, and this is key not okay, so fine, and this is going to be I'm just going to change here the request body is invalid or missing. Okay, and here unprocessable entity, I'm just going to say the output, okay, is not valid JSON. Okay, fine, and the other things also let's take from there. Okay, so if I just go here operation, then the okay response and all, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so let's go to this controller. now for this endpoint. Okay, so let's import this and even this. Okay, we'll change this description and all. Okay, so this I'm just going to change this to return this structured data from this text. Okay, as a JSON using a JSON schema. Okay, fine. And the description, so I'm going to change this completely. Okay, so this endpoint returns organized data. Okay, from the input text as JSON. Okay, and here I'm just going to so I'm just going to say this is it accepts a JSON. Okay, schema as a model for data extraction. Okay, and I'm just going to have this the refine technique can be used for longer text. Okay, so yeah, so this is what the description. Okay, and I'm just going to for now specify this available model. So here for now I'm just going to use this 3.5 turbo. Later on we can add the other models we wanted. Okay, and here now in the API okay response, let's have the DTO for our the response type as well. So here I'm just going to create in here a new file. So let me name this as JSON extract result. Okay, dot DTO dot ts. Okay, so here we are just going to create the new class. Okay, so for the return type of that endpoint, so I'm just going to have this named as an extract result DTO. Okay, fine. And here this is going to return this model name, so which the string. Okay, and then the refine which is a boolean, like did we use the refine or not, and finally the output that we got from the model. So this is going to be string. And now let's add the OpenAPI annotations for this. Okay, so here the API property. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here the description. So let's say this will say model used for no data no extraction. Okay, and now this the refine. So here I'm just going to say the description as if refine. So let's say if refine was used for a multi step extraction or not. Okay, so by default I'm just going to set this to false value. Okay, fine. And finally the output. So for this the description, what I'm just going to specify is I'm just going to say this is the organized data extracted from text as a JSON. Okay, so this is the simple DTO. So now let's go back here, and here I'm just going to use that. Okay, so JSON extract result DTO, and then this description will change this to meeting to this endpoint. Okay, so here I'm just going to say here as the text was successfully organized. Okay, as a JSON. Okay, and I'm just going to say the output is a valid JSON object. Okay, so this is the okay response, and now same will have the documentation for the body input. Okay, so here this type it's going to be this JSON extract request DTO. Okay, and here the description, so let's say this to be a request containing this process as JSON, okay, and the extraction parameters. Okay, so this is the body. Okay, fine. And also I'm just going to specify this HTTP code. By default post it's going to give us the 201, but I want in this case 200, so I'm just going to specify this. Okay, and also here now we'll change this output. Okay, so I'm just going to construct the JSON extract result DTO, and then we'll return that. Okay, so here this response, so this is going to be of type result DTO. Okay, so this, let's just have this model, and here the refine. Okay, so here I'm just going to set here the refine or false. Okay, and then the output. Okay, so here let's stringify this. Okay, so I'm just going to stringify the JSON and then pass this. Okay, fine. And finally we'll return this response. Okay, so that's the change. Okay, that's how we do documentation. So now if I just go back and have a look, okay, so if I just refresh, okay, you should see this, the summary, then the description of it, and then the body, so you see here, and also the description for each status codes that we did provide. So this is going to help us maintain proper code and neat way of developing the endpoints. Okay, so next what we'll do, we'll try to refactor the request DTOs, and then we'll move on to build one more endpoint for one short example. Okay, like we did write for this schema, we'll try to write the same endpoint for for example route. Okay, so let's go back. Here in the request part, I'm just going to change a little bit the classes. Okay, so basically I'm just going to not export this, and also I'm going to keep only the model. Okay, and the text inside this. So this two things I'm just going to move on to the separate class. Okay, so I'm just going to have this new class. Okay, so let's name this as schema request DTO. Okay, and here I'm just going to move these two things, which is the JSON schema and the refine. So let's copy from there and use it here. Okay, and here let me remove this. Now we will try to export this. Okay, so here let's export this as JSON extract schema request DTO. Okay, so I'm just going to extend this intersection type. Okay, and here I'm just going to then attach this both of the things, and which is the schema request DTO. Okay, so fine, and this we will make use of this inside this now. Okay, so here while I'm trying to provide here for the body, I'm just going to change this now. So this is going to be now this JSON extract schema DTO. Okay, and also here this is going to change. Okay, so extract schema request DTO. Okay, and here we have this unused one, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and now inside this testing, we'll have to use this provide this LLM service as well, so for us to write the test cases, which I will eventually write. Okay, so here this LLM service. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. I just simplified this DTOs. Okay, so now let me write the endpoint for the one short example. Okay, so first let's have the request DTO for that. So here inside this file itself, I'm just going to create here the new class. So let me name this as example request DTO. So here let's this will have the example input and example output as the properties in this DTO. Okay, so I'm just going to have this example input, so this is going to be of type string. Okay, example output. Okay, so this is going to be a string as well. And now let's try to annotate with this open API property. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this API property and description. Let's give this simple the example input text. Okay, so fine. And here I'm also annotate with this is not empty from class validator. Okay, and here example output. So here also I'm just going to add this API property and description. Let's just say this example output JSON, and here I'm just going to annotate this with is JSON. Okay, so this is the simple example request DTO, and let's export the class for that. Okay, so here I'm just going to export this JSON extract example request DTO. I'm just going to extend this to intersection type and provide this extract request DTO along with the example request DTO. Okay, so here let's so now the DTO that we want is ready. So now let's write a simple service inside this JSON service, and then let's make use of this inside our controller. Okay, so I'm just going to create here a new method. So let's also make this as asynchronous, and let's name this as extract with example. Okay, so here we will have this text which is of type string as the input param, along with this model like the other thing, and here the example object with the input property which is of type string, and then the output property which is again of type string. Okay, so this is the input params for this function. Okay, here let's get the output by using this LLM service. Okay, here I'm just going to call the generate output, and I'm going to pass in here the model. And here let's try to prepare one shot template for this too inside our prompts. Okay, so let's now I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so and here let me create this let's name this as JSON one shot. Okay, so extraction template. Okay, and here after this let's give example. So here I'm just going to okay, so provide here the example input. Okay, and here let's provide this variable value which is the example input. Okay, and here the example output, and I'm just going to provide this example output JSON. Okay, fine. And let's remove this schema. Okay, so I'm just going to remove, and this input context and output. So this is going to be our template, and I'm just going to export that the same so that we can make use of it in our service. Okay, so I'm just going to say this as one shot extraction. So let's create here a new prompt template. Okay, and now the input variables, it's going to be this example input, then the example output, and then the context. Okay, so fine. And here the template, so I'm just going to attach this one shot extraction template. Okay, fine. So now let's go to this service, and I'm just going to pass in this JSON one shot extraction. Okay, fine. And now here the context, so I'm just going to pass in this context, and then the example input. So this is going to be example dot input, and then the example the output. which is the example dot output. Okay, fine. And now let's handle this inside this try catch block. So same way, so I'm just going to have this JSON object. So let's parse this JSON. Okay, so that is the output dot text. Okay, and I'm just going to return JSON from here. Okay, if there is any exception, so I'm just going to handle here and throw this invalid JSON output error. Okay, so this is the simple example for extracting with example. Now let's make use of this inside our controller. So for controller, I'm just going to copy this completely. Okay, and we'll make changes accordingly for this endpoint. So here let's change this to example. So okay, and here I'm just going to change this to example. Okay, and also now this is going to be the body. It's going to be JSON extract example request DTO. Okay, and here we are going to destructure this example input and then the example output. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this completely. And now here this we will call this. So let me remove this with the extract with example. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this text model along with this object. So here this input, which is going to be the example input, and then the output here the example output. Okay, fine. So once we get that, I'm just going to get this extract result DTO, and here refine. I'm just going to attach the false value and then stringify this and return this, and this is going to remain the same. Okay, so now here I'm just going to change this. Okay, so DTO, it's going to be now this example request DTO. Okay, and here request body containing test process JSON and extraction panel. This let's leave it as it is. Okay, and here I'm just going to leave as it is, and now in this API operation I'm just going to change this, using an example of input and output. Okay, so output. Okay, fine. And then description, I'm just going to say this endpoint returns organized data from input text. Okay, and let's change this. Okay, I'm just going to change this. Okay, so it accepts a fully featured. Okay, so let's say fully featured example with a given input text. Okay, and the desired output. Okay, so JSON. Okay, so which will be used for data extraction. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to provide one more description. So here if the chunking. Okay, so if chunking is needed, the zero short variant. Okay, so here I'm just zero short variant with the schema is better suited. Okay, I'm just going to specify here for the task. Fine. Okay, so that's the change. Okay, and rest of the thing is going to remain same. Okay, so this is the endpoint, and now if you just see, we should have this endpoint ready. So if I just minimize this, okay, and let me refresh this. Okay, so this is the endpoint for example. So it's going to be same as this, but this is the one short example. That means you can provide this example input and an example output, and accordingly the text will be taken and written in the JSON format that you have provided in this context. Okay, so there's not much to test here, and also you see the documentation and all, it's pretty good. So now we'll try to add some test cases for our controller and service. So let's go back and add test cases for our this JSON controller and JSON service. Okay, so I'll first add test cases for this service. So let's add some test cases here. So here first we will get the LLM service. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this LLM service. So let me have this. Okay, and I'm just going to initialize this with this module dot get. I'm just going to get this LLM service. Okay, fine. And also here let's import this config module. Okay, so I'm just going to have this variables. Okay, fine. And now let's try to write the test cases for each method. Okay, so first is the let's first for the method of this extract with the schema. Okay, so I'm just going to write for this method. Okay, so here let's first have this scenario where it should return JSON object. Okay, so I'm just going to name this in the same way, should return JSON object, and let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here first let's prepare this input params, the text. Okay, so I'm just going to say simple this is the text. Okay, and model, so let's provide here GPT 3.5 turbo or model. Okay, and next the schema, so I'm just going to have here the simple schema. So let's say here I'm just going to have in here the same thing which we just used it. Okay, so title and then the description. So this is again going to be of type string. Okay, fine. So this is the schema, and now let's get the JSON. So I'm just going to use this service extract with schema by providing in this text model and then the schema as the input. Okay, so once we get the JSON, I'm just going to pass this to expect. So here JSON to be defined first. Okay, so fine. So after that I'm just going to expect this JSON to be to have the property so let's say if we see that the property title, so I'm just going to have this title property, and the same thing I'm just going to copy this to have the title I mean to have the property description. Okay, so here let's change this to description. Okay, so this is one test case here. Okay, so let's copy the same and try to add one more test case for this function. So here now for throwing, so I'm just going to have this name should throw an error if the output is not a valid JSON. Okay, so here I'm just going to call this just dot spy on, and here let's pass in this LLM service, and here generate output. Okay, and I'm just going to mock this resolved value. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this text this value. Okay, so basically let me copy this. Okay, so here I'm not going to have this. Okay, so this is going to be text. Okay, and now okay, so here I'm just going to completely remove this. Okay, and I'm just going to expect this service dot extract with the schema, okay, passing in this text, okay, model, and then the schema. Okay, so here I'm just going to expect this regex to throw this invalid JSON output error. Okay, so this is the one more test case for this extract with schema function. So let's do the same thing for the one more function we have written. So I'm just going to copy this and let me change this to example. Okay, and here should return JSON object. Okay, and now this is going to be same, but we'll have to prepare this example object. Okay, so input, I'm just going to say here it as, you know, this is a text. Okay, and then output, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so let's have this here. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to output. Okay, so that is going to be the output, and let's remove this completely, and I'm just going to pass in here the example in place of the schema, and here now it's going to be with example. Okay, and this is going to be the same. Okay, fine, and then this should throw an error if a output is not a valid JSON. So same thing, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so let me replace this, and now here this also I'm just going to have the same, and here now in place of with schema, I'm just going to have this example and pass in this example thing, and expect this invalid JSON output error. Okay, so these are the simple JSON service test cases. Okay, so same way we will try to write test cases for controller. Okay, so let's write the test cases for this controller also. Let's quickly try to write the test cases for this controller as well. Okay, so here in this controller also we would need the JSON service. Okay, so I would just import this. Okay, so let me get this JSON service, and here in the imports. Okay, so I'm just going to get this config module variables. Okay, so here, and also in the providers, I'm just going to add this JSON service along with this LLM service. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to initialize this service variable. Okay, so here let's just get this JSON service. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this service. Okay, fine, so now whatever we need, it's initialized. So let's try to write the scenarios for this. So first let's write in a sheet. It should return the DTO, that valid DTO, so that is JSON extract result DTO. Okay, from a correct data organizing request. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this as asynchronous, and fine. So first let's have this the same thing, the text, and so I'm just going to, let's do one thing, let's copy from here the text and those schema. So I'm just going to take from here. Okay, so let's use the same here. I'm just going to have this text model schema. Okay, and let's get the JSON. So we will call this controller dot extract schema by passing in this text model along with this JSON schema. Okay, so here the schema, so I'm just going to provide this. Okay, and fine, and what is the issue here? Okay, sorry, it is okay, fine. And here so let's make this to be, so I'm just going to, we have this enum. Okay, so if I just go here, I'm just going to export this. Okay, and I'm just going to use this, so let's import this. Okay, fine. So now, yeah, the error is gone. And now I'm just going to expect this JSON to be defined. Okay, so let me, yep. And then this like next I just expect this JSON to match the object. Okay, so I'm just going to provide this model and then the refine. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide this expect of any to be a boolean. Okay, and then the finally the output. Okay, so here output, so this I'm just going to have this to be of type string. Okay, fine. And finally we will have this, I'm just going to parse this. Okay, so here let's parse this JSON dot output. Okay, and I'm just going to have this not to throw any error. Okay, so this is a simple and straightforward test case should return valid extract result ETO. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to copy this and let's write one more scenario for this. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this. Okay, should throw a what let's say unprocessable entity exception. Okay, so exception if the output. Okay, so here let me change this. Okay, if the output is not a valid JSON. Okay, so here let's have the same this text model and schema. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this just dot spy on. Okay, and pass in this service along with this extract with the schema. Okay, and I'm just going to mock this implementation. Okay, and here let's have this asynchronous call, and I'm just going to throw this invalid JSON output error. Okay, fine. And finally I'm just going to remove this completely. Let's remove this, and here let's have this expect. Okay, so here I'm just going to call this extract with schema and pass in this text. Okay, model and then the JSON schema. So I'm just going to pass this and I expect this to rejects. Okay, so I mean here. Okay, so here I'm just going to throw here this unprocessable entity exception. Okay, fine. So these are the two test cases. Now let's try to test. Okay, so I'm just going to test this let's try to run the test cases which we have just written. Okay, so first I'm just going to run this JSON controller tests. Okay, so let's see, and all of the test cases should pass. Okay, so let's wait for it to, okay, fine. Okay, we see one test case being failed. Okay, that is should return JSON extract this one, and okay, this should be output. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, let's try to run again. Yeah, you see now the all test cases in this JSON controller is passing, and let's do the same in this service. Okay, so I'm just going to run in the service as well. So these are the test cases that we did right, and here also we should, yeah, so all test cases are passed. Okay, fine. So this is how we write the test cases and test if each functionality in our logic is working fine or not. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to create a new endpoint for analysis endpoint. Okay, so same way for that also, let's first add the DTOs. Okay, so I'm just going to create the new DTO for request and response like we did for the other endpoints. Okay, so let me create here a new file. I'm just going to name this as JSON analyze request DTO. Okay, so request.dto.ts, and here I'm just going to create here this JSON analyze request DTO. Okay, fine. So this is a simple class, so this will have the model, and here let's create one enum for that. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this as analysis model. Okay, so let's have the same 3.5 turbo. Okay, so we can have here, it's better if we have this GPT-4. Okay, but for now I'm just using this for testing. Okay, so here this is going to be analysis model, and then the original text. Okay, original text from which the JSON was generated. Okay, so I'm just going to have that as one property. So this is going to be of type string, and then the JSON output. Okay, so here I'm just going to have here JSON output, which is going to be string, and finally the JSON schema which was used as a model for data extraction. Okay, so here this is going to be string. Now let's add the OpenAPI annotations. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this API property, and here it's going to be enum, which is going to be this analysis model, and then the description. So I'm just going to say this as something like model available for analysis of the generated JSON. Okay, fine. And now here the original text. So for this, let's just add in the description as original text which the JSON was generated. Okay, yeah, from which. Okay, fine. So this is the original text, and then the JSON output. So here I'm just going to add in here the just simple text JSON output from the data extraction. Okay, so that's the description, and finally for our schema, so I'm just going to have in here the description as JSON schema used as a model for data extraction. Okay, fine. So this is the simple analysis request DTO. Okay, so same way we'll have the DTO for result as well. So I'm just going to create the same JSON analyze result. Okay, so here let's have the same DTO for this. I'm just going to have in here this name as analyze result DTO. Okay, so let's name this as same, and this will have the model and also the analysis of the generated JSON. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here the type as a string. Now let's add the annotations. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this API property. Okay, fine. So here the description is going to be straightforward, that is the model used for the analysis. Okay, and here this API property, the description I'm just going to have in here as analysis of the generated JSON. Okay, fine. So this is going to be TTO. Now we'll have to first write service. Okay, so in the JSON service, even for this we need a prompt. Okay, so let's create the prompt for this like we did for the other things. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and try to make tweaks accordingly for this analysis prompt. Okay, so here let's change this to analysis template. Analysis template, and here we'll have to change this completely. Okay, so this I'm just going to remove this completely, and here let's say, like, given the original unstructured text. Okay, the JSON schema. Okay, and the generated JSON output. I'm just going to give some instructions here: analyze and identify any discrepancies. Okay, any discrepancies. Okay, so I'm just going to errors or inconsistencies. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to provide more instructions. So I'm just going to say, specifically pinpoint the parts in the original text. Okay, so that may have led to incorrect output in the generated JSON. Okay, so here I'm just going to be as specific as possible, and I'm just going to ask, like, please provide a list of fields in the generated JSON. Okay, that need to be corrected, and the corresponding suggestions. Okay, to for, let's say, for corrections. Okay, and finally I'm just going to add this line of instruction: if you think the generated JSON is correct, okay, then I'm just going to add in here, please do not provide any suggestions. Okay, so here that is the instructions, and then after this we'll have the JSON schema. So I'm just going to copy from here. Let's use this JSON schema. So here, fine. And after this we will change this to original text. Okay, so here I'm just going to have your original text, and then this variable value also it's going to change. So this is going to be the original text, and next I'm just going to have here the generated JSON output. So here let me have this generated JSON output, and this also will pass in variables. So here I'm just going to name this as a JSON output. Okay, and yeah, and finally I mean, here let's remove this extra. Okay, fine. And finally I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and here let's make some changes to this. So I'm just going to say, like, please output your analysis in the following JSON format. Okay, and here I'm just going to specify this output format. Okay, so in the variable, so let's say this, and this is going to be the end. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and finally I'm just going to have this your analysis. Okay, so this is the template. Okay, and now let's export this. So I'm just going to copy this and rename this. So let's rename this to analysis. Okay, and here the inputs for this is first the JSON schema, then the original text. Okay, so I'm just going to change original text, and then this is going to be the JSON output, and finally the output format. Okay, and here I'll just change this to JSON analysis template. Okay, so now the prompt that we want is ready. So all we have to do is we have to create the function like we did here, so for the service. Okay, so for this I'm just going to create right below here. Okay, let's name this as analyze JSON output. Okay, so I'm just going to have here, and the input params for this is going to be model name, and then the JSON output string, and then the original text, the variables which we just added into our template. Okay, and then the schema. So this is going to be string. Okay, so here inside this first let's have this output format. Okay, so here output format, let's do one thing. I'm just going to define a type for output format. Okay, so basically inside this let's create here the new folder called type. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to create a new file called types.ts, and for correction I'm just going to have in here the type. Okay, so let's name this as correction. So this is going to be an object with the field which is of type string. Okay, and the issue, again this is going to be string, then the description, this is going to be string, and then the suggestion. Okay, so this is also going to be string, and let's have one more type of basically the analysis. So basically this would be nothing but the list of the above object. Okay, so here I'm just going to have here the correction. So this is going to be a correction array. Okay, so now we can just use that here. Okay, so basically what I mean is this would be now the type of this analysis. Okay, fine, and this is going to be the now here the correction. So now in this first one field I'm just going to specify here the field in the generated JSON that needs to be corrected. Okay, fine, so I'm just going to have this, and then the issue. So here we'll specify here the issue you identify. Okay, after this then the description. So here I'm just going to be specific about your description of the issue. Okay, then I'm just going to provide here, give your reasoning. I'm just going to elaborate here for why it is an issue. Okay, and then finally the suggestion. Okay, so here I'm just going to say here the your suggestion. Okay, for correction. So this is going to be the output format. Okay, so now we have this object ready. So now here I'm just going to get this output by calling this LLM service, the generate output, and here I'm just going to pass in this model, then the JSON analysis. Okay, and then the JSON schema. So it's going to be the schema, and then the original text followed by the JSON output, and this output format. So this I'm just going to stringify this output format. Okay, fine. So okay, so did we import this JSON analysis? Yes. So this is going to be the output. Now after this, what we will do is, we'll try to handle in the try catch block like we did. So, and then we'll just going to return this JSON. Okay, so here I'm just going to parse this output. Okay, so here the output dot text, and let's just return this JSON. Okay, if anything went wrong, we'll try to handle inside this catch block. So we will just to throw this custom exception that we did create, which is the invalid JSON output error. Okay, so now the service that we want is ready. Now the thing left for us is to consume this inside our the controller. Okay, so like we have written the endpoints for other end operation, so we'll just write the endpoint for this analysis. So let me create this endpoint. Let's just do one thing. I'm just going to copy this endpoint, and let's make tweaks accordingly for our use case. Okay, first here the operation, so I'm just going to change this. Okay, so let's change this summary. I'm just going to say this is going to return an analysis, okay, of potential errors. Okay, so from a generated JSON output. Okay, and in the description I'm just going to have to change a lot here. Okay, so here I'm just, let's change here returns an analysis, okay, of a generated JSON output by comparing, I'm just going to say, by comparing it to the original text and its JSON schema. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to say here it accepts the JSON output to analyze the original text and the JSON schema used for the generation, I mean the data extraction. Okay, so I'm just going to mention this. Okay, fine, and this is going to be the summary and description. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this response to, it's going to be JSON analyze result DTO. Okay, and I'm just going to say here the analysis is successfully formatted. So I'm just going to successfully return. Okay, so I'm just, let's be specific. Okay, fine, so this is the response, and the request body, so this is going to be analyze request DTO, and I'm just going to change this request body, containing the JSON schema. So JSON schema, okay, and I'm just going to say here the original text and then the JSON output to analyze. Okay, fine, so this is going to be description, and here the endpoint, let's change this to analysis, and now this is going to be analyze JSON output function name. So let me change this analyze JSON output. Okay, and here the DTO, it's going to be now this JSON analyze request DTO, and let's now destructure the thing, all the parameters that we have inside this, which is the model and the JSON output, then the JSON schema. Okay, and then the original text. Okay, so once we have this, we'll try to call in here this function which we have just written, which is the analyze JSON output, and here I'm just going to remove this completely. Okay, and now let's pass the model. Okay, and then the JSON output, the original text, and then the JSON schema. Okay, fine, so once we have that, okay, so here it's going to be the JSON analyze result DTO. Okay, and it's going to be the model, and then the output. Okay, So this is going to be the analysis. Fine, so we'll just return a response, and this is going to be the same. So now the endpoint for us is ready. Okay, the analysis. Now let's have a look at this. Okay, so here I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, so if I just minimize this, okay, so this is the analysis, and so the summary, description, and then the body, and then the response type. Okay, so it's going to be the same like the other, just the prompt template is changed, and it's going to help us correct. I think the description and whatever I'm writing, it itself conveys the purpose and the usage of this endpoint. So we will test it eventually, and here we'll have to make some changes. So first is I'm just going to do some checking for its types, and also let add the written type as the object, not as a string. So we'll make some changes here. So once we make those changes, we'll try to add the test cases for this endpoint and service as well. So let's do that first. So in the service, let's here I'm just going to no, add the analysis. So basically after this output in the JSON, I'm just going to here it's going to be of type the analysis. Okay, and also here let's have a check for that. So if this is array, okay, so here I'm just going to corrections. Okay, and just will do checkings whether this is the array, and also see if the fields that we want is present or not. Okay, so here we will check every field in this correction object. Okay, so here first let me get this correction object, and here I'm just going to check if the correction dot field is a string, and let's do the same thing for other fields as well. Okay, then the issue, so here the string, and next let's do for the description, which is the string, and also finally the last property for suggestion. Okay, fine. So once this is matching, then I'm just going to return this JSON. Okay, else I'm just going to here throw this the custom error which we have, invalid JSON output error, and finally I'm just going to remove this. Okay, yeah, so this is the change. Okay, this is how we do handle. And also here I'm just going to move this types into this DTOs. Okay, so here result I'm just going to move here, and let's first convert this to classes. Okay, and here I'm just going to add this annotations API property, and for corrections let's add the description as let's say this as list of corrections. Okay, and also I'm just going to annotate this with this should be array from class validator. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to class as well. So here this is going to be a correction. Okay, so first the field, so let's annotate this API property, and I'm just going to give here the brief description. Okay, so this is going to say the field that needs to be corrected. Okay, and after this the issue, so let's have the description for this too. So the issue, it's I'm just going to say this as issue found in the field. Okay, after this for so let me copy this. I'm just going to change the description. Okay, this is for description, and here we are going to specify a description of the issue. Okay, so and also the reason for why it is an issue. Okay, fine. And finally the suggestion. So here I'm just going to change the description text to like suggestion for how to correct the issue. Okay, so these are the changes, the property, and also now this will change from analysis string to analysis. Okay, and I'm just going to completely delete this. So let me delete this, and now here the analysis, here we will import from the DTO file which we have just created. Okay, fine. So that's how we properly arrange. And also in this a controller. Okay, so let's specify the output. Okay, so basically here this is going to be the analysis. Okay, and also here I'm just going to be specific here, this is going to be I mean, so here let me change this. This is going to be this JSON analysis result DTO, and we'll have to remove this. Okay, and also now this is going to be the analysis, and here I'm just going to change this to analysis. Okay, so fine. So those are the changes, and that's the thing I just wanted to add in here. Fine. Now the checks and all, it's going looking fine. So if you just see, we should not see any issue. And if I just refresh, okay, so this analysis is the same. We just improved the types and added more types for return type as well. Fine. So now what we will do, we'll try to add the test cases for this JSON service. So I'm just going to add in here the test cases for the analyze JSON output function, like we did for the above functions. Okay, so here let me add in here this. So this let's name this as this analyze JSON output function. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to write a few test cases. Okay, so it should return an analysis object for us. So and let's make this as asynchronous, and I'm just going to prepare this original text. Okay, here it is going to be, this is a text. Okay, simple example, and then the JSON output. So this will have this title property. So this is going to be, this is the title, and then the description. So here this is going to be like this is a text. Fine. And after this the schema. So I can just take it from here. So I'll just take this from here, the schema. Let's use this same. Okay, and then the model. So here we'll be using this GPT 3.5 turbo model. Okay, and then the analysis. So here let's call this service. I'm just going to call this analyze JSON output, and here let's pass this model, and let's stringify this JSON output. Okay, after that we just have to provide this original text along with this schema. Okay, so this is the analysis output, and then we will just use this analysis first to be defined. Okay, that's what we expect. And after that I'm just going to have this analysis to have this property corrections. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this. Okay, so this is one. So let me minimize this, and let's also minimize this. Okay, so this is one test case, and also here let me specify this time limit for this. So I'm just going to give this milliseconds. Okay, and let's copy this same, and let's add one more test case for this function. This time we'll try to add for error. Okay, so let me change the title of this. Okay, I'm just going to name this as like should throw if the output is not a valid analysis object. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as like this. Okay, and this is going to the original text JSON output. Okay, schema and the model is going to be same, just that I'm just going to add in here just dot spy on this LLM service. Okay, on generate output. Okay, I'm just going to call this mock or resolved value, and here for text I'm just going to provide in this empty object. Okay, fine. And finally here let's call this expect. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this here, so let me use this. Fine, and I'm just going to remove this completely, so let me remove them. And here I'm just going to have this let me remove this. Okay, this rejects and expect this to throw me this invalid JSON output error. Okay, so here let's not have this time. So this is the simple two test cases for this analyze JSON output. So let's try to test this. Okay, so I'm just going to run this test. Okay, so run test. Okay, so this is going to be this JSON dot service dot this file. So I'm just going to hope all test cases should pass in this file. So if this passes, then the test cases and the function that we have written is working as expected. Okay, so you see now this one test suits passed and all the test cases in this are passed. Okay, fine. So now the thing that we wanted to test, the functionality that we have written in this analyze JSON output is working fine. Okay, so next what we'll do, we'll try to improve the time limit for this. I'm just going to change let's say I had so you see it took more than this, so I'm just improving that. Okay, and also in this LLM service also I'm just going to improve, where is it okay, so here I'm just going to search for this let's search for this. Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. Here I did add already. Okay, let that be. Okay, so it's just by default it will have certain limits, so if you wanted to exceed, this is how we mention the time out for each test cases. Okay, this is how we have an option to change the timings. Okay, fine. And also this throttler values we did give inside our app module. I'm just going to tweak that. So if you're inside this, if you just see, I'm just going to change this to 30. Okay, I already explained what does this mean. Okay, so I'm just going to change these values, and now what we will do, I'm just going to refactor a bit. Let's add some better 422 codes, and also let's remove that checking PDF magic number. Okay, so first let's go to the exceptions in this PDF parser. So here I'm just going to completely remove this, okay, fine. And here I will just change this PDF not passed error the text as well. So let me change this to the PDF file could not be passed. Okay, and I'm just going to say here like it may not contain this plain text or the information in text format. Okay, so this is the message that will be displaying if it's not able to parse. Okay, we are not able to parse. And now in this we'll have to make here a lot of changes. Okay, so in this controller, so wherever we had this so it should throw a bad request, we had we did comment. Okay, so let's leave this as it is. Okay, fine. And also now in this controller, now here unprocessable entity response. Okay, so I'm just going to change this description as well. Okay, so here let's change this PDF does not contain so it's just improving the thing I wanted, and I just wanted to remove some pieces which are not required. Okay, so I'm just doing that. So here I'm just going to give the more different description now. Okay, in text format. Fine. And also here in this operation we can just change this. Okay, so I'm just going to change this some description as well. I'll just say this must be a PDF. Okay, parsable text content. Okay, and I'm just going to say with a maximum size of 5 MB. Okay, fine. And even in this down here I'm just going to copy the same. Let's use the same here as well. So I'm just going to remove this two files, and I'm just going to use this. Okay, so this is what I wanted to. And now here in the so we will have to make changes in this PDF parser service. You see we have an exception. Okay, so first thing here we had this just this dot check response. Okay, so what I will do after this Axios ref. Okay, so if you just see here, after this I'm just going to have this check like this. So if response dot address this content length, okay, is greater than this 5 MB. Okay, so let me mention this. Then I'm just going to throw this PDF size error. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to remove this. Let me remove this. Fine. And let's completely remove this. Okay, I'm just going to remove. Fine, I felt that's not needed. We can just fit in here. Okay, and we have in here unused usages. So I'm just going to, we did remove this, that's why the check response is also not needed. And here let me, what is the issue? Okay, fine. So here's we'll have to change this. So this also I'm just going to completely remove. Okay, fine. So that's the change. So hopefully we should see the application still running the way it is. Okay, so let me check this. Let me refresh. Yeah, it's working the way we want. I just removed that PDF magic number, and also just improved the way we are calling. Okay, so now what we will do, we'll have to add in the API key for our OpenAI. So we are not we are, for now we are just using the environment variable, but here I wanted to fit into this the definition of the model itself. Okay, so we had in the extract request JSON extract request DTO just the model, but now I just wanted to change that to having the name along with the API key, so that we can add the API key from the user itself, not to have our own API key. Okay, that's the intention. So let's make the changes for those files wherever we wanted this API key to be included. So let's go first to the JSON extract request DTO. So here, so if I just wanted to see here this one, so here in this model I'll change this. So here first what we will do in this LLM folder, I'm just going to define here the types. Okay, so just for the model, so here let me define the type for this model along with this API key. So let's have this file name also to be a types. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to let's remove this. I'm just going to add in here this type model. Now this will have this name, which is going to be the name of the model, along with this API key to use this model. Okay, fine. So now we have this model, and here let's go to the service. I'm just completely going to move this model's code to separate method. Okay, so what I mean to say is I'm just going to create in here. Let me minimize this. Okay, so let me minimize this. So here I'm just going to create here in here the new function, private function, which I'm naming it as retrieve available model. Okay, so here this is going to receive the model as the input. Okay, and it's going to return the space language model. Okay, so we will use here this switch. Okay, based on this model dot name, we will be providing the respective model object. Okay, so first here GPT 3.5 turbo. Okay, if this is the case, we will have this model. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Let's copy, and here I'm just going to create in here and use this model. Okay, so the other all properties, it's going to remain same. And also now here, instead of referring to this config service, we will add in here this API key. Okay, if not, I'm just going to add in this. Rest it's going to remain the same. Okay, and I'm just going to return this object. Okay, so that is, I'm just going to return this. Okay, and now that was for GPT 3.5. now this is for GPT 4. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here GPT 4. this also, it's going to remain the same, so let me paste this. Okay, now here instead of this, I'm just going to change this to GPT 4, and also here model.api key. Okay, so if it's not there, we'll just pass in the empty string, and I'm just going to return here this object. Okay, fine. The default case, I'm just going to throw in this exception, that is so here let's throw exception that not available error, and I'm just going to provide in this model name. So this is going to be the function now, which is going to give us the retrieve available model. So now we have just moved into better organizing of this code in the separate model. So this we'll have to make changes. So first let's remove this completely, these two things, and also this available models list. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and also the config service we no longer need, because we are not using this API key. Okay, so first thing in this generate output, so now this model will be nothing but this model type which we have just created. Okay, and here this we will get this LLM for using this method which we have just written, that is okay, why is it I'm not able to get that? Okay, let me minimize this. Okay, yeah, so retrieve available model, and I'm just going to pass this. Okay, so once I get that, okay, so here now we'll just pass in this LLM. So let's remove this completely. Okay, fine. So that's the change here, and also we'll have to change in this refine output as well. So now this string would be the model. Okay, and this will be completely changed. I'm just going to use this this is going to be I don't know why this retrieve. Let me copy this and use this here. Yeah, okay, fine. And now here, while I'm passing to this, since now it will be this LLM, so I'm just going to pass this LLM. Okay, fine. So that's the change, okay, in this file. So we just refactored a lot of thing here. We just added the API key, not just the model name, okay, so that we will take that also as input from the user. And here we have this unused thing, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so that was the change in this file. So now here in this the test files, we have to make changes for all the test cases here. First thing, let's add in the config service. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this config service. Okay, and here I'm just going to prepare this config service module dot get this config service, and I'm just going to provide this config service. Okay, fine. So we have this. So now here in the generate output, this model it's not going to be just a string now, so it's going to be an object. Okay, so with this API key, so here we will use this config service. Okay, and I get this open AI API key. Okay, so I'm just going to get this, and then the name. So here the name is going to be the same, which is the GPT 3.5 turbo model. Okay, so like this I'll have to change for all of them. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and here let's use the same in here. And now here I'm just going to provide this value for each of them. Okay, same wherever we use this model, I just have to change here. Okay, so it's going to be the same. It's going to be quick. Okay, fine. And here also I'll have to change. Let me change this. Okay, so wherever I used this thing, I'm just going to change this. Okay, let me change this to 42, and in all the test cases. Okay, so fine. And here as well, even in this last two test cases, I'm just going to change this because we did change the definition of the model, right? Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the change. So just we had to pass all the latest model definition, okay, along with this API key. Fine. And now here in this JSON service also we'll have to change. Okay, so if you just see this schema, now this I'm just going to add in here this model. It's going to be now this model, so let's change this. Okay, so even with this method also, so this is going to be now model. Okay, and here this also I'm just going to change in here model. Okay, and finally here let's change this to model. So this is all to just include the API key. Okay, so that we can receive that also as an input. Now going to the same the test file of this JSON service, we'll have to change in here this thing. So I'm just going to first have this config service. So let's have this config service, and I'm just going to add in here the same way like we did for the other test file. Okay, so let me get this. config service. So here I'm just going to add in this. Okay, fine. And now we will just change wherever this model definition. So I'm just going to use this. Okay, fine. And same applies to this test case. For all the test case, I'm just going to use the same here as well. Okay, and here too. So let's change this. And finally the last test case. So I'm just going to change here. Okay, fine. So these are the changes. We just change the definition, and also in the controller we'll have to make changes now. So the thing here is in the controller also I'm just going to make changes while we are calling to this service. So first in this let's come from the top. Okay, so here this model I will just add this as we'll have to change this to be so this it's going to be now this model dot name. So we'll have to first change in this request. So then this would be so if I just go to this DTO, so let's go to this DTO extract request. Okay, so first we'll change in here, then this would here now instead of this. Okay, now it's going to be the object. Okay, so here I'm just going to specify here this API key, which is the optional, and I'm just going to make this type as string, and here as well as string. Okay, and then here the description for this, let's change the description as well. So I'm just going to say this as model to use for data extraction, and here I'm just going to remove this enum. Okay, and specify here the type to be this object. Okay, so fine, and I'm just going to add in this properties, which is the API key which we have just added. So here I'm just going to specify this type to be the string, and I'm just going to add in this description. So here let's say this is going to be API key of the model that user will be passing, and is this nullable? I'm just going to say true. Okay, then the other property is going to be the name. So this is also, it's going to be of type string. Then the description, so here let's say this is going to be this name of the model, and finally this default I'm just going to set it to GPT or 3.5 turbo. Okay, fine. So this is the definition, the change for this extract request DTO. Okay, yeah, and also yeah, pretty much that's the change for this. Now if we go to this and also let's make the change in this analyze result as well. So I'm just, let's do one thing, let's copy this and extract request model. So here this thing, so let's go to this analyze result. So here we have this analysis model. So if you just see here we have in here this request. So if you just see the model, we have this analysis model. Okay, So here also I'm just going to change this. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this, whatever I did take. Okay, so it's going to be just we need to change this definition. So it's going to be the analysis of the generated the JSON. Okay, and the rest of the thing it's going to be the same, and I'm just going to whatever we had, and lets me add this here as this object. Okay, annotation. Okay, so that's the change, and also let me add here as well for this thing. Let's add this annotation is object. Okay, so those are the changes in our DTO. Now if we just go to our controller first. Okay, so I'm just going to use this now. So basically now this response, we just have to pass in this model dot name. Okay, fine, and now this error would be gone, and also here in this method also it's going to be model dot name. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this. So those are the changes in this, and we have some issue here. What's the issue? Okay, so this also it's going to be model dot name. So I'm just going to change this. Okay, fine. So we'll have to make the changes in this test file as well. So for this also, first let's have this config service. Okay, config service, I'm just going to have this config service. Okay, and let's prepare this. Okay, config service, this module dot get config service, and I'm just going to have this config service. So now this is ready. So here let me take this model thing. So let's use the same here. So now this model it's going to be this. I'm just going to use this. Okay, fine. And also here, while we are expecting, it should be this expect dot any of type string. Okay, and here the model, again this definition is going to change. So those are the changes. Okay, so this is how we do have to make a lot of changes, and I'm just going to remove this unused import. So if you just go and check it out, we should see no issue. Yeah, so fine. So now the we just added option for the user to bring his own API key for our LLM service. Okay, for that we did change the definition of the model, and wherever the changes are needed to be accommodated, we added that. Okay, so that's the thing we did do. Now we'll have to add again a specific errors about this LLM API keys missing as the input from the user, and accordingly we'll have to throw those exceptions. So first we will add those exceptions in this LLM section. Okay, so here I will try to add this exceptions for those respective things, like if API key is missing, and also if API key is invalid. So we'll accommodate that and see where we can use this exceptions, because we'll have to cover that as well, right? So let's write first the classes for that. Let's create a new class. So first I'm just going to create here a class called LLM API key missing error. Okay, let's extend this error. Okay, and in the constructor, the model, I'm just going to have this empty model. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide this message that API key for model is missing. Okay, so this is one exception class, same way I'm just going to add this API key invalid error. Okay, so let me add this, and now here instead of missing we will just change this to invalid. Okay, fine. So now we'll have to use this thing. So in the JSON controller first, I'm just going to use this inside I'm just going to use this here inside this extract schema. So if you just let me minimize this. Okay, so now here instead of this after this if in the cache block, so let's add in here if is instance of this LLM API key missing error, or this is instance of LLM API key invalid error, then I'll just throw this bad request exception with the message. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here. Okay, so that's the change in this controller. And now in the LLM service, okay, so we will try to use this inside this generate output function. Okay, so here after this output, instead of returning, I'll try to handle this inside try catch block. Okay, so let me get this. Okay, and here I'm just going to move this to here. Okay, so if there is any exception, so here if this e dot okay, let's have this e dot response dot status. Okay, and this e dot response dot status is equals to 401. Okay, then I'm just going to throw in this new LLM API key invalid error with this model dot name. So here the model dot name, and after this if it's not this case, I'm just going to throw this error. Okay, so same thing we'll do in this refine output method as well. So I can just copy this. Okay, and use the same here. Okay, so here instead of LLM chain, it's going to be this refine chain. Okay, fine, and rest of the thing it's going to remain the same. Okay, and now in this retrieve available model, I'm just going to add in here this check, where that is if this model is not having API key, then I'm just going to throw in here this LLM API key missing error with this model name. Okay, so I'm just going to throw here. Same thing we'll have to apply for this case as well. So let's do the same here. Okay, and also here now this we don't have to worry about this because we are handling above. So if that is the case, we will just throw this, or else we'll definitely have this API key. Okay, so these are the changes. That's how we do handle for some kind of parameters that we expect from the user but we are missing. This is how we try to handle with custom exceptions and fit in the place where these errors has to be thrown. Okay, fine, and now what we will do is next I'll try to write the test cases about this API keys. Okay, so for that let's go to this first the service file, so LLM service. So I'm just going to add in those test cases here. Let's say I'm just going to minimize this first, all the test cases that we did, right? Okay, so let me first minimize this. Okay, so here also I'm just going to minimize this first. Okay, so for this output as well, generate output, so here. Okay, fine. I'm just going to add in here first the what do you say, this the test case to throw if the given model needs a missing API key. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let me copy this and we'll make changes accordingly, the name and all. Okay, so here it should throw if the I'm just going to give the name, if the given model needs a missing API key. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and this is going to be now 3.5 turbo. Okay, and this is going to remain the same, and here now I'm just going to expect it to me throw me this API key missing error. Okay, so that is the that is how we test if the API key is missing. Same thing I'm just going to add if the given API key is so here if the given API key is invalid. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this API key as let's say some invalid value. Okay, and now we expect this to throw this API key invalid error. Okay, fine. So that's how we had the test cases here. So the same thing we will try to add in our controller as well. So that is in the JSON controller. So I'm just going to minimize this as well. So let me here minimize this section and also reduce the size of this here. Okay, so after this I'm just going to add in here the test case. Okay, let me copy this file. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and we'll make changes, and let me minimize this. Okay, fine. So here it should throw this, it should throw a bad request exception. Okay, if the given API key is missing. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove this API key. Okay, and rest this I'm just going to let's remove this completely. Okay, so here let's add this inside this expect. Okay, so I'm just going to add inside this expect. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here this to throw bad request exception. Okay, so that is this test case. Okay, so let's copy this and we'll add the same for if the API key is invalid. So it should throw if the API key is invalid. Here I'm just going to pass in this API key as invalid. Okay, so here, okay, so this is going to remain same. Okay, now let's try to test it. Okay, so first I'll test this LLM service, this fine. Okay, so we should see the test cases to be passing. Okay, so it's running, and let's see. Maybe some might fail, but we will just check for the cases that we have written. Okay, so it's still running. Okay, so this was with the other test cases. Okay, so but okay, there is some issue with this LLM service file. We will just see. Before I did comment them and try to test. Okay, we will have a check at that, but let's check this controller file. Okay, so at least this should work. Okay, one test case failed. Okay, fine. So if you see here, we see this test case failed. That is, if API key is invalid. Okay, we expected this bad request exception, but we received incorrect API key provided invalid. You can find okay, that's fine. So this is what we wanted. So but the other thing, this API key is missing. We received that, and it was working fine. So this is how we do test in some cases. I know there is some issue with the tests that we have written in this. We will check it out, but that's the intention that I wanted to have a check on the test cases that we have written for if the API keys is missing and if the API key is invalid. Okay, so now we'll try to add even now the option that user can choose the refine parameters. Okay, so we'll try to inculcate that feature also here. So we'll have to make changes so that user can choose this refine params. Let's make the changes needed in the respective files. So again, we'll have to make changes in the this DTO. So for refine params and in LLM service as well as in JSON service, so some changes will happen. So first, let's go to this JSON extract DTO or request DTO. So we'll make changes for refine params here. So first in the JSON section, let me create this types. Okay, so here I'm just going to create the types for this refine params. Okay, so first let me have this types.ts. I'm just going to have this refine param. So basically it's nothing but we will provide the chunk size to be altered to the to the user. Okay, so and also the overlap value. So this we are now we were just setting some value, but now we will provide an option for the user to change these values according to their needs. Okay, so then this I'll have to now go, let's go to this request DTO. Now here this refine thing, it will not be it will no longer be just a boolean. So it can also be this refine params. Okay, and also I'm just going to annotate this with the is optional. Okay, from class validator. And also let's try to write one validator function. So basically what I meant to say is you'll understand once I write this. So here let me have this class. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as is boolean or a refined param. So just to validate whether it fits in these two sections or not. So I'm just going to implement this validator constraint interface. Okay, from this class validator. Okay, and let's have this validate function. Okay, so here the text which is going to be of type any. Okay, so here now if this type of this text is equals to a boolean, okay, so I'm just going to say this is true because it fits in one of our type. Okay, then now for the if this type of text is equals to this object, okay, so here we'll have to check for the fields again. So inside this I'm just going to check if this type of text dot chunk size, okay, is a number, okay, and this type of this text dot overlap here I'm just going to check for this number. Okay, so and also let's try to check if the this chunk size, okay, is greater than 0. Okay, and also let's try to check if this overlap is also greater than 0, and we have to make sure that this chunk size, okay, is always greater than this overlap. Okay, so here this should be always greater than this overlap value. Okay, so if that is true, then this is going to return true for us, which is going to help us make sure that this it's going to be either of a type boolean or the object. Okay, and here the default message I'm just going to have it so here let me remove this. Okay, even this I'm just going to return here this that that refine can be undefined. Okay, a boolean or an object with chunk size greater than 0 and overlap greater than or equal to 0. So this is what the default message will be showcased. Okay, so now this I'm just going to add in here for this refine parameter. So that is just here let me add this validate. Okay, so and pass in this is boolean or refine params. Okay, and also here I'm just going to give the name for this. Okay, so here let me give here this as a validator constraint. Okay, so I'm just going to give the name for this. So let's say this to be a boolean or this refine params. Okay, and here I'm just going to assign this asynchronous to be false. Okay, so this we are just going to annotate with the validator constraint and the name for that. And now here for this refine thing we attached this, and also then this we'll have to change here this API property optional. So now instead of this default and description, we'll have to use this one of this object. So basically here let's add in this description. So here we'll have to say that whether to use this refine multi step extraction. Okay, so fine, and here this type, so this is going to be a boolean, and this default let's have this value set to false. And now here the object. Okay, so here I'm just going to mention here this as parameters for refine multi-step. Okay, so I'm just going to extraction. Okay, so fine, and here this type it's going to be the object. Okay, and here the properties now. So this will have this chunk size. Okay, so let's have this camel case. Okay, chunk size, and again this is going to be of type this number. Okay, and then the description I'm just going to briefly describe here this the size of the chunks to split the document into. Okay, and finally after this we will just provide this default value. So I'm just going to provide here 2000, and we have one more property which is the overlap. So I'm just going to add the same. This type is also going to be the number, and the description, let's say this it's going to be overlap between chunks. Okay, fine. And then finally this default number I'm just going to have unread as the default value. Okay, so this is how we change the definition for our open API annotation, so that to reflect the same in our documentation. And also we added the validator to make sure that this is going to be either boolean or of the object with the parameters chunk size and overlap. So we have this thing ready. So now we'll have to go to our controller here. So now if you see here in the extract schema, let's remove this completely. So basically I'm just going to remove this, and here let me first have this JSON defined. Okay, so and here depending upon if this refine is a boolean, then I'm just going to have this let's say let's use this. Okay, I'm just going to pass in here if this type of this refine is equals to this object, then I'm just going to pass in this refine, or else I'm just going to pass in this as undefined. And here I'm just going to call this now this extract schema unrefined function. Okay, and okay, so there is, what is the issue here? Okay, we'll have to change here as well. So first let's make a change in this service. Okay, so here in this thing, let me add this after this schema, I'm just going to add in here this refine params. So with the this of type refine params which we define in our types. Okay, so now this we'll have to pass in this to our the split document, which I'm just going to add in there as well. So here let me add this refine params. So if we go to this LLM service, so let's go to this. So here in the split document, I must add that additional parameter. So here we just have to add I'm just going to remove this chunk size and overlap, and let me add this params which is going to be optional. So this will have this chunk size which is of type this number. Okay, along with this overlap, so which is going to be of type number. So we have this. Now instead of this I'm just going to provide here the values to be this params dot chunk size. Okay, if it's not present by default, I'm just going to provide the 2000 as the default value, and this is for the overlap. So here as well let's provide this default value. So this is how we add this additional param for our split document. Okay, so now so let's make the change here as well. Here the split document, so let me just search this. Okay, so now here instead of this I just have to add in here this chunk size. So I'm just going to provide here, then the overlap, let's say fine. So that's the change in this test file. So now the same in this service. So if you see here in the service extract with the schema and refine, so here we added this refine params. Okay, I just added this. Fine, so let's go to this controller. Now instead of this now there is no error here. Okay, fine. So here if this is the case, that is the thing. Okay, else I'm just going to have this JSON. So let me copy this. Okay, so here we are not going to pass in this thing. Okay, and after this let's completely remove this. Okay, fine. And now here refine, I'm just going to make sure that it is not null or the false value. Okay, so fine. So this is how we had the params to be controlled to the user. Okay, so if you just see the output. Okay, so let's see the output. Okay, so if I just refresh the schema now, you can just see here by default we have set it to false. Okay, but we can pass here the params, the chunk size along with the overlap. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, fine. So if I just go here, so this is what I wanted to talk about for the schema request DTO. This is how we provide. If you wanted to provide the option for the end user to control from their end, this is how we try to do from our bottom to top and provide the option for the user. Okay, so that's the thing. And now next, we'll try to add this test about this refine option. Okay, so same we'll have to add some test cases in this controller. So JSON controller, I'm just going to add here the few test cases. Okay, so let me add first let's minimize this. So I'm just going to add this few test cases for the same. So whatever we had for thing, I'm just going to copy and we'll tweak it accordingly. Okay, so let me add here this. Okay, so here now first is we should I'll change the title of this test case. Okay, so it should call this extract with schema and refine. Okay, this function, if this refine parameter. Okay, so here let me change to double quotes. Okay, so that it makes sense for us. If the refine parameter, okay, is set to true. Okay, so this is going to be the same the thing and all. So now after this schema, I'm just going to call this py. Okay, so basically let's have this py object. So let's have this just dot spy on, and I'm just going to call this service along with this this extract with the schema and refine. Now here await controller dot extract with schema, I'm just going to pass in this refine set to true or true. Okay, so fine. And now let's completely remove this. Okay, I expect this py to be to have been called. Okay, so here let's change this to have been called, to have been called. Okay, fine. So this is how we assure and try to check if this is getting called or not. Now let's write one more test case. So let's change this. If parameter is a I'm just going to change this to is a correct refine params object. So I'm just going to change this. Okay, fine. And here it's going to be the same. Okay, now in place of this true, I'm just going to provide those chunk size and overlap. So here the chunk size, let me pass in 100, and then the overlap 0. Fine. And this is the thing, the test case. Now this is how we are covering the both the case. If it is true, we make sure that this function should be called, and also if it's with the refined params with the property chunk size and overlap, that function also should be called. So this is how we write the test cases to make sure that the changes that we made is not breaking anything, and it's working the way we want. So I just wanted to confirm that. So let me just call that. So here let's run this test on this JSON controller .spec.ts. so all the test cases should pass. Okay, so let's wait for it to show the result. It's running. So okay, we see. Okay, that is with respect to other cases, but the only these two failed, but the other cases have passed. That means the test cases that we have added now, they're passing and they're working as expected. Okay, so there is some issues with this API key exceptions message. We'll have a check on that, but this is how we write the test cases, and to make sure that refine option that we made the changes is working as expected. Okay, and now we'll try to handle the bad request error from this LLM API. So for that I'm just going to create the new exception in this LLM folder. So basically here let's create here the new exception. So I'm just going to create a new class, kind of like LLM bad request received error. Okay, this is to handle scenarios like input may be too long for the context window of the model whatever we are providing. Okay, so if it's exceeding the token limit or the token length, this kind of error will try to showcase. So let me write the class for that. So here I'm just going to create here the new class, okay, which is the LLM bad request received error. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to extend this error. Okay, and here in the constructor I'm just going to provide this model as the empty string, and here the message that will be showcasing is this bad request for model. The input may be let's say too long for the context window of the model. Okay, so I'm just going to provide this. Fine, so this is the thing. So now in the LLM service I'm just going to use this here. So basically now if this I'm just going to copy this. Okay, let me copy this and have this. If the status code is 400, then I'm just going to use this class which you have just defined. So that is LLM bad request received error. So let me copy this, and we will use the same for this above method as well. So here, okay, so fine. So that's the new exception. That's how we handle. And also in the prompts I'm just going to tweak a little bit. Okay, so in the JSON here for zero shot. Okay, so here I'm just going to be specific here that your output must only, I'm just going to stress here, must only be in the JSON. Okay, fine. And also in JSON service for this description, so I'm just going to be I'm just going to get the more elaborative answer from it, so full reasoning for this. Okay, fine. And now in JSON controller, so we'll have to handle this LLM bad request received error now. So basically here this extract with okay, this is going to be with just the schema. Okay, so there is the mistake that we did. Okay, fine. And now here in this catch thing. So if it is invalid, I mean JSON output error, or this is an instance of LLM bad request received error, then I'm just going to throw this unprocessable entity exception. Okay, so rest it's going to remain the same. So these are the few changes, to accommodate this new exception to be showcased. Fine. So this is how we had the new exception to fit into our scenario. Now we did add the refine params in a request and all. I just wanted to refine that I mean a recap count, like how many LLM calls are we making. That count I want to be it to be showcased in the result. Okay, so basically I wanted to add this extract result. Okay, so here I wanted to add in the new type. So basically here what I mean to say is I just wanted to know how many times we have called this LLM call, okay, with the params that we receive. So I just wanted to create a type for that. So let's handle that too. Let's change the output body of this endpoint output. Okay, so for that let's first create okay, I'm just going to cancel this. Let's first create this type for this. I'm just going to name this as refine recap. So this is going to be refine params along with this new property, which is nothing but this LLM call count. Okay, so this is going to be the number. So I'm just going to add this. Okay, so for this I mean this will have to pass as a callback handlers to our LangChain call functions, okay, to know how many times was it called and all. Okay, for that first I just wanted to change this JSON extract result DTO. Okay, so here now this refine thing, so it's no longer it's going to be boolean, it's going to be so by default I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, or it can be this refine recap param which we have just added. So how we did add for the request, the same way we will add here validator for the same. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly add this class. Okay, so let's name this as is boolean or this refine recap. Okay, so here I'm just going to implement and have this validator constraint interface. Okay, fine, I'm just going to implement that, and let's have this validate function. So here we will just have this text as an input. Okay, so it's going to be pretty straightforward, which we have written already. So if this is boolean, okay, I'm just going to return this is a valid thing. Okay, let's return true. Okay, fine. Here if this type of text is object, so then I'm just going to make sure that we have all the properties, that is text dot chunk size. Okay, so this is going to be of type number, and the other properties, which is the overlap. So I'm just going to make sure this is also number, and then finally this the call count. Okay, so here we just added this call count. Okay, so this also I'm just going to make sure this is number, and this call count will always be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, so this is the validation. Okay, and let's annotate this. Okay, so this I'm just going to have this validator constraint name. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as boolean or this refine params. Okay, and here let's provide this asynchronous as false. Okay, so this is the constraint, the validate. So we'll just pass this to our refine here. So here I'm just going to pass in this validate. Okay, so and here I'm just going to pass in this is boolean or refine cap, and also now this definition is going to change, so let's remove this. Okay, so here it's going to be one of this. That quickly we know this already, so it can be either the boolean or the object. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this type and description. So here let's say this refine technique is not used. Okay, fine. And here we have the spelling mistake. Okay, fine. And then finally this default value, I'm just going to have this set to false. And here if it's used, okay, this is going to be object. Okay, and the description, I'm just going to have this named as a refine recap. Okay, and here the properties, so we need to have these three properties. So first is the chunk size. Okay, so this is going to be type number. Okay, and then the description, so here I'm just going to have this as the size of the chunks. Okay, and the default, let's set this to 2000. Okay, fine. And here the overlap, so the next property, so this is going to be a type number, and then the description, so here it's going to be the overlap between the chunks. Okay, and the default, I'm just going to set it to 100. And finally this LLM call count. Okay, so let me add this. Okay, so this is going to be a type number, and finally the description. Okay, so this signifies nothing but the number of calls made to the model. Okay, so I'm just going to have this number of calls to the model. Okay, so this is the definition for our documentation. Okay, fine. So that's the change in this result, this extract results DTO. So now we'll have to accommodate this accordingly. So first in the controller, so if you just see in the extract schema, we already see the issue here. So let's first make changes in our so for that we need to have the handler. So callback handlers, as I mentioned. So in this LLM folder, I'm just going to create in here the new folder, let's say the callback handlers folder. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in here the new file. So let's say this has refine handler. Okay, so I'm just going to name so let's create here quickly this callback handler. So I'm just going to name this as refine callback handler. So here, so I'm just going to extend this as base callback handler from our LangChain callbacks. Okay, let me import this. Okay, so I'm just going to import this base callback handler. So here let me import this callbacks. Okay, fine. So here we'll make use of this. Now here the name, I'm just going to set it to refine this callback handler. So and let's have this private. So this I'm just going to have this LLM call count. Let's name this as LLM call count set to 0. Okay, so let's have this function to get the value of that variable, since we have made it as a private. Okay, so here this is just going to return this the variable value. Okay, and then this the function which I'm just going to name this as a LLM start. Okay, so here I'm just going to increment this value here. So basically let's increment this. Okay, so there is some issue. Okay, sorry, I just misspelled here. Okay, so fine, so this is the handler. Okay, so now we'll have to use this so we have, we added this types also here, LLM call count. Okay, fine, we have this handler. Okay, so we have to fit this now. So first let me go to this LLM service. So basically if I just go to this LLM service, we will have to first get that handler with the handler which I've just created. So inside this method, this generate output refine output method. So if you just go here, yeah, okay, so here in the output part. Okay, so now first let me get that handler. So here handler, I'm just going to get this refine callback handler. So this one, and I'm just going to get the object, and now for this I will have to provide this callback handler function. So after that I'm just going to return here this object with the output along with this LLM call count. Okay, so here which is going to be nothing but this LLM call count. Okay, so this is going to give us how many times we made a call to the model. Okay, and finally in the split document. Okay, so basically here if you let me minimize this. Okay, so here in the split document, I'm just going to make sure this is going to be not anymore optional, and also here let's remove this default values. Okay, okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and yeah, fine. So we just passed in this handler in this where is that, yeah, in this refine output we just passed in the handler which is going to give us this LLM call count. Okay, so now we will try to use this inside our the JSON service. So if you just go to this JSON service here, first let's have this there is some issue here, I know that. So first let's prepare this default refine params, because we removed that as an optional, so we should provide at any cost the value for that. So I'm just going to here define here the one object for that. So let me name this as define default refine let's say this as params. Okay, so I'm just going to say this as the params, and this is going to be of type refine params. So this is going to be an object with chunk size, let's say 2000, and then the overlap. So I'm just going to provide here the value as 1000, sorry, 100. Okay, fine. So once we have this, now in the extract with the schema. Okay, so first thing here in this method, so basically in this refine schema and refine, let's first get this params. Okay, with the whatever the default we have just created, that is refine params. Okay, it's going to be either refine params or this default object which we have just created. This is the default refine params. Okay, and now here I'm just going to pass in this params instead of this refine params, so that we'll make sure we'll at any cost we are providing the value for that parameter. Okay, and now this LLM service generate refine output, it's going to give us the two things, not just it's going to give us the LLM call count as well. So I'm just going to get that destructure and get this. Okay, uh, why is there, okay, so once we get that here, now I'm not just going to return this JSON, but also this refine cap with the LLM count value. Okay, so here what I meant is here refine cap. Okay, I'm just going to have this whatever the params we have along with this LLM call count. Okay, so that is what I'll be sending. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, I'll have to change that. Okay, fine. So that's how now we get this LLM call count using the handler. So this will have to make change. I mean, we did make change right in the output declaration. Okay, so if I just go here, okay, it is going to be LLM call count. Okay, fine. So I just this spelling mistake. Okay, fine. So if you now in this controller, so what we will do is now here we will have to make some changes. So basically now I will be getting this not just the JSON but also this refine recap value. Okay, so for that, okay, let's get this destructure this values JSON along with this refine recap. Okay, fine. And here I just have to let's move this response here to the top. Okay, so I'm just going to have this here. So once I have that, I'm just going to here for this refine attach this refine recap. Okay, so this value, and I'm just going to return this response. So here let me return this response. Okay, now in the else part, okay, so here let me define this const JSON. Okay, and also this I'm just going to move this up. Okay, so let me move this thing inside this else condition. Okay, so this refine I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, value, and we return the response from here. Okay, so this is how we do handle, and we see some issue here. Where is it? Okay, this let JSON I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and also here, okay, in JSON service, okay, this is going to be refine recap. Okay, so okay, I did add this. Okay, there is we did change, right? Okay, so refine recap. Okay, it's the small letter. Okay, fine. I just have to change here this letter to small. Okay, so yeah, fine. So that's the change. Okay, that's how we handle the adding of the call counts that was made to the model, so that we can have a look in the output of this particular endpoint, and we do get those calls to the model using the callback handler and passing that to our the call function of LangChain function. Okay, so fine, and that's what I wanted to showcase here. Okay, so this is how we do handle. It should not have break any functionality. So if I just refresh, okay, it is still the same. Okay, so now the output it's going to be different. Okay, so fine, so you'll know this testing. So very soon I'm just going to write the test cases. And also one more clarity I wanted to give is I'm not showcasing you the output in the Swagger, because I'm clearly writing the test cases here. You will know basically passing in what to the endpoint, what is it that we expect. So I'm showcasing you here right away with the test cases testing, and you see those test cases are being passed. So that's the output I'm showcasing here. At the end, eventually we'll have those endpoints output to showcase in the Swagger, and these are the endpoints that we'll be using in our front-end code. So eventually you will know what is the input, what is the output for this model in the Swagger or the consumptions wherever we are consuming it. Okay, fine. So now what we will do is, we will try to add this debug field for all our request JSON extract request param, so that we'll get the more details for us. Okay, so the debug report we can expect from the model calls. Okay, so that it will be more informative for us. So now I just wanted to add this the optional param to our the extract result DTO. So that is a JSON result DTO, as well as to analyze the result to all of this to request and the extract request, so that if you wanted more report on the debug steps and all, we can get those. So let me first add all those properties in our DTOs. Okay, so that is, we'll try to add all this inside this each DTO. So let's first add in this analyze request. Let's add this properties inside this DTO. So first in this let's add in this extract request. Okay, so I'll just add in this. So let's add in this model. Okay, so in the extract request DTO, so I'm just going to add in here. Okay, so let me add this. Okay, so let's name this as debug, and I'm just going to make this as a optional, and this is going to be of type boolean. Okay, and here let's annotate this with the optional. Okay, and also this we are going to annotate with this boolean. Okay, so I'm just going to annotate this with the boolean, and also here let's add this API property optional. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the description for this. So let's just say this as add a debug report. Okay, and then the default, I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and required also, I'm just going to set this to false. So this is the debug param. So I'm just going to copy this so that we can use in the other places as well. Okay, so now in the analyze request, so I'm just going to add the same thing in this request DTO. So here let me just add beneath this. Okay, I'm just going to add, and here we'll just have to import this same thing for the boolean from class validator, and this as well from class validator. Okay, and now in the analyze result, okay, I'm just going to add here, let's just import this now. Even this boolean, I'm just going to import this, and here this optional as well. So fine, and finally in this extract result, so this will have to add in this extract result DTO. So beneath this output, I'm just going to add this property. So let's import this dependencies as well. Here the is optional. Okay, fine. So now the properties that we want be added. Okay, so now we will have to add this accordingly inside our functions, I mean the services and controllers. Okay, so first I will go to this LLM service. Okay, basically here wherever we are calling this refined callback handler. Okay, so here first let's include for this function the debug param. So here this debug, I'm just going to, which is the boolean type, I'm appending this. Okay, and now we will have the same debug callback handler. Okay, so like we had for refine callback handler, so same way I'm just going to add the handler for debugging. Okay, so if you just see here, I'm just going to create in here the new file. Okay, so let me name this as debug handler. Okay, .ts. So here let's first create the types needed for this debug handler. So we have this types.ts. I'm just going to create in here the models, the interface required for this thing. Okay, so first is let me create an interface for chain call and then interface for LLM call, and then we will use these two inside our interface called debug report. Okay, fine. So let me create here the interface first for the chain call. Okay, so here this will have the chain name property, which is going to be a string, and then the run id, which is of type string id, then the start. Okay, so this is going to have this inputs. For now I'm just going to have this type to be any. Okay, and after this let's have this end. Okay, this is going to have this outputs, which is going to be of type any. Okay, and finally this error, this will have this error. Okay, so this is the interface for chain call. Okay, so let me have the interface for LLM call as well. So here I'm just going to have this LLM call. Okay, so this will have this LLM name. Okay, so this is going to be of type string, and then the parent run id. So let's make this as optional. So this is going to be string, and then the run id, so this is going to be of type string. Then the start object, so which will have this list of the prompts. Okay, and after this the end. Okay, so the outputs. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this outputs, and then finally the error, so the error object with error property. Okay, so these are the two interface, and finally let's have this debug report interface for us. So I'm just going to define on top of these two interfaces. Let's name this as the same, so which is the debug report. Okay, so here we will call this as chain call count. Okay, so let's make this type to be number, and then the LLM call count. Okay, so here this is also, it's going to be the number, and finally the list of the chain calls and the list of the LLM calls. Okay, so here we will this is going to be of a chain call array, and then the LLM, so it's going to be the LLM call array. So now we'll make use of these interfaces in this debug handler. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here the new class. Okay, so let me name this as, okay, let's export this class. I'm just going to call this as debug callback handler. Okay, so here I'm just going to extend this base call back handler. Okay, fine, and here the name, so let's set this name to be this debug callback handler. Okay, fine, and here let's have this debug report object. So I'm just going to have here this debug report, which is going to be of type debug report. Okay, I'm just going to import from types. Okay, then the private variable for chain call count and the LLM call count. So for now I'm just going to set the default value to 0. Okay, so this is going to be a count 0. Okay, and this LLM call count. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this to 0. Okay, fine. Now let's have this function to get this debug report value out of this class. Okay, so fine, this is how we try to get the private variables value outside of this class. Okay, Now we will have the functions to handle the chain start, okay, and also same the to handle the chain end function, and same for the LLM start and the LLM end, and error for each of them. Okay, so let's get this each function completed. Okay, so this is for uh, chain start. Okay, so this will have this input params chain which is the object with the name property, and then the inputs. Okay, here it's going to be this chain values. Okay, fine. And so this is should be available in the schema. Okay, fine. And then the run ID, so this is going to be a string. So now this is the this is going to return this promise of type void. Okay, so fine. Now inside this, let's get the started chain. So here object, so this is going to be of this chain call. Okay, so let's have this property. So first the chain name, so it's going to be the chain dot name, and then the run ID, then the start. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this inputs, then the end. Okay, so end, it's going to have this outputs for now the null. Okay, and finally this error. Okay, so here the error property, I'm just going to set this null. So we have this started chain ready. So now this dot debug report, I'm just going to have this object. So with the chain call count, I'm just going to increment this with whatever we have this previous values. Okay, same applies for this LLM count. So LLM count, we are not going to do anything, so I'm just going to pass in whatever value we have. And here the chains, so here I'm just going to add this if so basically if this dot debug report chains, we have any chains. Okay, then I'm just going to if there are no chains, empty array. Okay, else I'm just going to add this started I mean, if there is any chains, we'll add this, else the empty along with the started chain. Okay, fine. And then the LLMs. Okay, so this is going to be simple and straightforward. So here whatever we have in this debug report LLMs. Okay, if there are no, so I'm just going to add this empty array. Okay, so this is going to be debug report object. Okay, in the start. Okay, fine. And this is the start function, and I'm just going to have the chain and function. Okay, so let's have this is going to have this outputs, which is again the chain values as the input, and then the run ID, so which is the string here, and it's going to return this promise of type void. Okay, so here let's get this handed chain. So this is going to be nothing but the debug report dot chains dot, I'm just going to find using this run ID. Okay, so here chain, I'm just going to chain dot run ID matching to whatever the run ID we receive as the input param. So this will be the ended chain. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this outputs to the outputs that we received. Okay, so this is going to be the chain end function. And same way to handle the errors, I'm just going to have this function. Okay, so here let's have this error. Okay, and then the run ID, so this is going to be of type string, so this is going to return the promise of type void. Okay, fine. And here let's get the errored chain. So this is going to be simple like we found the above. So debug report dot chains, I'm just going to find using this run ID. Okay, so here chain. Okay, so here chain dot run id, so it's going to match to run id. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to set this error property to the error property that we received as the input for this function. Okay, so this is how we handle the chain start, end, and error parts. Okay, now we'll have to handle for the LLM thing, the start, end, and error. Okay, so let me define the respective function quickly for each of them. So here this is going to be the start function. So here this is going to receive the LLM with the name property as the input, then the prompts. Okay, so this is going to be a string array, and then the run id. So here this is going to be of type string, and then finally the parent run id. So here this is going to be completely optional. Okay, so this is going to be a string, and this is going to return the promise of type void. Okay, so now here inside this, let's prepare this started LLM call object. So here this is going to be nothing but the of type this LLM call. Okay, here first this LLM name will be nothing but the LLM dot name. Okay, and the parent run id, then the run id, then after this the start. Okay, so this will just pass in this prompts, then the end. Okay, here the outputs, initially I'm just going to set this value to null. Okay, and after this the error, so here I'm just going to set this error property to null. So this is the started LLM call object. Okay, so let's prepare this. So I'm just going to, let's do one thing, let's copy this object. Okay, so here I'm just going to paste this here. Okay, so this is going to be vice versa now. Okay, so here we are going to increment this LLM call count. Okay, and the chains, this is going to be no addition here. Okay, so whatever we have in this chains, this is going to be thing. And now here we will add in this started LLM calls to existing LLMs. If there is no any, we'll add to empty array this call. Okay, fine. And now the functions to end and handle the error part. Okay, so here this handle LLM end. Okay, so here the output, and this is going to be of type this LLM result. Okay, and here this run id, this is going to be a string, and this is going to be a return type promise of type void. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to get this ended LLM call. Okay, so let's query this debug report dot LLMs, and I'm just going to find with the id, run id. Okay, so here let's have this LLM call. Okay, call dot run id. So I'm just going to check for this run id we received. Okay, and finally I'm just going to set this end outputs to the output that we received. Fine, this is the end part. And finally the error function. Okay, so here handle LLM error. Okay, so here this error which is going to be of type any. Okay, and a run id here, this is going to be of type string. So here this promise of void type. Okay, now let's get this errored the LLM call. Okay, so here this is going to be straightforward like we did above. So I'm just going to find by this run id. So here this LLM call. Okay, so let's find this matching to this run id. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to set this error property. So here this error dot error, let's set this value to the parameter that we received. Okay, so this is the debug handler. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, there is some issue in this, even this LLM start. Okay, okay, what did I okay, do I okay, there is issue here. Okay, there is some issue with this function. I don't know what is this. Let me check this. So the issue looks like there is some typing error. So if I just see here, let me get into this and let's check the one of the function here, LLM start. It is serialized and serialized constructor, and it can have the arguments of this type, key, string, and be any. So for now, let's do one thing. I'm just going to change this name string to any, so to avoid this error. Okay, let's do the same for this function. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this to any. Okay, fine. Yeah, now we have made the changes, and now let's go to the LLM service. Okay, so here I just introduced this debug boolean. Okay, so I'll introduce here the for this as well. So let me add here the debug. This is going to be of type boolean. Okay, so now I just have to call this whenever in this LLM chain dot call. First we'll have to get this debug handler. So let me get this handler here. Let's create the object of our debug call handler. Okay, and here now for the output. Okay, so here depending upon this debug value, so if debug is true, then I'll just be passing this above handler. If not, I'm just not going to pass any, so empty thing. Okay, and finally here, the while we are returning the output, I'm just going to return the output along with this debug report. Okay, so here this debug report, it's going to be depending upon this. If this is true, then I'm just going to have this handler.debug report, else I'm just going to pass in this null value. Okay, so that's the change, and the same thing here now. We will have to add this debug handler. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here this debug handler, so like we did for the above function. So let's create here the new object of this debug callback handler, and now for this if debug is true, so here if debug is true, then I'll have to pass in this handler along with this debug handler. If not, I'm just going to pass in this handler. Okay, sorry, this is going to be is2. Okay, fine. And while we are returning, we'll have to return this debug report as well. So here I'm just going to add in this debug report. So here if a debug is true, and I'm just going to pass this debug handler dot debug report. Okay, else I'm just going to pass in this null value. Okay, so that's the change in this service file, and now we'll have to accommodate these changes in our service and this controller as well. So first thing, we added here so for extract with the schema, so we'll have to introduce this the debug as well. So I'm just going to add in here this debug parameter. So by default I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and now let's pass here this debug value. Okay, so now the issue is gone. Okay, and also here what is the issue here? Now it is going to be, we are going to destructure the output along with this debug report. Okay, so that's the reason you see this issue. Okay, fine. And finally along with JSON we'll be returning this debug report as well. Okay, so this is how we now depending on this debug value we return these values. Okay, let's do the same thing here as well. So I'm just going to add in this debug. Okay, by default let's set this to false. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this debug value. Okay, and here we should get this debug report as well. So I'm just going to get this debug report, and while we are returning, so I'm just going to add in this debug report as well. So here, okay, so that's the change here, and the same thing for example as well. I'm just going to add in here this debug. By default let's set this to false, and I'm just going to pass in this debug value, and here let's destructure the values along with this debug report. So here I'm just going to get this debug report. Okay, and now while we are returning I'm just going to add in this debug report along with this JSON. Okay, fine. And yeah, and in this analyze JSON output as well. So let me add this debug parameter, and here I'm just going to pass in this debug thing along with this this is going to be now this output. I'm just going to destructure this output and the debug report. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, this has to be outside of this. Okay, so it's going to be here. Okay, and where we are returning, so here let's add this debug report as well. Okay, so that's a change in this JSON service. Now going to this controller, so we will have to add consider this debug report output and make changes accordingly. First, in the extract schema endpoint, okay, function. So here I should get this debug value. Okay, and here now we will be getting this debug report. Okay, and also I'll have to pass in this debug value for this function. Okay, and here the result, while we are building an object we'll have to include this debug value as well. So if there is a debug, I'm just going to attach this debug report, else I'm just going to add the undefined value. So what is the issue here? Okay, this there is issue. Okay, I'll just sort that out. Okay, and here same, I'm just going to get this debug report. Okay, and pass in this debug value for this, and also here let's depending upon this debug I'm just going to send this debug report, else I'm just going to send this undefined value. Okay, fine. And we'll have to do the same for the other functions as well. Here in the extract example, let's get this debug. Okay, and now here this is going to have this debug report additionally along with this JSON. So I'm just going to add in this, and I'll have to pass in this debug value. Okay, and I'm just going to attach this debug. Okay, So if it is true, I'm just going to attach, or else I'm just going to have this undefined value. Okay, next the analyze JSON output. Okay, so here let me get this debug value. Okay, now it's going to be this so this let me this debug report. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine, and here let me pass in this debug, and now in the response I'm just going to attach this debug output. Okay, so here I'm just going to attach this. Okay, I'll set this undefined. Okay, fine, so that's the change. Okay, I see here the issue. Okay, for the debug. Okay, let's do one thing. Here I'm just going to change this to object. Okay, so that we will not see that issue. Okay, because we made it as a boolean, we see issue. So wherever it is, I'm just going to what is the issue here? Okay, I'm just going to remove this, and also here let me make this as object. Okay, fine, and here let's use the remove this unused is boolean. Same applies here. Let me quickly change this to object. Okay, and remove this unused import, and finally here let's change this to object. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Fine, and here still we have an issue. Analyze result, we did just change, right, to object. Okay, this is going to be of type debug report. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this as well, so we'll have to change other, sorry, my mistakes. I'm just going to change this debug report. Okay, and here as well, so let's change this debug. So I'm just going to make this type to be now, it's of type debug report. Okay, so finally here let's change this boolean to debug report. Okay, fine, that's the change, and now okay, so in this service as well, I think I just set that to a boolean, but I'm sure okay, only in the result it's going to be the object, but in the request it's going to be the boolean. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, so it's a boolean, and here I'm just going to change, just while we're returning it's going to change. Okay, so I just forgot to for request thing, so here I'm just going to change. Okay, to this boolean back. Okay, so you don't have to make this change, I just made mistake. Okay, so here this is going to be is boolean. Okay, fine, now we should not see issue, hopefully, at least, but I still see some issue here. Okay, this unused import. Okay, fine, so these are the changes. Okay, this is how we do include a debug field. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, let's try to write the test cases for the debug field that we just added. Okay, and also in this JSON service we see some issues. Okay, so let's fix this first. So now here it's going to be this output. Okay, so let me change this. Okay, so here this output. object, and this will have this text. Okay, along with this I'm just going to add in here this debug report, and I'm just going to set this to null. Okay, so now this issue is fixed. Okay, so same thing, we'll have to do the changes, the places wherever we are seeing the issue. Okay, so if I just go down here as well, so let me just copy this. Okay, here I'm just going to change this to the same thing we just made a changes. Okay, and here as well, this is going to be let's add this, and we will change this. Okay, so now here I'm just going to add, instead of this whole thing, so it's just going to be this the analysis. I'm just going to pass in this here the analysis. Okay, and let's remove the here. Okay, fine, and now here the wherever I'm just getting this the output. Okay, so basically here extract with example. So if I just here, let me this is going to be now this destructured value. Okay, so not just the default value. Okay, fine, and also even in the analyze JSON output. Okay, so wherever we are getting this thing, if it's going to be this I'm just going JSON, and I'm just going to rename this to analysis. Okay, because we added this debug report, so we'll have to make those changes accordingly as well. Okay, so we made the changes to this example. Okay, and also here the schema as well, we'll have to change this. So here this is going to be now the destructured value. Okay, so fine, so those are the changes. So now we see no issue here. Okay, yeah, now the other important thing is we will as I said, first we'll try to improve this the OpenAPI descriptions, and then we'll jump on to the writing the test cases. Okay, so first thing, in this extract request, I'll just make this the optional property. So basically for the debug value, whatever we have added here, I'm just going to add in here, so better description. So here, if a debug report of the JSON, so here let me add this JSON extraction is I mean should be generated or not. Okay, so here that's the significance, or that's the purpose of this variable, right? So I'm just going to change this, and also here in the schema, so basically here schema request for JSON schema, I'm just going to change this to in the one off. So I'm just going to say here, rather than I'm let whether to use or not, so if this refine multi-step extraction should be used or not. So this is what this signifies. So I'm just going to change this. Okay, and also in this example request DTO, for this example output. Okay, so I'm just going to change this example of desired JSON output. Okay, so let's just reorder this. So I'm just making it as meaningful as possible. Okay, fine, and now in this analyze request. Okay, so for the original text, let's add in this the is string annotation. Okay, from class validator. Okay, because that's what is expected. Okay, And also for this debug report, I'm just going to change like we did for the other thing. Okay, so if a debug report of the analysis, okay, should be generated or not. Okay, so that's what this signifies. Okay, finally in this analyze result also, I'm just going to change this debug report. So here let's just say this as debug report of the analysis. Okay, I'm just going to make it as specific as possible for the DTO we are adding. Okay, and in the extraction result as well, so I'm just going to add the same for this the debug report of JSON extraction. Okay, so here of the JSON extraction, fine. And now in the types, okay, so if we just go to this types in our LLM section, so rather than making the interface, it's better if we convert that to type, because that's the optimal way as far as I know, rather than having the interface. So I'm just going to change this to type. Okay, so here let's change this to type. Okay, here as well I'm just going to change this to type. Okay, fine. And either here even this interface, this, let me change this to type. Okay, okay, fine. So yeah, that's the change. So just we add enhanced what is the issue here again? Okay, we have an issue here for debug param, so I will add this. Okay, fine. And that's the type changes. Okay, and now what I will do is this, the chain calls and the types that we added. Okay, so we'll have to expose it to OpenAPI as well. So let's add that inside our the DTOs of JSON. Okay, so I just wanted to have that also documented and showcased in Swagger. So if we just define this in the types that we just defined. Okay, so here we will not have this documentation or the showcasing in Swagger. So we'll also add some annotations, OpenAPI annotations for this. Okay, and move this to JSON DTO location. So basically here in the result part, okay, I mean to say, let's create a separate DTO for debug thing. So inside this LLM folder itself, okay, I'm just going to create here the new folder for DTO. Okay, so let's name this as debug .dto.ts. Okay, fine. And here we'll have this class for the chain call. I'm just going to take those types here and create the classes for all the debug report, LLM call and the chain call. Okay, so you'll understand this then where we will be using this. So let me add the classes for each of them. So here first I'm just going to copy all of these classes. Okay, and let me copy this first. Okay, and here I'm just going to paste this, and let's add the annotations for each of them. So first let me do for this chain call. Okay, so here this is going to be now the class. Okay, I'm just going to remove this equals to for the chain name. So let's add this API property. Okay, so fine. And description, I'm just going to add this as the name of the chain. You might think here we are too much adding the content, but trust me, it's worth down the line. So for your future self, when you after having developed this and wanted to refer it back after such a long time, and these kind of additions, it's going to make you understand a lot easier and better. Okay, so that's the reason we always be advised to add as much information as possible. Okay, fine. And this the run id. Okay, so this is going to be this API property, and here I'm just going to add in this is going to be this run id of the chain. Okay, and then the start. Okay, so I'm just going to annotate the same with this API property. So here the description, I'm just going to say this as the start of the chain, and this type it's going to be the object. Okay, and here the properties, the inputs. Okay, so this the description, I'm just going to mention this as the inputs of the chain. Okay, so fine. And here this type, I'm just going to this is going to be of type object. And finally the end. Okay, so here this API property, so this description, yes, it's going to be this end of the chain, and this it's going to be of type object, and the properties. So I'm just going to add in this outputs. So here let's add the description for this. So this is going to be this outputs of the chain. Okay, and here this type, this is going to be type object. Fine, so that's the end. And the error, so we'll have to add this annotation for this as well. So this description, it's going to be straightforward, which is the error of the chain. Okay, and the type, this is going to be the object, same like the above. Okay, and here the properties, so this will have this error, so which is of type object again. So I'm just going to have this type. Okay, fine. So these are the annotations for the chain call. So we'll have to do for the LLM call now. Okay, so here let's have this API property. Okay, description, so this is going to be this name of the LLM. Okay, fine. What is the, okay, this will have to change this to class. Okay, and let me remove this. Okay, and this parent run id, so let's have this description as the run id of the parent chain. Okay, and this nullable, I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, and then the run id, so here I'm just going to add in the description for this. So this is going to be this run id of the LLM. Okay, and here the start. Okay, so this is going to be pretty much the same. Okay, so this is going to be this start of the LLM chain. Okay, so okay, so here this type, it's going to be the object, and the properties, I'm just going to add in here this prompts. So here the description, it's going to be the prompts used for the call. Okay, and the type, so this type, it's going to be the object. So that's the definition for this start prompts. Okay, and for end, let me copy this. Okay, so here. Okay, so now this is going to be this end of the LLM chain. Okay, and this is going to be object, and here instead of this prompts, we'll have this outputs. Okay, and description, this is going to be output of the call. So I'm just going to have this. Okay, finally this error, so let's add this description, the error of the LLM chain. Okay, and properties, we will have this error property. Okay, and this I'm just going to remove this description and type it's going to be object. Okay, so that is the thing. And here for the debug report alone it's left, so I'm just going to change this to class, and we'll have to add in the same for this. Okay, so this API property, so here this description. Okay, so this is going to be the number of chains created. Okay, then after this I'm just going to copy this. Okay, for LLM call count, so this is going to be number of calls to the model. Okay, so I'm just going to calls to the model. Okay, and the chains. Okay, so here let's have this description. It's going to be array of created chains. Okay, so array of created chains. Okay, and here this type, it's going to be this chain call. Okay, this is going to be a chain call okay, it is used before, so I'm just going to move this up. Okay, so let's move this to top. Okay, and also this I'll have to move because I'll just going to add this type as well, so I'm just going to add in here. Okay, so fine. And now here for this LLMs. Okay, so let's add. So this is the final definition. So here the description, it's going to be this array of calls to the model, and this type it's going to be this LLM call. Okay, fine. So now we have this details ready. So now we can just take off this types. Okay, whatever we just mentioned. I know there is a lot of rework that we are doing, but that's how this development works. Okay, fine. So now we have to handle this DTOs in the place where we were referring these types. Okay, first in the debug handler, so I'm just going to change this to DTO. Okay, so to DTO. Okay, and here let's add this to debug.dto. Okay, fine. So that is the issue for the types. Okay, and even in the extract result. Okay, so here we'll have to change this debug report. Okay, so let's just import this. Okay, so this one I'm just going to import from the DTO we have just created, and this one also I'm just going to import the same. Okay, so okay, fine. So that's the changes. That's how we just added the annotations for our debug reports classes as well. Okay, so now we have this errors in this file, so let's fix this. First thing is in the here we see here the issue that so basically we have an issue with this thing. So if you just see, we expected a 4 arguments, but 3 got 3. So debug we did not provide. Okay, so that's the reason. So what I will do is I'm just going to provide in here this debug to be true. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to provide here this debug value. Okay, so here for this let's just add in here this true. Okay, fine. So this is how we try to fix the issues. Okay, so first thing here as well I'm just going to add in this along with this output we'll have to add in this the debug report as well. I mean, we'll have to destructure. So that's what I'm trying to say here. So here along with this output, let's get this debug report, and for this debug I'm just going to provide the value to true. And now I'm just going to add in this additional expect, so that is the debug report to be defined. Okay, so this is what just to check whether debug report is also being given as the output from the service or not. Okay, fine. And we'll have to add in this the one more test case. So basically to just check whether the output is being generated along with this debug report. Okay, so for that I'm just going to add right away after this. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so here let's copy this test case, and let's add in here, and I'm just going to rename this. Should generate an output with let's say this debug report. Okay, and these things are going to remain same. Okay, so now along with this output I'm just going to check for all the properties that we expect from this debug report. So that is, it should have this property, this chain call count. Okay, so this should have this chain call count. Okay, and also here this debug report should have this property, so this llm call count. Okay, so here let me just copy this. Okay, and we'll just change the property name. So we should have the property chains along with this llms. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here the chains, and this is going to be the llms. Okay, fine. And let's just provide here this time limit for this test case. Okay, so we just added that. Okay, and now here I'm just going to get in here this for this the okay, so fine. Here as well I'm just going to provide this debug to just to true. Okay, fine. And also here as well I'm just going to provide this values to true. Let's also add in here the true value. Okay, and now for this refine output. Okay, so first thing here we will get three values. So thing is we will be getting this output llm call count along with that debug report. So let's destructure them. So here we will have this llm call count along with this debug report. Okay, and okay, and the thing now is we expect this llm count to be 2 and also debug report to be null. Okay, so let's add that. So I'm just going to add in here this llm call count. Okay, to be 2. Okay, and this expect debug report to be I mean it to be null. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. We have here this issue. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, so here I'm just going to provide in here true value. Okay, fine. And we should add one more test that it should generate the correct output. Okay, uh, so let's do one thing. So here I'm just going to add in the false. Okay, let's try to add one more test case. So kind of it should generate the correct output from this chunk document along with the debug report. Okay, so for that I'm just going to copy this. Okay, let me just copy this. Okay, so right below this I'm just going to add this test case. Let's change this to with a debug report. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this debug report. Okay, and here whatever we had the existing things I'm just going to leave as it is. Okay, except that now here debug I'm just going to provide here this true value, and also now this debug report to be defined, not to be null. Okay, so let's just take from the above. I'm just going to the place where we just added the properties. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy this, and let's go down and use the same. Okay, so here, yeah, in this file, so I'm just going to use this. So this is going to be same chain LLM call count chain, call count chains, and LLMs. Okay, fine. And yeah, that is the thing. We still see an issue. Okay, where is it? Okay, so here let's do one thing. I'm just going to add in here the default value. Okay, so now we should yeah, so now let's try to run the test case. Okay, so here I'm just going to run this test case on this file. So okay, so at least whatever we had it we expect it to pass. Okay, let's just check it out. Let's just forget about the test cases that were failing. We will come back to that. Okay, so I just wanted to check for the test case that we just added. It's taking some time. Let's wait for it to give us the output. Okay, let's see. 6 passed, 8 failed. Okay, fine. Let's just see at least whatever we have added now, is it there in this fail list? Okay, okay. Okay, we have this here, one debug report, one failed. Okay, okay, one out of the things we had it for debug report failed. Okay, so that too I know. I think I just have to provide this time limit value. Okay, let me just provide for that. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in let's say okay, so this is the thing I just encountered the issue with. So if you just see should throw not this, yeah, correct output from a chunked document with the debug report. Okay, so here the maximum call stack size exceeded. Okay, okay, there is an issue with this. Okay, let's try to test this. For debug report for the chunked thing, it's failing. Okay, let's test it. Okay, it's running. Okay, hopefully at least this time it should work, or else mostly the failure will happen again. I think it failed again. Okay, let's see what is the real reason. Yeah, again here this is the issue for that. There is an issue with this maximum call stack exceeded. Okay, so there is some issue with the memory, but the logic is, this is how we try to test. Okay, we will have a check. There is a lot of issues with this test cases inside this LLM service, which I'll come back. Okay, so don't have to worry much about that. Okay, they're just missing memory issue. I just have a lot of things running on this PC. That's the reason. Maybe once I restart or once I clear, once we run, that should work. That's what my assumption is. I might be wrong as well. Okay, fine. And now let's I'm just going to add this text analysis as a field inside our analyze result. Okay, so here let's just add that. Okay, here for this analysis class. Okay, along with this corrections, I'm just going to add one more field. Okay, so which is the text analysis. This is going to be of type string. Okay, and let's add in this property. Okay, so here this is going to be like, full textual analysis of the issue. Okay, and I'm just going to annotate this with the is a string. Fine. And now in the JSON service thing, we'll have to add this to our corrections. Okay, so here yep, I'll have to add this text analysis. Okay, here let's say this as like, your detailed and precise analysis. So I'm just going to describe more like, exposing your whole thought process. Okay, step by step. And I'm just going to add in here, do not provide a corrected JSON output in this field. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure that it's not going to give the corrected JSON in this field. Okay, and also I'm just going to say generate a readable text in markdown. Okay, so fine, so this is going to be the description for this text analysis. Okay, what is the issue? Analysis. Okay, which I've just added. Okay, it has to be outside. Okay, not inside. Fine, this has to be outside. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here. Again, this has to be outside of this array. Okay, fine. Here it has to be here. Okay, fine. Yep, now the issue should be gone. Okay, and also in this here I'll just have to add in this in the analyze JSON output function. Okay, so if you just go here, I just have to add in this to have this property as well, just to check, make sure that. Okay, so here to have this property text analysis. Okay, Fine, so this I just added this extra field for our analysis result DTO. Okay, yeah. So next what we will do, we'll try to add a logger middleware for all our services, so that we can have a look at the if there are any issues inside our output. But as of now, we this is working fine, so there's no issues with it's not breaking any of our code with the changes that we made. But there is still known things, obviously the issues we have with the test file, especially the LLM service. Other test files are passing, so the issue we have is with this LLM service. We'll have a look at that. Okay, hopefully once we have all the things ready, that should be gone. Okay, let's now we'll try to add this custom logger and middleware, and try to all print the logs wherever needed to just let us know if we are facing any issue while we are making call to respective service. So let's create a logger middleware. Okay, I'm just going to create a new folder. Let's create a new folder inside this source folder. So I'm just going to name this as logger folder. Okay, so here first let's create this logger module and middleware. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here this logger module. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this, let's name this module as okay, so let's name this as logger module. Okay, so here we'll have to provide the providers and export some services. So for that I need first the one service. I'm just going to have this timestamp service. Okay, so here inside this, let me just create the ISO logger service. Okay, so here let's name this as ISO logger. Let's create the class for this service. Let's name this as the ISO logger. I'm just going to extend this console logger from NestJS common. Okay, now inside this constructor. Okay, so let's inject this config service. Okay, so here the config service, I'm just going to get this config service. Okay, and here whatever the default we have. Okay, I'm just going to add in this the timestamp to true. Okay, and here this log levels. Okay, so the log levels, I'm just going to set this to so this we will add the log levels that we'll have inside our the configuration file. So let me add first. So here we will add the log level. For now we'll add the log war none error levels. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, let me create here new key. Let's name this as a log level. So here whatever we have in this log level, we should add this inside our environment variable, which I will eventually add. Okay, and here I'm just going to split by comma. Okay, and get the levels. Okay, and just trim the string. Okay, fine, and or we will just define the default values here. So log, okay, one this the error. Okay, so if you don't have the values present in our environment variable, we'll just pass this default values. If not, we will get from there. Okay, so now here I'm just going to use this config service to get those values. Okay, so here let me get those log level. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this log levels, and let's have this get timestamp function. So this is going to be protected. Okay, so which is the get timestamp. Okay, and I'm just going to return this new or date. Okay, so to this ISO string. Okay, so this is the just the logger ISO logger service. Okay, so now I'm just going to make use of that here. Okay, so basically in this let me annotate this with module, and I'm just going to inject with the in the provider. So basically let me annotate this with module. So here this provider, so now I'm just going to add in this ISO logo which we just created. Okay, and even I'm just going to export the service from this module. Okay, and here let me annotate this with global. Okay, fine. And now let's have this middleware. So I'm just going to create here the logo middleware inside this folder. Let's just create this logo middleware. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here this logo middleware class. Let's implement this nest middleware interface. Okay, so here, okay, fine. So and also I'm just going to annotate this to this with the injectable. Okay, inside this first I'm just going to, in this constructor, let's get this ISO logger. Okay, so here let me get this, and here I'm just going to set this context to this HTTP request. Okay, and now here this in the use thing. Okay, and let me add this log. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here the request dot method. Okay, along with this the origin URL. Okay, so here let's change this request type to request. Okay, and this response type I'm just going to change this to response. Okay, so from express. Okay, so let's we can import that, and also this is going to be a next function type. Okay, so I'm just going to mention this types. So even the same I can just import this request and response. Okay, so this is going to be this original URL, and after this we are just going to call this next function. Okay, so this is the logger middleware. Okay, and we'll have to use this inside our main.ts, and also in module we'll have to app module. So if I just go here, I'll have to import this logger module. So here let's import this logger module, and also here in this app module we'll have to configure this. Okay, so let me configure this middleware consumer. Okay, and here this we have to apply this logger middleware. Okay, so I'm just going to import this middleware. Okay, and for routes, all the routes, so I'm just going to specify here the path to be star. Okay, so it's going to match all the routes, and for the all the methods. Okay, so I'm just going to add this all the methods. So this is how we add the logger middleware in our app module. And now in our in this main.ts file, while we are trying to bootstrap this. Okay, so I will have to here in this thing I'll have to add the additional property. Okay, so here the buffer logs, I am just going to set this to true. Okay, and also here we'll have to call this use logger on this app. Okay, so here this use logger, and provide in here this app dot resolve this ISO logger. Okay, fine. So now this logger will be added. Okay, so now let's try to let's try to use this logger. Okay, and try to set the context, and try to print some of the messages. So first let me come from the top. Okay, so first in the add API key strategy. Okay, so in this constructor, let me inject this logger. Okay, so here this. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this context to API key strategy dot name. Okay, this is going to be the context. Okay, and now here if there is we'll change this. So basically if valid key, so let me change this so that I can just log the thing. So if this is valid, so I'm just going to return this done null true. Okay, so let me have this. Okay, else if something went wrong, so here we will print warning message here, this that is like invalid API key. So here, and I'm just going to then add this return this done thing. Okay, with the unauthorized exception. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so this is how we try to print some messages in the logo whenever something goes wrong. Okay, so fine, we just added here. Okay, and now in this we'll try to add the same in our PDF parsers and everywhere. Okay, so let's go to this parsers. Okay, so in this controller service. Okay, so first in the controller, what I'm going to let's try to add first in the service. Okay, so let's import this. Okay, so once I add in here the one more let's inject this logo. Okay, so which is the ISO logo. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to set the context to this class name. So here this, let's set this context. Okay, so this is going to be a PDF parser service, the name of the class. Okay, fine, and now here if there is any error, okay, this, then I'm just going to log the warn message saying that PDF not passed. Okay, and here if everything went good, so I'm just going to log in here this debug. I'm just going to log saying that PDF parsed successfully. Okay, fine, so we'll have to do the same thing for here the other classes. Okay, so here if this is not the PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this warning message saying that this extension is not valid. Okay, so let me, yep, so I'm just going to add in this message, and also here if it's exceeding this the size limit, I'm just going to log this as well. So here let's log that PDF size over 5 MB. Okay, so I'm just going to log this. Fine, and So this we'll try to add the logs to our application. So now in this service thing, I'm just going to add this logger as well. So let's add this logger. Okay, so if I just now here I'm just going to in the providers. Okay, let me add this thing. So here this ISO logger. Okay, and let's have this use value. Okay, so this log the just dot function. Okay, and this error also it's going to be this function, and finally this set context. Okay, so I'm just going to have this also function. Okay, so here now let's have this logger variable assigned. Okay, so here let's try to get, let's make this a weight. Okay, so let's try to get this, I mean this ISO logger. Okay, so I'm just going to get this ISO logger. Okay, fine. And this is how if you wanted to include in the testing, we add it in this way. Okay, the same even in the controller we see some issue. Okay, it's just the not unused thing. So I'm just going to disable okay, for the file itself. Okay, so same thing we have to do for the other testing files. Okay, so if I wanted to add here also, I just have to do the same thing. So in the providers I'm just going to add this thing. So I'm just going to import here, and also okay, and here I'm just going to add in this logo, so which is of type ISO logo. Okay, and we'll just set in the same way. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to add this to this variable as well. Okay, so even so this is how we did add the logger for our thing. So if you wanted to just check the messages, so basically so we see some issue. Okay, we don't have that log level. Okay, fine. And so if you just see I have an issue here in ISO logo service. Here this log level. Okay, so for this I'm just going to create the value inside our environment variable file. Okay, so let me create that but ideally this is how we try to add the logs. Okay, I'll just showcase you one example. Okay, so first let me fix this issue. Okay, because we are not seeing this, I mean we're not able to run this, right? So we'll be able to test. So for now let's do one thing, whatever we had in this configuration. Okay, so here this values I'm just going to get this. Okay, for now let's just start code, and I'm just going to change this back. Okay, so here if not we will use this value, and now we should see that issue to go, but still I see here. Okay, fine. Let's remove this completely, this config service. Okay, fine. Okay, sure. Now let's try to check. So we had it for this PDF parser service. So basically, if you just see for our here, if PDF passed successfully, we should see this PDF passed successfully message in our logs. Okay, here somewhere. Okay, so I'm just going to test for this thing. So let me just refresh this, and here let's upload some file. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here some sample receipt. Okay, and here try to execute this. Okay, we'll have to provide some key, so let me provide here. Okay, so let me execute this. Okay, so we see the content read. Okay, now we should see somewhere let me minimize this. Okay, here let me search. Okay, I don't see any thing. Okay, so this is going to be the PDF. Okay, so that is, we're not able to see the logs. Let me check this. Okay, so the issue is, first we'll have to inject this. Okay, so that only we can use this in the other classes. And also I'm just going to provide here the scope. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the scope for this as transient scope. Okay, so here let me add this. So it's going to be this injectable. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, so this is going to be, let's import this scope. Okay, so here, yep, so now I added this, and also now here in the service we did inject. So here let me change this to one. So we are just printing here the one thing, so not the debug things. That's why we were not able to see. Okay, so here I'm just going to do the same thing for controller as well. Let's do one thing, let's inject the same for this here as well. So I'm just going to have this logo, so which is going to be this iOS logo, and let's set this context name, so which is going to be this PDF parser controller name. So I'm just going to set this context. Okay, and here let's say here I'm just going to log for now just to test. Okay, so here let's call this PDF controller successfully passed, something like this. Okay, so let's see. Okay, and yeah, let's just check it out. Okay, now we should see from this service this message, and from that controller this message in this logs. Let's test it out. So here I'm just going to choose let's choose the same file. Okay, and let's try to execute. Okay, so if I switch back, yeah, so if you just see from this controller we see this log. Okay, PDF parser controller, that PDF controller successfully passed. Okay, and from this PDF parser service we see that PDF passed successfully. So now the logs are working fine. So the thing that we did miss was we didn't inject that service, which uh, because of which we're not able to use it in our other classes. Okay, that's the reason. So now let's try to add this logs in parsers. Okay, so first in the let's add in the controller pdf parser controller only. So in the test thing we added here, and also I'm just going to add for this debug and other things as well. So here and also while we were passing to this iOS logger, you see we had no debug. That's the reason we see no output for that debug function when we are trying to see. So only if we use these three things we'll see these errors. So if you wanted to, we just have to add that debug, and also that's the reason we didn't see that printed when we used this logger.debug function. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this. Okay, and also we'll add this values to our list of the log levels. Okay, and also the one I'm just going to add here this. Okay, so now for every thing I'm just going to add this thing. So first is the wherever this unprocessable entity, so I'm just going to here also expect this logger dot want to have been cancelled. Okay, so we should add this, which I'm just going to add. Okay, so first let's add that so that it will be clear. Okay, so if I just go to this controller, so we just injected that. So now here I'm just going to inside this, let me add this logger dot one, that I'm just going to add this unprocessable entity exception thrown. Okay, so which is the straightforward. Okay, fine. And you let me copy this, and I use the same for the below pdf not passed also. Here I'm just going to use the same. Okay, and the bad request also I'm just going to add in here this bad request exception thrown. So let's change this a prefix value, which is here this bad request. Okay, fine. So now I just added in controller. So let's just go to this test file. So I'm just going to add the same wherever. I'm just let me copy this. Okay, so for anyways we I just commented most of the test cases, so that's fine. Okay, so here this is where we should expect that. So here this also I'm just going to comment it. Okay, and here as well, so wherever we are throwing, we will uncomment this. Okay, there was some issue due to which we commented this files. Okay, these were failing, right? So okay, so here as well I'm just going to add in. Okay, fine. So this is how we try to add. Okay, and we had it in this controller, and in the service file also I'm just going to add in this levels as well. Okay, so we will add this inside the environment variables, but for now I'm just hard coded that as a list of the strings. Okay, so here then the one also, let's have this function. Okay, fine. And wherever a pdf not passed, I'm just throwing that error. So here let's just add that here after this. Okay, so yeah, fine. So this is how we try to add the logs. Okay, whenever we wanted to have a note of it to check whether where are we failing and what is the exception. So where should we look in particular file for us to get the issue fixed and all. Okay, so fine, so we can add in the place wherever you want the files. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. So we'll try to add this logs in our JSON service and LLM service as well. So let's add them. So first in this LLM service, okay, if I just here in this organized data, so here let's first inject that. Okay, so this logger, so I'm just going to add in here this constructor. Okay, so here this logger. Okay, so let's set this context. Okay, so this logger dot set context, so this is going to be this class name. Okay, fine, so now here first thing I'm just going to add in here straight away this the debug. So let's add for this logger, I'm just going to add in here this debug also. Okay, so now let's go here. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this using let's say some info, so like using model or dot model name. Okay, and then the API key. Okay, so if it is there, I'll just going to append this with the with. Okay, if not, I'm just going to say without this API key. Okay, fine, so this is the log message that I've added, and if there is any exception, we'll just note that as well. So I'm just going to use this error, and here I'm just going to say this as prompt template does not so here let's make this then double quote. Okay, so doesn't match this input variables. Okay, fine, and yeah, and now here after this output I'm just going to log this debug. Okay, saying that generate output completed successfully. Okay, so here I just showcased you one example of logging the message in the terminal, so I will not showcase for this. Okay, you can just go ahead and test it out. Okay, so here I'm just going to complete this messages. Okay, generate output completed successfully. Okay, and now here if there is an issue, so then we'll have to log this. Okay, so the warning message that this LLM API key invalid error. Okay, so I'm just going to log this. Okay, with the, like thrown something like this. Let me copy this. Okay, and I'll do the same here, but now this is going to be a bad request received error. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Let's copy in here. Okay, else we will just have this no logger just throw this undefined error. So I'm just going to throw this undefined error through. Okay, so same thing, let me copy this logger. Okay, for the below method as well. So here after this I'm just going to add in this the same thing. Okay, and here if this is meeting the condition, then we'll just log this error. Okay, with the message as reserved chain values, which is the context. Okay, and the existing answer can't be used. Okay, fine. And then we'll include like this in the places wherever is needed. Okay, and even in this so I might forget adding in some places. Just go ahead and add it wherever is needed for you guys. Okay, and now here in this, after this this also we can just add that this was generate successfully completed. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this debug, let's say this function name, which is the generate refine output. Okay, I'm just going to say this as completed success fully. Okay, fine. And here we will just throw this invalid key error and all. So let me just copy from here. Okay, and we will just use the same. So here I'm just going to use the same, and here it's going to be this LLM bad request received error. Okay, so here let me use the same, and after this it's going to be this something like undefined so here this is going to be this undefined error. Okay, so I'm just going to have this error thrown. Okay, fine. And yeah, and now if you want to add in other things also, you can just go ahead and add it out. Okay, and in the split document, if you want, you can just create. Okay, so I'm just going to create here let's say some logo. Let's add here that this I'm just going to add that something like split document created this length documents. Okay, and I'm just going to have this chunk size just for better message. So params dot chunk size. Okay, and this overlap. Okay, and I'm here just going to have this params dot overlap. Okay, fine. So this is how we do try to log. Okay, fine. That's pretty much, I think. Okay, even if you want better if you add in as much places as possible. So here if you wanted to add in this these functions as well, we can go ahead and add. Okay, let's just not leave alone here. So I'm just going to add in here this too error. So let's just say something like input variable pass in this variable name. Okay, is something, let's say, is missing from this template name. So I'm just going to have this. Okay, and here in this available model also, I'm just going to say if there is no API key, so I'm just going to log this that so basically these are very important when you try to debug or figure out once you deploy it into production and you wanted to figure out where you are missing. So these messages are going to be severe for you guys. Okay, so you can know based on the logs that you see, and accordingly you know where the functionality is breaking, and you can go and fix there then and right there right away. Okay, fine. And same thing, I'm just going to copy the same for the other case as well. So here let me just copy this. Okay, yeah, and finally in the default let's just change the message here. I'm just going to say this as like model like let's provide this model name. So I'm just going to add this backtext here. Let's have this model name was not found. Fine. So yeah, so this is how we fit in this logos into our services and all. Now we'll have to do the same for our test thing. So to add this logo, okay, so let me quickly add this logo in this file. Here let's define this logo, which is going to be of type this ISO or logo. Okay, and here in this providers, I'm just quickly, let me just copy from the parsers. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy from here this one. Okay, so here in this, let's just use this. Okay, and then this logo, let's have this module, or let's this ISO or logo. Okay, so then if we want, we can just go ahead and add that expect to not have been called and all those things in respective cases, but I'm just leaving here. It's all depends on your needs and if you wanted to go. Okay, so there is some issue. Okay, let me just for not for this line. Okay, fine. And now let's go for this JSON service. Okay, let's inject this logger. So I'm just going to where is the constructor? So here let's have this logger. Okay, so this is going to be of type ISO logger. So let's set this context. Okay, logger dot, I'm just going to set this context to JSON service name. Okay, and quickly let's add in each of the classes this extract with schema. So right after this JSON, I'm just going to add the message that JSON passed successfully. So here this logo, let's provide here this the function name, that is extract with the schema. Okay, so JSON passed, I'm just going to have this message. Okay, and here if something went wrong, so let's log that as well. I'm just going to mention this method name, which is the extract with schema, and here we'll say something like JSON parsing of failed. So then we will know we'll have to look here, that is the issue. Okay, fine. So same thing, let's try to copy this and use for the other methods as well. Okay, so here right after this, let's change this. So it's going to be the schema and refine. Okay, and let me just copy here. This is going to be warning. Okay, and I'm just going to add here, and I'm just going to say this JSON parsing failed. Okay, parsing failed, let's change this successfully to failed. Okay, fine. So yeah, and we have this one to be added to, so I'm just going to add this. It's going to be this example. Okay, so let me just copy this. Okay, and this I'm just going to change this to 1, and here it's going to be parsing failed. Okay, fine. And this analyze JSON output also, let's add for that too. So here let me add this that analyze JSON output, JSON passed successfully. So here I'm just going to change this function name, so JSON output. Okay, I'm just going to copy this in the health part. Okay, so parsing failed. Okay, so here let's change this to 1, and here let's change this to present thing. Okay, and failed. Okay, and here let's copy the same thing, and here I'm just going to have the same logo as well. Okay, Fine, so we added the logger in this service, and same thing if you wanted here in this testing also, we can just, I'm just going to copy these things. Okay, so let me add this as well in this thing, tester file. Okay, I'm just showcasing, how do we add in this tester file as well. Okay, so here let me import this. Okay, and here you just have to define this logo, which is going to be this iOS logo, and just annotate this where they are not used for this line. Okay, and you can just take this how you initialize this logo. Okay, so that is you just have to, yeah, then later on you can just add in the respective things. Okay, fine, and yeah, and we'll have to add the same inside this controller. So let's inject this inside this constructor, this logo. So it's very important to have this logo in all of the controllers and the services that you're using, and also important to set this context so that you'll not waste your time finding or searching through all of your files rather than looking into specific file. Okay, that's the reason it's better always to have the context, that is the controller or the service that you're facing issue on, and then the followed by the message. Okay, so here we will have to add all of the things here, same thing. So let's say this, I'm just going to add here this refine is true, just log this. Okay, then then after this I'm just going to say request processed successfully. So here let's debug this. I mean yeah, so request processed successfully. Okay, and for you to debug this NestJS project, you just have to create this .vs code folder, and then that launch.json you just have to specify some properties, then you'll be able to debug this project. Okay, I'll showcase you that eventually, which is straightforward. You can just find in the Google. Okay, fine. Next, okay, so here after this I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so here let's use this here. I'm just going to change here the text. Okay, so like something like request for JSON extraction with schema, or like processed successfully. Okay, fine, and in case of exceptions, then we'll just have to change this to one. Okay, warnings. Okay, and let's copy this unprocessable entity exception thrown. Okay, I'm just going to change this. Okay, so same thing, let's copy this here instead of this unprocessable entity, and we'll just change this to bad request exception. Okay, so fine, and here this is going to be this internal server error, so let's paste this here. Okay, so I'm just going to have the same. Fine, so this is a thing. Okay, and let's I'm just going to copy this so we can use it for the below things as well, the examples. Okay, so here I will just use this for JSON with exam instead of with schema. I'm just going to change this to with example. Okay, and here in the invalid JSON we just have to through this unprocessable entity exception. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this name as well, exception name. So here let's copy this, let's completely remove this. Okay, so I'm just going to remove here, and let's mention this as a thrown. Okay, due to error, I'm just going to have that error all name also. Okay, printed in the logs. Okay, and here I'm just going to log this in errors. Okay, which is the internal server exception thrown. So let's copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to add this as the message. Okay, so then we can just have a look at this, and we'll have to do the same for analysis. Okay, so here after this, let's have this debug, and I'm just going to say something like no request for analysis endpoint, something like processed successfully. Okay, and now here we can just copy this. Okay, let me just copy this thing, and I will just change the text. Okay, so here we'll have to log this. Okay, and here now in place of this internal server exception, I'm just going to use this unprocessable entity exception. Okay, fine. Fine, yeah. So this is the thing, this is how we add a logger into each controllers. And now if you want into this controller testing as well, so let's just copy this. Okay, I'm just going to add the same thing here as well at the top. Okay, here in the providers. Okay, so let's import this, and I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's specify here this logger, and I'm just going to define this logger, which is going to be the iOS logger. So for now we are not using, I'm not, we can just use it to have not been called for other expecting the logger things if you wanted. Okay, so this is how we add this logger into each and every controllers, that we wanted. So just for this this controller, I'm just going to add this the to have been called. Okay, the warning, and also let's say wherever we added this unprocessable entity exception. So here, okay, so I will just showcase you one example here. So once we have this, I expect this logger dot want to have been called. Okay, so I can just copy this, and same thing for a bad request exception. So I'm just going to after this have this added. Okay, and here for this bad request also let's add. So this is how we try to add even if the logs are being called or not properly. Okay, so let's add in this service also. Okay, so wherever we had this invalid JSON here output error, so I'm just going to copy this to have been just called. Okay, and just down the line, so here as well I'm just going to use this. Okay, so that's all pretty much so let's add here as well. Yeah, fine. So this is how we try to add, and for LLM also we almost added for all the things. So here also I'm just going to quickly add so wherever we have this not available error or something like that, let's here after this let's just add this. Okay, same thing, I'm just going to add this logger dot want to have been called. Okay, same, I'm just going to add in here. So just I'm just going to add wherever we added this exceptions to be thrown. Okay, fine. And yeah, this is going to be pretty much okay. So here I'm just going to add for all the test cases. We have more test cases in this file, so let's quickly add here. Here let me add here. Okay, fine. And for all the things now it's going to be here. So this is how we try to check even if the logs are being printed or not. Okay, finally we added the logs inside our services controllers and also in test files, wherever we expect it to be called. Okay, so fine, that is the thing I wanted to showcase for this, adding the custom logging middleware and see those printed messages in the terminal or logs, so that we will know where the functionality is breaking, or where the logic is breaking, so that we can go and have a look at it. Okay, so now where what we'll try to focus on is, I'm just going to focus on adding the endpoint for classification capabilities. Like given some particular categories, it should help me to categorize into one particular class. So we'll focus on that. Okay, and also let's try to do some cleaning, and then we'll jump on to that. So let's focus on that now. Okay, so just before that, if you remember in this handler, so if I just go to this LLM handler, callback handlers, and this debug handler, for chain I just add this any. Okay, so now I'm just going to specify the serial type. Okay, so this is going to be in this serialized from this. I'm just going to get this from this LangChain. Okay, so from this serializable. Okay, now I can just mention here that type, so now we'll not see this issue. Okay, here instead of this referring to name, I'm just going to use this ID and get this value at this -1 index. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to fix this typing issue as well. So I'm just going to do the same thing here for this, and here as well let's change this to id dot. Okay, fine. So that is the thing. And also if you want, you can just increase the chunk size and all, and also we have this unwanted issue I see here in this parsers, PDF parser. So let me showcase you that. Okay, so if you just see these exceptions, this PDF extension error, I'm just facing a lot of problems with this. I'm just going to delete this. Okay, and let's remove accordingly the reference of that wherever we had. Okay, so in this service, so this I'm just going to remove this extension error. Okay, and wherever we referred this, and also here let's just have this output length is 0, then I'm just going to have this PDF not passed. Okay, I'm just going to remove that instance error. And also whenever we are loading from PDF from URL, we had this thing, so I'm just going to completely remove. Okay, so that will be taken care, so no need to worry much about that. Okay, and also in this test case, we had this this should throw an array file extension is not PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to completely remove this test case. Okay, and also let's remove this. Okay, let's remove this as well, this one. Okay, fine. So that's the just a small change. I just changed I just removed this exception, and also change the type from any to be specific to serialized, loaded from the LangChain. And also now let's try to add this other models as well in this LLM service file. So just a small change. So here we will add the same case, like if it the other model, so GPT 3.5 turbo for 16K context length. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this thing. Okay, and we can do one thing. I can do a change here. Basically we can have only single case. So what I mean is, let's do one thing. Let's refactor this GPT 3.5 turbo. For this only I'm just going to map this. Okay, and here completely let me remove this case. Okay, you'll understand how I'm going to accommodate this. And now instead of this model, let's pass in this dynamic model name. Okay, so here let me pass this model name. Okay, and also now here wherever I'm just passing this hard-coded value, I'll just pass now here this dynamic value. So that is whatever we receive in this model name. Okay, and yeah, that's the pretty much change. Now this is going to fit in for all the models. So I'm for these three models, this is going to be the thing. Okay, so I just started this, and also in this controller or documentation we can just change that. So that is in this JSON controller. So we had this available models. Okay, so I'm just going to add in for now this GPT 3.5. So be careful for some of the accounts you will not have this GPT-4, so use it accordingly. I would say this would suffice for all the needs that we are doing, but it's better and good to have these models. If you have that in your API of your organization, in the account that you created, go ahead and use it, and be sure and I'm just letting you know that you'll be you'll be charged for the tokens that you'll be generating. Okay, so be cautious on that part. Okay, and here we had the same thing about to, so I'm just going to copy this. So it's nothing, we are just adding the other models to the list. That's the change here. Okay, fine. So this is what here as well I'm just going to change here. Let's make this to plural. Okay, let's change this to available models. Okay, so here as well let me change this to plural here too. Okay, fine. So that's the change. Okay, so now let's focus on the text classification capabilities. So again, like we did build other controllers and service, we need the DTOs for request response and have the service, and then use the service in our controller. Okay, so let's start with our DTOs. So inside this JSON DTOs, I'm just going to create a new files for classification. So let's name that as something like JSON classification request and JSON classification result. Let's first create this request DTO. Okay, so let's name this accordingly, JSON classification request dot DTO or dot TS. Okay, so here let's create the class for that. So I'm just going to name this as let's say a JSON classification request DTO. Okay, fine. And here we'll have the properties. So first thing is the model. So this is the pretty much standard, so I'm just going to take it from the existing thing. So let's just take this from this thing and use the same in this thing. Okay, so just the description, and we'll just import this. and this is going to be object. Okay, now the description is this is the model to use for classification of the text. Okay, so I'm just going to change this. Okay, so this is going to be for classification of text, and this is going to be remain the same. Okay, and next is the categories. I mean the list of the categories that you want the model to classify into. Okay, so this is going to be this categories. Okay, so this is going to be string array. Okay, let's annotate this. Okay, here this API property, the description. So here I'm just going to have this as categories to classify the text into. So this is just a brief description about that, and this type it's going to be the string. Okay, fine. And then after this the text that you wanted it to classify. Okay, so here let's have this property which is going to be a string, and let's annotate this property, this API property. So here I'm just going to have in here this description. Okay, so here I'm just going to add here text to classify. Okay, and let's annotate this with this is going to be a string, and we should make sure that this is not going to be empty. So I'm just going to annotate the same with the is not empty from class validator. Okay, fine. And then the debug, so I'm just going to take for the property from here. So the debug thing, let's have this property. So here let's just change here of the classification. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this classification should be generated or not. Okay, and let's import these things. Okay, property optional, and the boolean annotation, and then there is optional annotation. Okay, fine. So now the request DTO is ready. So let's create the same way the result DTO. So I'm just going to create in here this result DTO. Okay, so DTO. Oh, fine. And here first I have this class for this classification. So I'm just going to name this as classification. So basically this will have this the classification text. Okay, along with the confidence of the classification in percentage. Okay, so you will just I'm going to write so that you'll understand. Okay, here the classification which is going to be a string. Okay, and then the confidence. Okay, so this is going to be the confidence score of the classification. Let me annotate this now for better readability. This API property. Okay, so here I'm just going to give some description for this. So basically this is going to be the classification that we will get for the text. Okay, so here the classification of the text, and this confidence. So this is going to be the confidence of the classification that we got in percentage. Okay, so I'm just going to give that same explanation here. So confidence of the classification in percentage. Okay, fine. So this is the classification. Now the actual class, the DTO that we want, I'm just going to create by making use of the above class. Okay, so let's name this as a JSON classification result DTO. So no matter how big the class names that you're going to create, create as big doesn't matter. It has to be meaningful, and it has to be helpful for you down the line if you wanted to come back and refer to your code. Okay, that's the intention. Okay, and this will have the model. So that is model that we'll use for classification, and then the classification object. So that is the above class. Okay, so and then the debug thing, which is I'm just going to take it from here. Okay, let's just use this here, and let's import this, and it's going to be the object, so it's going to be report now. So here object, okay, and this, let's import this, and this is going to be now this debug report object, okay. And here I'm just going to change this description to debug report for debug report of the classification. Okay, fine, and let's annotate this too. So here I'm just going to, we know what is this about already, so I'm just going to add in here this description with the like something like, classification of the text. Okay, and here this model, so let's annotate this, and here the description, it's going to be this model used for classification. Okay, fine. So now the details that we want are ready. So, and before going to write the service, we need the prompts like we did had for the other things. Okay, so let's copy this, and I'm just going to tweak the instructions accordingly for our classification. So let's name this as JSON classification template. Okay, so here classification template, and this is going to be completely changed instructions. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, let's change this. Okay, so here given a list of the possible, we'll pass in the categories. Okay, given a list of the categories, and the text to, I'm just going to give some instructions here, text to classify. I'm just going to say like, use your capabilities to determine this most fitting category, okay, for the provided text. Okay, and I'm just going to say here, if the category cannot be determined with high confidence, I'm just going to say it as classify the text as other. Okay, and here let's provide here now list here. So I'm just going to say here the categories you may choose from, or strictly with the below list. I'm just going to provide that strictly limited to the given list, so which we will provide that, so in form of variables. Okay, fine, and here let's change this JSON schema to this list of possible categories with their descriptions. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this categories variable. We will add this as the input variables, and here we'll pass the text to classify. So I'm just going to pass in the same, so here text to classify, and we will have this variable name as a text. Okay, so let's change this. This is going to be a text. Okay, and finally here let's say something like, for your output. Okay, I'm just going to say like, provide a JSON object that contains the classification field. Okay, so that the format that we expect to be consistent, okay, representing the determined category. Okay, so and the confidence, I'm just going to get this confidence. Okay, field. Okay, so here let's say indicating, I'm just going to add this here let's say indicating the confidence level of the classification. Okay, fine. And here after this, let's remove this, and I'm just going to say here some format. Okay, so basically please provide your output in the following format. Okay, then we will provide this output format, and here this is going to be, so let's say, like, your classification. Okay, so this is going to be our classification template, and now let's export this. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's provide the input variables for that. So here this is going to be a JSON classification. Okay, and now the input variables, it's going to be the list of the categories that we are supposed to pass. Okay, and then the text to classify into. Okay, so here, and then the finally the output format. So I'm just going to add this. Okay, and now this is going to be this classification template. Okay, let me change this. Okay, classification template. Okay, so now the template that we want, it's ready. So I'm just going to create a new service inside our JSON service file. So here right below this, I'm just going to create a new file. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, new function. So let's rename this to classify text. Okay, let me change this. Classify text. Okay, this is going to have this model text as the input. So here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and here let's change this to text. Okay, which is the string, and then debug, I'm just going to set the default value to false, and this is going to be the list of the categories, which is going to be a string array. Okay, fine. And now the output format, I'm just going to have here this object. So let me remove this. Okay, so this one, and here let me, this will have this classification. Okay, basically this classification of the text. Okay, and then after this the confidence score, which we wanted, so I'm just going to mention that confidence. Okay, here let's provide this description. Okay, so here I'm just going to say like number representing let's say something like, your confidence of the classification in percentage. Okay, and I'm just going to say here like, display only the number. Okay, and not the percentage sign. Okay, so this is going to be our output format. Okay, and here now I'm just going to pass in this the categories. Okay, so here let's remove this thing. Now it's going to be the categories, the input, and then the text, and then the output format. Okay, so fine. And the debug value. So once we here now we'll have to so this is going to be of type the classification. So let me import this classification model. Okay, and this I'm just going to completely remove this. the condition now it's going to be, let me add this condition. So here, if this JSON dot classification and this JSON or dot confidence is present in this object that we are receiving, then I'm just going to log that first that JSON passed successfully. Okay, so here that let's specify this function name, which is the classified text. Okay, and we will just return this, else there is a JSON passing issue. Okay, and let's provide that function name, so that is it failed. Okay, so here I'm just going to replace the same here with this thing. Okay, fine. So now the method, the service that we want is ready. Okay, so all we have to do is consume this in our controller. Okay, so now let me create here this new endpoint for the classifying the text. So here I'm just going to copy this completely, so let me just copy this. Okay, and we'll make tweaks accordingly for our new endpoint. Okay, so first let's change this to classify text endpoint. Okay, function name classify text. Okay, and this endpoint name, it's going to be this classification. Okay, and here this DTO, now it's going to be this JSON classification request DTO. Okay, and now let's we'll come back to this documentation text. Okay, so here we expect here now this categories along with the text. Okay, so here the categories and then the text from the request. Okay, so once we destructure those respective values, let's so here I'm just going to rename this to classification. Okay, and here we will call this classify text which we have just written, and pass in this model and the text. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this text. Okay, and then the categories. Okay, then the debug value. Then once we so this is going to be now this JSON classification result DTO. So now instead of this analysis, we'll just pass in this classification. Okay, what's the issue? Okay, I think I just classification. Okay, so here did I misspell? Okay, yeah, here. Okay, classification, fine. Yeah, I just misspelled it. Okay, so we are passing this, and once we get this, and I'm just going to change this, like, request for classification processed successfully, and this is what we'll be returning. And if it is the error, and this is going to be pretty standard, logging this internal server exception and unprocessable entity exception thrown. So now this summary description and all, so let's change this. So first the summary, it's going to be I'm just going to change this, so it's going to return this classification of the given text. Okay, from a list of this possible categories. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this thing, and here we will just change this explanation, the description. So it is going to return a classification for us. Okay, so it is going to return a classification of the text that will be passing. Okay, from a list of the categories that we provide. Okay, so here from list of the possible categories. Okay, and I'm just going to say this, and it accepts the text to classify and a list of just what is the input variables that will be passing to this template. Okay, So here are the categories with their descriptions. Okay, fine, and this is going to be remain same. And now here the type result, it's going to be this classification result DTO. And here I'm just going to have this description as like, classification is successfully written. And this it's going to be this classification request DTO. And here now the we will change this description containing the text to classify, and a list of the categories, okay, with their descriptions. Okay, so this is just the providing more descriptive details for particular endpoint, and documenting it in our Swagger. Okay, so that's the endpoint. Okay, so this is how we try to if we wanted to add a new endpoint. So now we successfully added the endpoint for classification. So what we'll do is now we'll try to add the test for this classification method and see if it's working the way we wanted. So again, I'm specifying it again. I'm not showcasing this output in Swagger. With the test cases that we are writing, you will understand the gist of this functionality. Later, while we are building the front end and consuming there, you will understand how this APIs are working in UI. Okay, and also I will at the end I'll showcase you once in the Swagger as well, so no need to worry about that. So let's try to write the test cases for our the classify text function which we have just written. So let's add these test cases. So in this service test file, so just below this, here I'm just going to add in this new describe for our the test case. Okay, so let's name for the function this classifies text, so I'm just going to name this as the method name. Okay, fine, and here let's have first test case, and the title for this I'm just going to have this as it should return a classification object. So okay, so this is going to be the title of this test case. Okay, and let's make this asynchronous. Okay, and here first let's get the text that we wanted to classify. So I'm just going to have this example. So let's say just okay, this is a text representing a, let's say, a positive sentiment. Okay, fine, and here let's have this category list. Okay, for now I'm just going to have here the positive and the negative. Okay, fine, and the model. So here the model, I can just take it from here. Let's have this. Okay, fine, and now let's get the JSON from the service output. Okay, so here I'm just going to rename this to a classification, and let's just call this service dot classify text, and we will just pass in this model text and this categories list. Okay, so here we will get this classification. Now let's write this expectation. So here we expect the classification to be defined. Okay, and next we expect this classification to have this property. So here this classification, and we also expect this to have the property of confidence. Okay, so I'm just going to write the same here. So here the classification to have this property, the confidence score for the prediction that it did give for us. Okay, and then we expect this classification result to be a positive. Okay, so I'm just going to have this expect classification dot classification, okay, to be this positive. Okay, so this is what we expect from the endpoint we have just written. So this is the straight and forward test case that we wanted for us to work. Okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to have, let's say, set this time limit, this milliseconds. Okay, fine, and let's just copy this and write one more test case. Okay, kind of like, it should return a test case, I mean output, other than the categories that we specify, in case if it's not describing to the categories that we did pass. Okay, so I'm just going to change here, it should return a classification object with other as a value. Okay, so here I'm just going to have here, and now the text, I'm just going to change this. Okay, this is a text, okay, expressing let's say neither a positive sentiment nor a negative one. Okay, so I'm just going to have this as a description, that is a text, and the rest it's going to remain the same, except that now we want this to be other. Okay, so fine, so these are the two test cases, and after this I'm just going to have now the test case which should throw if the output is not a valid classification object that we are expecting with the properties classification along with the confidence. Okay, so let's change this definition, so that is it should throw us if the output is not a valid classification object. Okay, fine, and here let's say this is a text. Okay, this is going to be the same text. Okay, and the categories as well, except that we are just going to spy on this, not just call this. Okay, so here let's have this just dot spy on. Okay, and this LLM service, the method is this generate output. Okay, and I'm just going to call this mock resolved value. Okay, here let's have this output as the text to be classification. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this. Okay, and here debug report, I'm just going to set this to null. Okay, fine, and now I'm just going to remove this completely. So let's have this expectation. So here we will be expecting this service dot classify text. Why? So we pass this model the text along with the categories to throw us invalid JSON output error. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this rejects to throw this invalid JSON output error. Okay, and also I'm just going to add this logger. Okay, so we expect this logger want to have been called. Okay, fine, so these are the test cases for our the classification endpoint which we have written. So now let's try to test it out. Okay, so I'm just going to run this test cases. Let's go to this. Okay, let's just run this JSON service. Okay, so here one test case failed, except that all did okay, it is not able to find this. Okay, there is some issue with the logger we did add. Okay, here okay, there is some issue with the logger I did import. I don't know why. Okay, let's do one thing for now. Let's comment this logger in our this test case. Okay, so I'm just going to comment this, and wherever we had this logger, let's comment. Okay, this is not of much concern for now, as of now. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to comment this. I'll just come back, it's just the import error. Okay, so here also I'm just going to comment this. So now the main objective of us is to see sorry, I commented in the wrong place. Okay, fine. So here let me just comment this. So I understand what is the issue. Okay, so basically here instead of this no, if we just try to import in this way, it should work ideally. Let me okay, so it is in, let's go 2 steps. Okay, and it is in logger. Okay, so let's go in this location. Okay, and here it is. Okay, so now let's try to run. It's because with it's there is some issue with the if we import in with the source starting, because we'll have to specify that. Okay, where is this now? Okay, so here in this service as well we have an issue, so I'm just going to change this. Service and this LLM as well. So here let's just change this. Let's try to run now. Okay, okay, there is an error with the logger that we did import. Okay, just a second. I guess I just have to configure the path. So then whenever we try to add this for the import, then we will not see this issue. Okay, so let me just have a look at this. Then we will change this path. So here in this tsconfig.json, I'm just going to specify this path to be pointing to the source. Okay, so that is right after this, let's just have this path. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this pointing to this source. Okay, starting with. Okay, so now whenever the problem we are seeing is in this services. Okay, so basically we have an issue here with all the changes that we just made. Okay, so first is in this, I'm just going to change this import. Okay, so let's just add this import. Okay, and now here as well in this. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to, let's import this as well. Okay, and even in this controller, I'm just going to uncomment all of this. Okay, let's just uncomment. Okay, fine. So here also we have this one thing. I'm just going to uncomment. Okay, here as well, and here finally. Okay, so here let me change this import. Okay, so if I just add this, now we'll be able to import it in this way. Okay, and here as well, in this logger. Okay, so here I can just change this. Okay, here I'm just going to import now in this way. Okay, fine. And finally, now in the test cases that we are writing in the current file. Okay, here let's just change, and here okay, so we change now. Let's try to test. Hopefully it should work. Okay, we're trying to run. Okay, completely failed. Why is this? Am I running in this wrong location? Is that because of that? Okay, wait a second. So here I am just going to let me navigate to this. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, let's try to run. Ideally it should not be the case, but yeah, that's not the case. There is an issue with this import. I don't know. We just upgraded this, but still so we have an issue here in this file. Okay, what is the issue here? I don't know. It's just the issue with this imports. Let me see this. I did add a path, but still I am facing an issue. It's just the import. I mean, it's just problem with the import of the logger service which we have written. So there is some issue with the logger. I don't know why. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to comment all the code related to this logger. Okay, so let's just comment this. So wherever we are using this logger, I'm willing to comment in these three files. Okay, I'll just look at this, and we will change this. Okay, but at least I showcased you how is it that we are adding the logs. Okay, fine. So quickly let me comment this. I just want the test cases to pass and showcase you this classification endpoint. Okay, so here let me comment this as well. Okay, and here this one, and we had a lot of logs. Okay, so let's quickly comment this. I know this is not the way that we should work it out, but for now I just wanted to comment and focus on the core functionalities. Okay, fine, and same thing let's do in this thing as well. So here I'm just going to comment this. Okay, and this as well, and here let's comment this. So here in the schema and refine also we have this logo. So I'm just quickly going to comment this one too. Okay, fine. And here as well, maybe it has to do with the versions we are using of the Next.js. Hopefully that should be the issue. Okay, we have here as well, so I'm just going to comment this. Otherwise the way we have written, it's the way we are supposed to implement this thing. Okay, and even in here, let me just comment this. Okay, and this one too. Okay, fine. And finally the place wherever we are using this logger, I think it's, yeah, so let's quickly have this commented. I know we are a lot of times undoing the things we have did, but hope you understand this. Okay, fine. And now the finally this one, yeah. Okay, so now let's try to run this. The test cases, okay, at least it should pass now. Okay, all of the test cases, the mainly the thing we have recently added for the classification. Okay, two of them failed. Okay, fine. The things it did fail was the this one. It should I think for this, where is this? Yeah, it should return classification object. It did fail, and also this one. I mean the with the other as a value. Okay, so what did we get here? Okay, the issue was with the prompt template doesn't match input variables. Okay, so here if you just see categories text and this one. Okay, so here we'll have to change this. Okay, so here it is going to be this JSON classification. Okay, that's the reason. Yep, now let's try to run. So this is how, if you try to test, we'll identify these kind of misses that we had while we are writing and trying to write the code. Now what, we are passing this correct template with the correct input variables that template is expecting. At least I hope this time we should run all the test cases and pass them. Okay, let's see. It just takes some time, to run all the test cases. That's why we added here the time limit for this test cases as well. So let's wait for this to complete. Okay, so now only one failed. So okay, only one failed, all of them has passed. So that too we failed here, which is the we expect the other to return other, but it did not. So here the issue is the request that we made for the model, it's just exceeded that rate limit here for this thing. So fine, if you try this after some time, we should see these test cases passed. But you see, this is how we test, and now the classification endpoint that we have written, the service we have written, it's working fine. So that's a good sign. Okay, so next, we will write one more endpoint that is like, we want it to give the generic output. Okay, basically if you recall, in the video I did showcase the ask section, that whenever we ask some question, it was giving us the answer, right? So for that we need one generic output endpoint, so we are going to write for that. So and we have an issue with this logger, and also we have issues with the some of the test cases in this LLM service test file. We will have a look, but now this all test cases are passing. So now for the output endpoint, we will try to create the DTOs, okay, like we did create DTOs for others. So first let's create this DTO for request and then result. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here the new file. So let's name this as something like generic output request. Okay, request dot DTO dot ts. Okay, so here we will have this class for that. So here I'm just going to create the class. Let's name it as same as the file name, which is the JSON generic output request DTO. Okay, fine. And here we will have this model and then the prompt, that is the prompt to provide to the model. Okay, and then the debug. Okay, so I can just take this model object from from other here. So I'm just going to take this thing, we will just import this. Okay, first property, so let's just import this, and this one too. We will change the descriptions. Okay, so here it's going to be model to use for the generic prompt completion. Okay, and here this is going to be the same. Okay, fine. And yeah, after this we will have this prompt. Okay, so which is going to be of type string. Okay, and here let me have this annotated with this should not be empty. Okay, and also this is supposed to be a string. Okay, so here it is supposed to be a string, so I'm just going to annotate the same. And also now let's have some the API property description. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this description as like prompt to provide this to this model. Okay, fine. And finally this debug, so I'm just going to take it from here. Let's copy this, let's have this. Okay, let's import this optional property and also the boolean and then the optional. Okay, fine. And here let's just change this. If a debug report of the generic output generation, okay, should be generated. So just the description making sense to this request DTO. Okay, fine. And yeah, so this is going to be the request DTO, and now the result DTO. So I'm just going to create here the new file. So same let's have this named as generic output result dot DTO dot ts. Okay, fine. And here let's have this class. Okay, so which is JSON this generic output result DTO. Okay, so this will have this model, so which is going to be a string, and then the output. Okay, the output that we got. Okay, and along with this the debug, I can just copy this. Okay, this debug report. Okay, fine. And let's use the same here. Let's import this property optional. Okay, and this optional annotation, and then this debug report. Okay, and let's for this output let's add this API property. Okay, so API property. So here I'm just going to add in this description as the something like generic output as a string. Okay, and let's annotate this also. We expect this to be string. Okay, fine. And now the model. Okay, so this is going to be straightforward. Okay, so that is the model used for the generic, let's say, a prompt completion. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this prompt completion, and yeah, fine. So this is the result DTO. Okay, so now we have ready this request DTO along with this result DTO. So now let's try to write this service. Okay, so inside this JSON service file, so let's have one function. So just below this, I'm just going to minimize this, and let's name this function as, let's say, something like handle the generic prompt. Okay, and the inputs for this model, it's going to be model, and then the prompt, okay, that we are supposed to pass. Okay, and then the debug, I'm just going to set this to false by default. Okay, fine. And now here let's get this output and debug report from the LLM service generate output function. Okay, so that is, I'm just going to get this output and then the debug report by making a call to this LLM service generic output by passing in this model and then this new prompt template. So I'm just going to create here itself the object for that. So here this input variables, it's just going to be this prompt. Okay, and the template, it's going to be this prompt. So here I'm just going to pass in this prompt. Okay, fine. And here then the input variables, the prompt. Okay, and the debug. Okay, so fine. So now let's prepare this JSON object. So here this is going to be the output. So here I'm just going to have this output.text passed to this output key, and finally I'm just going to return this. Okay, so here let's debug report. Okay, and also we can just add here the logger. Okay, but we just commented this, so we are not using. So if you want, you can just add in here, so something like debug. So here let's just say that but leaving aside the test files where we did face the issue with logger, in normal, while we were testing the output in the terminal, it did work. Okay, so it's just some issue with the imports. Okay, we will see. And here you can just change this text, something like JSON generated successfully. Okay, fine. So this is how, if once it works, we'll start uncommenting this. Okay, so this is the simple the function which is going to handle this generic prompt. Okay, and now we will use this inside our controller. Okay, so I'm just going to expose this as the endpoint. So let's have this here after this classification. Okay, so here below this, first let's copy this thing. Here I'm just going to add this. First we will change this to the endpoint, let's say something like generic output. Okay, and also the function name. So here let's name this as something like create just a generic output. Okay, fine. And here the request, it's going to be this generic request which we have just created. Okay, and here we will just get this model prompt and then debug from this request. Okay, and we will just get this JSON under this debug report from this I will have to call this handle a generic prompt of function which we have just written, and I'm just going to pass in this model prompt and the debug. Okay, so let me close this. Fine. So once we get this, okay, so here now in place of this thing, I'm just going to pass in here this JSON dot output. Okay, so here, okay, fine, and we will just change here this something like, let's say I'm just going to add in here request for generic output processed successfully. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, here this is going to be the different DTO, which is the generic output result DTO. Okay, fine, and this exceptions are, it's going to be same. Okay, now this is the logic inside this endpoint. Now let's change this summary and all this thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to make it simple as possible. Okay, so here let's say this returns an output, okay, from a given prompt. Okay, and here this and description, okay, I'm just going to say this endpoint returns any kind of this output, okay, from a given prompt. Okay, I'm just going to have this given prompt. Okay, and let's say, like, the generated output is a string. Okay, I'm just going to say available in the JSON. I'm just going to specify this. Okay, fine. So this is going to be a brief description for this API. Okay, and now here we'll have to change this response. So this is going to be a generic output result DTO. Okay, and here we will just change this classification to generic output. Okay, so here let's change this to generic output, and here this is going to change to this request DTO, and I'm just going to change this containing the prompt and the model. Okay, so let's change this containing the model. Okay, so the prompt. Okay, so let's containing the prompt and the model to use for output generation. Okay, fine. So this is the this is the description for our generic endpoint output endpoint, and yeah, that's it pretty much the DTO. Okay, and we added the service, one function in the service, and then we added this, what do you say, the endpoint, and now the thing left for us is to add these test cases in this service. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly add this. Okay, so we will add just one test case for now, so later we'll see. Okay, so here right after this, let's add this test case. Okay, for this function, which is the handle generic prompt. Okay, so here let me have this test case. So let me name this something like, it should return an output with the result of the generic prompt. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this with the result of the generic prompt. Okay, so and let's make this asynchronous. Okay, since we'll be talking to service. Okay, here let's have this output of format. Okay, so I'm just going to have this the sentence. Okay, which is going to be of type string. Okay, so we have this output format object, and let's have this here the prompt. Okay, so I'm just going to have this something like, you are helpful assistant. Okay, so I'm just going to say something like, your only task is to say something like, okay, let's say the hello world to the user. Okay, so I'm just going to be here very crisp to the prompt. Okay, fine, to the user. Then here we will just stress upon, like, here, like, please always provide the your output. Let's just say this output, okay, in the following format, okay, which will specify below, okay, as a JSON object. So here I'm just going to specify here this object, okay, below this. So that is let's just stringify this above the output format object. Okay, this is going, we are going to expect that in this format. Okay, and here finally I'm just going to have this as like your output. Okay, so this is going to be the prompt. Okay, now here let's have this prompt 2 as well. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here, let's say, like, say hello world. Okay, fine, and now let's have this model. So I'm just going to take this model object. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this model object. Now let's get the JSON from the service. Okay, that is service dot handle a generic prompt. Okay, here we are supposed to pass the model and then the prompt. Okay, fine, and here we expect this JSON first, this JSON to be defined. Okay, and later we expect this JSON to have the property output. Okay, so here let me have this, to have this property output. Okay, and then I expect this JSON dot the output to be like sentence the hello world. I'm just going to specify this so it'll be clear for you. Okay, so here this the sentence. Okay, and here the hello world. Okay, so basically, okay, so this is what I expect this output to be. Okay, and let's have the same. I'm just going to copy the same. Okay, and try for the other prompt as well. Okay, so here let's just rename this to JSON 2. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass this prompt to, and this is going to be JSON to be defined. This should have this property output, and now this output should just be hello world. Okay, so I'm just going to check this to have this hello world. Okay, fine, and here let's add this time of for this. Okay, yeah, so this is the test case for our function generic prompt. Okay, so it's very simple and straightforward. So you provide the prompt with this format. Okay, and for now your only task, we just narrowed down its task just to say hello world for us in the output. Okay, so now let's just try to run this test case. Okay, it should pass. Okay, so this is the test case for the function which we have just written. Okay, so let's wait for this to complete. It's going to take a little more time because we have a lot of test cases in this file. Let's see this. Okay, it's taking time because, as I said, we have a lot of test cases. Okay, two failed. which is the okay the thing here, the test case that we added, it failed. Okay, what is the difference here? We expected this but received this. Okay, I just added here the space, maybe because of that. Okay, yeah, so let's run it again. I'm just going to run this again. Now it should pass. Okay, we received in this format, but I added the space. Because of that, we saw the issue. Okay, let's see now. So I'm just waiting to show you guys the test will be passing for this function which you have written. Okay, so here you can do still a lot more things, again it did fail. Okay, it's the limit exceeded. Okay, I'll just wait and showcase you the test case being passed, and then we'll move on to the next action part. Okay, let's just wait. Let me run this now. So it should pass now. We gave a little gap of time, and I'm just trying to test this. Sometimes whenever it timeouts, you can have a just call just dot retry times. So sometimes whenever it you wanted it to run again, if timeout occurred from that model API, you can use that. You just specify, let's say, just dot retry times, and at the top of your test file specify the number of times you want it to retry before stopping again, in case in the scenarios of timeout thing. Okay, just wanted to let you guys know that. Okay, and here again you can write still lot more test cases for the controllers, the endpoints which we have just created. Mm, okay, I still see this, but this is going to be this is going to pass the test case which we have written. You saw before that, see, it's failing for this because of the limit. Okay, so but you saw that it did give us in this format, except that there was some space. Okay, so just I change this and try to run, but we are seeing the limit issue. Okay, fine. Again, you can write as many test cases as possible for the services, and still we have not written any test cases for the controller and new endpoints that we created. So you can write the test case for that, and also you can refactor the lot of parts in the test files that we did create. So it's a never ending process. So you can refactor, you can try to write as much as clean as possible. Ultimately the end goal is for us is to achieve the purpose for which we have started writing the code, right? So I know there'll be a lot of corrections that we'll have to make in the files. We see that's not the standard way, and this is not how it is supposed to be written. But again, it leaves us to our choice. Okay, so now what we will do, I will try to swap this the type ORM. So if you just see, we are using this in this app module. Let's just showcase you that. Okay, so here this type module, type ORM, I just wanted to swap that with this the Prisma ORM, which is the popular ORM for our Node.js and TypeScript. Okay, so it's working pretty good, and it is completely open source, and it's written in Golang. Okay, which is pretty fast according to their docs and all, and the people who are using. So I just wanted to use this. Okay, so there is let's do first, I'm just going to install this Prisma. Okay, so let's again, this is my preference as well. Okay, I prefer this ORM in all of my projects. Okay, so fine, I'm just going to install this Prisma. Okay, and also let's just follow the setup of Prisma into Nest.js project in their documentation. Okay, so after this, we just have to check this. Okay, so basically here we can run this. Okay, so it will just give us the commands that we can use things. Okay, so just to set up a new Prisma project, we just have to call this, and there are like generate, to browse your data in the studio. You can just use this Prisma studio, and you will be able to see the data present in your tables. Okay, and this is when you wanted to migrate your database. I mean, let's say like you add new fields and you wanted to migrate that, this is the thing. And it's the pulling the existing schema and pushing this to and validating. Okay, and formatting your Prisma schema file. Okay, this is the place where you will have all the models for your table. Okay, fine, so let's just run this Prisma init. Okay, so now it should have generated as the Prisma folder. So if you see, this is the Prisma folder, and this is the schema.prisma file where all our the data source db details and the model details will go into. So if you just see this. Okay, uh, this is what will be generated. Okay, and we'll have to include this database URL inside our environment file, so which we will. Okay, so if I just go back. Okay, so now here let's just make some changes in this environment. Okay, so here see, this is added by this Prisma command which we just added. So instead of this, I'm just going to pass in this variable, so which we have, so which is the Postgres user. Okay, so here let's just pass this variables, which is the Postgres user. Okay, and this is going to be a Postgres password which we have about defined. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in those variables, and then this is going to be a DB host. Okay, so if you just see here, we have this Postgres host. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this value, and here the port. So here this is going to be the port. Okay, okay, and then this is going to be the DB name. Okay, so I just have to specify that. Okay, so DB. Okay, fine, and this is the database URL. Okay, and now we will have to create the schema for our tables. Okay, it's going to be quick. Let me just add this. Okay, so basically here we have only two tables, right? So the application and the API key. So it's going to be just, so this is how you create a new tables with the model key and application. Okay, so here let's have this IP ID. Okay, this is the string. Okay, and let's make this unique, and the default we will just add a unique ID generator. Okay, fine, and then the name of our application, so this is going to be of type string, and we will add this unique constraint on this. And here this API key, so we will just create this. Okay, let me just create here this API key table. Okay, So here let's add in this id. Okay, so this is going to be id, unique id. Okay, and default I'm just going to generate using unique id generator, and we'll have this created at, okay, and updated at. Okay, so this is going to be date time, and the default I'm just going to set this to now. Okay, and then the updated at. Okay, so here let's have this date time. Okay, I'm just going to have this updated at. Okay, and then the application id, so we will be referring this application. So here now I'm just going, this can have many API keys. Okay, so now, and I'm just going to have this created at and updated at. So let me just copy from here. Okay, and we see this error because we'll have to specify the same relation here. So here this application, I will be pointing to above application, and will to have this relation. Okay, we have to see this field in this application id. So application id will be referencing this id in this table. Okay, and just on delete I'm just want this to cascade. Okay, so now you see the error is gone. Okay, fine. So now once we have this, to just if you go to this here, so once we create this, this is how we run this migrate dev. That's when it's going to have our tables in our database. Okay, so if I just run this, okay, so npx prisma, okay, migrate dev, and let me just give this name in it. Okay, now we should see this migrations. I'm just going to say all data will be lost. Fine. So now you see this migration generated, and this is where we'll have this the schema of for our table. So application table, API key, and unique index. Okay, and then the relation between these two tables. Okay, fine. This is how we create this schema and add this inside our DB. Now let's we will have to do some cleaning here first. We will have to have this client. Okay, so once we have this, we'll have to install this. Okay, so then we can use this inside. We'll have to have this service. Okay, so let's first install this. So once I install this, and I'm just going to create this service. Okay, so for that let's do one thing. I'm just going to add inside this, let me just copy this. Okay, and now we have this database folder. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in here this new file. Let's name this as prisma dot service.ts. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so this is how we inject this prisma service by extending this prisma client, which is going to implement this all module in it from this nestjs common. Okay, and we'll have this prisma service ready, and now we can just inject this service in the services wherever we want it. Okay, so this is how we so if you just see this documentation, now we can just use this prisma service in whatever service you have, and then make a calls to your tables and get this data or do CRUD operations and whatever the data you want. Okay, fine. So now the things we'll have to do is we'll have to replace wherever we referred this type ORM. Okay, first thing, and also here in this package JSON, so whenever we are trying to run this start dev, I'm just going to add in here this prisma generate. Okay, so this is going to help us generate the client for us. Okay, so I'm just going to add this, and also if we want our DB to be seeded with some data, we should specify in this way with the prisma keyword. So this is mentioned in the official prisma documentation, and have in here the seed. Okay, so and here just specify this prisma this file, so which we have to create. Okay, so what is it that we wanted to do, or what is the data that we wanted it to be in our DB while we are trying to start or create the DB. Okay, so this file we'll have to create, but this is how we seed any data. Okay, and also here this typo rm, we can just uninstall this. Okay, I'm just going to remove this as well, and also whatever dependency we have related to this type of ORM, we just have to remove this. Okay, fine. And now let's create this seed file. So this file I just added here, right? So I'm just going to create that inside this Prisma folder. So here let's create here this thing. Okay, so here let's first get the Prisma client. Okay, so Prisma client object, so this is the thing. Okay, so and let's have this function main. Okay, let's make this as asynchronous, and main function. Here we will into this application, I'm just going to upset. Okay, so here this the name, I mean let's query this name first, this organizer. So I'm just going to have this organizer and update, just let's leave this. Okay, and here this query create. Okay, so this is going to be this organizer. Okay, and this API key, so I'm just going to create here the unique ID using this random generating this random ID. Okay, fine. So yeah, and then here what I'll do, so here let's call this main. Okay, and here in this callback let's just disconnect. Okay, so basically prisma dot fine. And if there is any exceptions, I'm just going to handle this inside this cache block. Okay, so here okay, so if you want, you can just console this error. Okay, and then just exit from here. Okay, so here I'm just going to disconnect. Okay, and then exit. Okay, so which is the process dot, I'm just going to exit. Okay, fine. So this is how we try to see it. Okay, and here we have this thing. Okay, fine. And now in this app.module, I'm just going to remove this reference to type ORM. So that is this complete thing. We can just remove this now. Okay, and also here the imports, the config service, we can just remove now. Okay, and also this type ORM model, we are just swapping with the Prisma. Okay, so fine. And in this we were using this mainly in our auth module, right? So here if you just go here to this auth module, I'm just going to remove this type ORM module. Okay, and here providers, we just have to add in this Prisma service. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this Prisma service. Okay, and let's remove the things where we are not using. Okay, fine. And in the here we will remove this, we just hard coded. And also here while we were testing, we were referring this type ORM. So now we can just remove this and have this Prisma service. Okay, so let me have this. Okay, so Prisma service. Okay, I'm just going to add this. Okay, and now on this we can just remove this use value, we'll have to and also in the provide, I just going to replace this with the Prisma service. Okay, and now in the use value we just this API key. Okay, and I'm just going to add in here this the let's say this function. Okay, just dot function, and I'm just going to have this mock resolved value. Okay, and provide here this API key mock. Okay, fine, and we can just remove this import from type ORM, and now we'll have to make use of this Prisma service. So first let's have this. Okay, I'm just going to get this Prisma service. Okay, here let's add this Prisma service. So now we have this. Now we'll have to make use of this here. So basically now instead of this, okay, so I'm just going to replace this wherever we have. Okay, so let me replace this with the Prisma service, this API key. Okay, and call this find unique. Okay, so same thing, wherever we have this thing, we just have to replace this. Okay, so let me, yeah, so we will just replace this with the Prisma service, this API key, and find unique. Okay, fine. So that's the change in this test file. And also now in this auth service, okay, we have to add this inject this Prisma service. Okay, so now this API key repository, we don't want this from type ORM, so I'm just going to remove this completely and have this Prisma service. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this Prisma service. Okay, and now here this we'll have to call this Prisma dot. Okay, so API key. Okay, and now here we just have to find this unique. Okay, and I'll have to query here this where and then this pass this ID the API key. Okay, fine, and this we are not using, that's the thing it's throwing, because for testing we just removed this. Okay, fine, and also yeah, these are the changes. Okay, and now if you go to this to configuration also, we can just make changes because we removed this type ORM. So here this thing we can just remove this. Okay, because we are referring this variables for this database URL. So now I just have to add in this the database URL. Okay, so here this is going to be this just the database URL, so I can just provide this thing. Okay, and I'm just going to completely remove this Postgres object. Okay, so we no longer need this. Okay, fine, and yeah, so this is how we migrate from one ORM to other. So I just migrated to the Prisma. So if you just want to see this Prisma studio, so if you can just run this npx Prisma studio, so it is up at this 555 endpoint, so I can just showcase you that. Okay, so here let me show you this. Okay, so if I just open this, we should see this table. So you see here we have models, API key, and application which we have just created. Okay, so if I just run this, okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to run this npx Prisma dbc. Okay, so what is it's going to do is it's going to run this seed file which we have just created. So it's going to insert one ID. So now let's open the studio so that it will be clear for you what is the function, this seed, the purpose of this seed file. Okay, so if I just showcase you this, so let me refresh this. Now you see we have this one entry in each of these models. So if I just showcase you, we have this id. Okay, so here you can just have this fine. So that's the seed thing which has done for us. Okay, now this db thing is also looking good. Okay, and the things which we had it for Prisma, it's creating this. And now whenever you just start this, we have added in this package JSON this Prisma generate as well, and the script to seed the db. Okay, and we have this Prisma migrate thing. I just showcased you can just refer to this documentation. There is clearly the Prisma setup. The main thing is, you just have to install the Prisma in the dev dependency, and once you install, you just have to initialize this. Then you'll have the schema and environment generated this, and then this is where you'll have to add the models that are needed for your application. So once you have this, then we'll have to migrate that. Okay, and that will generate the migrations for you, and then you can install the Prisma client and refer the same and create this service, and then start using this service in your services. Okay, and I just showcase you how can you see it as well. Okay, so that's the thing. That's how we migrate from one ORM to another. Okay, so fine. So I'm just let me just create this Docker file for our this NestJS application, and also I'll just create this Docker compose file, so that we can just with the command of spinning up this Docker compose, we can have this services ready. Okay, let's just create this Docker file. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to close the studio, and also let's first delete this entities, and I just forgot to delete in the database thing. So here I'm just going to delete this. Okay, and also let's uninstall this nextjs type ORM. Okay, and also this type ORM. Okay, so we should see, yeah, the type ORM things. Yeah, we just uninstalled. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to create this Docker file now. So let's collapse all of this. Okay, so fine. So let's just create inside this new folder, sorry, new file, the Docker file. And also parallelly, I just wanted to create this Docker ignore. So we just don't want this all to be part of this our image. Okay, so I'm just the things that we wanted to ignore is this let's add this Docker ignore, and then the environment file. Okay, and the GitHub file which we will add eventually for workflow. Okay, and if there is any VS code. Okay, and I'm just going to don't want this node modules to be part of our image. Okay, then the dist folder, then also this Docker file. Okay, so then this Docker compose file as well. Okay, I'm just going to have this whatever some the example file also. I'm just going to create that this also. Okay, and this debug log also we just don't want. Okay, so if you want, we can just add in whatever. So, and also I'm just going to add this coverage. Okay, so these are the files we just don't want to be part of this Docker image. Okay, so first thing, here in this thing, we will have two stages, one for builder and one for production. Okay, so let me just try the same here. So first let's take the base image. So I'm just going to take in here this node 18 version. Okay, and let's have this this image. So you can just refer this like lighter version of this node in the official Docker hub, and you will get this. Okay, so let's name this stage as as I said, the builder. Okay, so fine. So once we have that image, let's create this work directory. So I'm just going to have this work directory as a app. Okay, and here I just wanted to copy this package JSON files and the Prisma files. Okay, and first, and also let's change the owner of them. Okay, so here this is how we do that. Okay, so here I'm going to change this owner. So first the user, it's going to be just the node. Okay, and the group also the node. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this package whatever files we have. Okay, to our current work directory, which is the slash app. Okay, and here let's copy this same let's change this owner. Okay, so here let's add this node. Okay, and here I'm just going to copy this Prisma. Okay, and this. Okay, fine. So once we copied, and now we'll just run this command, which is the npm install. Okay, and here I'm just going to copy now the all let's whatever we had in this current thing. Okay, so here to this current location. Okay, and then we will just run this npm run build command. Okay, fine. So yeah, and let's have this user to be node. Okay, fine. And that was the just the builder stage. Okay, so this is now for the production. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this to production. Okay, and this image, base image, and the work directory, it's going to be same. Now instead of this builder, I'm just going to name this as production. Okay, fine. So here now let's run first the popular utils and let's install that in our Debian or Linux packages. Okay, the containers that in the server that it's going to run. So here this is how we do that. Okay, so first let's update whatever we have the packages. Okay, and apt-get install. Okay, so okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to install this and confirm. We are going to give the in advance confirmation with this -y. Okay, and this the popular utils. Okay, that's when our then the upload and those things will work. Okay, and I'm just going to then install this open ssl as well. Okay, fine. So once we have this, okay, so let me just copy this thing. Okay, so here we will have some changes here. So whatever we have from our builder, okay, I can just mention here the stage. Okay, which is the builder, and here in this node modules. Okay, I'm just going to copy it into our this node modules. Okay, so I can just change it this way. So here just specify this node modules. Okay, so same thing, let's add this as well. Okay, from our builder stage. Okay, and let me get this whatever I had in this package files. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy into this location. Okay, so let's copy this, and we'll copy just the dist and prisma thing as well. Okay, so here the dist folder, as I said, so let's okay, and let's copy this to dist folder as well. Okay, and this the prisma, so here I'm just going to change this to prisma. Okay, and let's have this prisma. Okay, fine. So this is how we copy from one stage to another. Okay, so once we have, all we have to do is we just expose this port. So in our case I'm just going to expose this 3000. Okay, and then the command, I'm just going to run this command as this npm. Okay, run then this start and I'm just going to add in here prod. Okay, fine. So this is the docker file, the simple docker file. So the same, I'm just going to create this update this compose file. So we have this container, so this is going to be the same. Already we have this. Okay, so now this is the DB service, so I'm just going to add the application service as well. So here this build, let's provide this context. Okay, so here this is going to be current, whatever the current docker file is there, it's going to pick it up. Okay, and now this target, I'm just going to have this target the stage which is the production. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to give your container name. So let me name this as something like, you know, organizer application. Okay, fine. And then restart, I'm just going to specify this let's just say always. Okay, so I'm just going to specify this always. Okay, and now the environment variable. So here we have this quite a few, which is a node environment, then log level, database URL, and the popular bin path. Okay, and open API key. Okay, it's important to provide those values. Okay, so I'm just going to add in those environment variables. So first is the node environment. Okay, so here I'm just going to specify it as a production. Okay, and then the log level. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide in the here the debug. Okay, and the verbose for now. Just now we can add many things if you want. Okay, and then the database URL. Okay, so I can just copy this, so whatever we have here, and I'm just going to change this things. Okay, so to this. Okay, here URL. So here you can just change for now thing, but ideally you should collect this from the environment variables in the form of aux, or yeah, that's how the ideally you should do it. Okay, but now I'm just going to add code for now just to have this. Okay, and here the host, we just have to specify this name. Okay, so let's change yeah, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, here right. Okay, so this is going to be thing, and the port 5433. Okay, and then the DB name. Okay, so let's just copy from this environment, which is going to be this thing. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, fine. So this is the database URL, and you'll have to provide this popular bin path thing. So in this case in the Debian things, it's going to be this location. Okay, fine. And finally this OpenAI API key. Okay, so I'm just going to provide the same. You can just provide your own API key, so which you will get once you create your developer account. Okay, okay, so this is how we provide this. And now the ports. Okay, so I'm just going to have expose this 3000 thing port. Okay, so okay, and we specify here this depends upon this DB service which we have above. Yeah, so this is the docker compose file, and we have pretty much things ready. So now all we have to do is, you know, we can just build it and up it the things, so, and we should be in a position to expose access the services at 3000. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to okay, there is auth service. Okay, I just did not remove this. Fine. And we still have few issues. Where is that issue? Okay, on this one I just have to import this. Okay. Okay, and okay, this is fine. Let me restart this. We should not see any issues. Okay, yeah, fine, it's working. Okay, fine. So here I stopped this, and now if I just try to access this services at this, we should not have anything. Okay, fine. So let me just refresh this. Yep. Okay, I've stopped this, but I don't know why. Yeah, fine. So yeah, now we will try to build this thing. So what I'm going to do, so here let me just build this. Okay, so it's going to help us build the image. Okay, then once this is there, we can just up the these things. Okay, we see a lot of issues. Okay, fine, I see here the issues. Okay, the issue with this command npm install here. Okay, okay, here I missed this, guys. Okay, fine. Okay, so I just missed this. So now let me just try to build it again. Now it should pass. Yeah, so the npm install is running. So let's wait for it to complete, and then we can just check the thing. Okay, so it'll take some time. So it's building. You can just see here. So this is how I just wanted to pass on to you guys as much knowledge as possible. How do you containerize your application in the form of the images. Okay, and have those all services that it's going to depend on. In our case, it is just the db, but in most of the production applications you'll have the redis dependency. You'll have some Prometheus, or lot of things, which it'll be dependent on. And you will need to have those, like, let's say if you're using microservices, where you will have definitely queue. So in that case, either you would need the RabbitMQ, you'll be using RabbitMQ, or Kafka messaging queue. So those, okay, so it is built. So I'm just going to try to up this. Okay, okay, so we have an issue. It can't find this module. Okay, fine, there is issue. So if you just see, it cannot find this dist main module. We did copy here, but still see some issue. What is that? This dist we did copy. Node modules also we did copy. Okay, maybe what is it that I missed? Let me check this. Let me check this. Once I check this, once we hub this container, we should be able to consume this. So let's just check the images. Okay, so we have this backend app, so I'm just going to remove this for now, and let's try to build it again. So this is the image ID, so let me just copy it. Okay, I think it has not properly built. That's the reason we are facing an issue. Okay, I'm just going to delete this. Okay, it has deleted, so let's just clear, and let's just check the images. Okay, now we should not see this backend. Okay, fine. So now let's just build this. Okay, so I'm just going to build this. So let's wait for all of the steps to complete. Okay, it did complete. Okay, and now I'm just going to try to up this services. Okay, okay, fine. So this is the app. Okay, these are just the warnings. Okay, now this is running is what I feel, and now we have an issue with not reaching the server at this 5433 port. First to add this. Okay, did we not expose this? Okay, let me check this compose file. Let's minimize this. Okay, and also I just have to execute this things. Okay, basically let's execute this commands in our container. Okay, so which is the organizer app. Okay, so which is I'm just going to apply this npm prisma this migrate. I'm just going to call this deploy. Okay, no such app. Okay, let's check this. So now the issue is it's not able to reach the server at this. Okay, so LLM organize. Okay, the spelling I have misspelled it. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, I will correct that. Okay, for now let's this is the okay, let's just copy this. Okay, it is just the spelling issue. Okay, so I'm just going to correct this. Let's just paste this for now. Oh my god. Okay, fine, I'm just going to paste this now. Okay, fine. So it's just the spelling mistake, so let's try to execute. Okay, it is restarting. Wait until it's running. Okay, we have an issue with this. I don't know. Okay, so let's just see the status. Okay, it's restarting, so there is some issue because it's always trying to restart. Okay, fine, there is some issue. Let's try to first rectify that. Okay guys, so we are not able to access the DB server in our application. That's the issue. And so for that, what I will do, let's create one network for this itself. So I'm just going to create here network. So let me name this as organize let's say the simple network. Okay, and here I'm just going to give the name the same thing. So here let's remove this. Okay, which is the organize simple network. Okay, and now instead of referring to this, I can just use the name of our container uh, because these two are part of the same network, so that will not be an issue. So I'm just going to use this, and if you just observe, I just corrected the spelling mistakes for the container names and also here. Okay, so that's just the thing. I just changed the spelling issues. Okay, fine. And also the port we are exposing the 5432. Okay, so now let's try to so if you just see these images. Okay, we have this thing app. Okay, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so let me just remove this thing. Okay, fine. So now let's try to build this. Okay, so this is going to give us the images, okay, out of this thing. Okay, once we have this, I'm just going to up this container. Okay, fine. Now, yep, now you see we see this log, so it's the indication that it's working fine. So now let's refer to this the thing. So if I just refresh, we should see the swagger now. Okay, so let me just refresh. Yep, so we see this swagger is up, and if we just try to test, so for now I'm just going to, we just still hard coded that, so that's fine, we have to remove that. Okay, and here let's just see if you're able to get the text from the this is completely containerized and we are running it via container. Okay, so now if I just try to upload this, okay, so this is something, so let's try to execute. Hopefully we should see, yep. Okay, so we have successfully containerized our whole the nextjs application that we have coded till now. Okay, with the services that it's depending upon. So it was depending on this db service, and then we added the docker file for our own application. For db we use the postgres image. Okay, so this is how we containerize. Okay, and we are good to go. And also it's very important, once you have this db container up, you will have to run in the application container this commands. So that is, you just have to have this prisma migrate deploy, and also you should seed your db. So that is, you should the command is you should get into that container and run these commands. Okay, so fine. And now what I wanted to showcase is, if you wanted to have the workflow also, to be integrated via GitHub Actions into your repository, it would be good. So the continuous seamless development and deployment. So basically the CI/CD, what it does is, like, it's a series of steps, which is going to take the latest updated code that we push on particular branch, that we can add a trigger on particular branch. So once we add a new piece of code into that particular branch, then we can run these actions. So basically kind of checking if the all test cases are passing, and the all lint configuration is passing or not, and then trying to run the test. Okay, so that's the just the checking on new code that is being pushed to our repo, and if making sure that everything is working and not breaking any functionality and all. So once that is run, we kind of try to build the image out of that, and try to deploy in our own servers. Okay, that's how it's going to happen. I will add this a little not going to be a complete detailed on that, but I'll just add some a little workflow YAML file and showcase you how do we add each step. Okay, so let's focus on writing the workflow file. So here what we will do is, first I'll uh, first push into our GitHub. Okay, so let me just say this is the I'm just going to name this as initial commit. Okay, and let's stage all of them, and you should not hard code this environment variables and send it. Ideally you should have an example file for the environment, and then push it to your GitHub. So I'm just cautioning you guys so that you'll do it in this way while you're developing your own application. Okay, so I'm just committing this. Yeah, fine. And now let's publish. Okay, so I'm just going to publish this. Okay, and if I just showcase you this. Okay, so let me showcase you this. Okay, so this is the commit which I just made. Okay, Later on I'll just share you guys all the backend front-end code in one single repo and share you that. But now just to showcase you the how this CI pipeline will run. Okay, fine. So now we pushed. Let's go to the code. So here what we have to do is, I'm just going to create a new file here, starting with GitHub. Okay, and now in this I'm just going to create in here this new folder. Okay, so let me rename this. Okay, so here let's create this workflows, and in this let's create this YAML file, which is the okay, so let me delete this first. Okay, let's create again. Here you create this. Okay, workflows. Okay, and then the ci.yaml file. Fine, yeah, this is the thing. So now this is very important, the YAML file, the format you write and the indents that you keep, because this is what it's going to help us to run the series of jobs. Okay, so first thing, here we let's give the name for this. So I'm just going to give this as a name ci. Okay, and now this is a trigger. So on what trigger we want this pipeline to run. So here I'm just going to add this pull request. Okay, so here on this which branches, so on branches here let's just say main. Okay, fine, and so whenever there is a pull request on this branch main, it will trigger. Okay, and let's specify to which files, if there are changes, we need this to trigger. Okay, so I'm just going to add in all this JS, and here let's say this JSX. Okay, and the TS and TS files. Okay, here quickly let me add this. Okay, so here this TSX and the YAML file. Okay, so if there is any change in this YAML file and the JSON, so let me okay, fine. So now this, after this, okay, I'm just going to add this concurrency. So what is this going to signify is, so basically this is used to control how concurrent our jobs or workflows are handled. Okay, so once let me first write this, then you'll understand. So here I'm just going to group this based upon this the GitHub headref. Okay, so this is nothing but the branch or the pull request headref. Okay, so here we are going to group this by this github.href. Okay, and we'll have to pass in this cancel in progress. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this to true. So what is it going to signify is, okay, so basically we are trying to group the jobs, okay, or workflows with this name, with this group. Okay, this is nothing but the as I said, it represents the branch or the pull request address. Okay, for the event which is triggering the flow. And the second part here, the cancel in progress, what does it indicates is, let's say like if a new workflow is triggered in the same concurrency group, then whatever we are running currently, it will cancel that and pick up the latest run, okay, for that specific branch. Okay, so which making sure that we build a pipeline only on the latest code. Okay, that is what this signifies. Okay, fine. So now this is where we'll try to start adding the jobs. Okay, so here this is the jobs. Okay, we will add for now the 3 jobs. Okay, one is the caching our dependencies, so that we don't have to install the dependencies in every build that we are making. Okay, and I'll have one job to lint format our code or check the those things. Okay, and then finally the test things. Okay, whatever we had test cases, we just try to run in one of the jobs. Okay, and after this all completed, we will build the last job. Okay, so here first let's create this install cache step. I'm just naming that. Okay, and here we'll have to specify to run on which thing. I would like to prefer this, Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu OS. Okay, so I'm just going to run this job on this, and let's add this strategy here, the matrix. Okay, so here we'll just mention this node version, so I'm just going to mention this 18. Okay, then the steps. So here first the step. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to take the latest code. So that is, I'm just going to name this as checkout commit. Okay, and here we'll have to use this actions. Okay, so I'm just going to use this actions, which is going to give us the latest code of our repo. Okay, project. Okay, so then the other step is to use this node version, which we just have this variable matrix node. Okay, so let's name this step as something like use node.js. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this variable, which is the matrix node. Okay, and here we will use this actions, which is the setup node. So here, and this is going to be version 1. Okay, and here we should specify with node version. So here I'm just going to pass in this matrix dot node variable. Okay, fine. And next we will cache this dependencies. Okay, so I'm just going to name the same thing. Okay, so let's name this as cache npm dependencies. Okay, so I'm just going to name this npm dependencies. Okay, and here we'll have to use this cache actions. Okay, so here this is going to be version 2. Okay, and let's give this id. So I'm just going to give this id as the name of the cache dependencies. Okay, and let's specify this with. Okay, so here the path. Okay, so path, it's going to be this node modules, and let's specify this unique key for this cache. Okay, so this we will use this depending upon this runner OS. Okay, so this OS, and I'm just going to add in this npm. Okay, and then the this hash key of our package log files. Okay, so I'm just going to this let's specify here this log file thing. So here, so that it will be unique for our each build. Okay, so and I'm just going to add in here this restore keys. Okay, let's run here. Okay, so this is going to key, it's going to be this runner.os and appended with this npm. Okay, and the final step, it's going to be this installing the dependency. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as install dependencies. Okay, so here if this the above steps. Okay, let's run this only if this cache dependency is the id that we have specified. We can refer previous steps with the id. Okay, so here this outputs the cache hit is not equals to true. Okay, then only I'm just going to run true, I mean run this. Okay, so basically if it's the dependencies changed and all, then we will run this, or else we'll have those dependencies in the cache, so we don't have to run this. Okay, fine. So this is one job. Okay, so just to showcase you, so I'm just going to push this, now let's commit this. Okay, so we will have this other jobs. Okay, for now let's just check this. Okay, so I'm just going to add commit this as like in a added GitHub actions workflow. Okay, so I'm just going to name this. Okay, and let's commit this. Okay, I'm just going to commit, and let's push this. Okay, to our branch. Okay, so if I just go here, let me just refresh. Okay, so now basically I'm for now, let's just say I will change this to push. Okay, so we'll have to create a pull request to this branch, then only this will run. Okay, so changed trigger event to push from pull request. Okay, we will change back this. Ideally that's how we should do. Like, let's say you have some feature branch. Okay, and do all the changes in that branch, and then once you think it's working fine, then you create a pull request to the main branch that we have. Then we will evaluate if there is any conflicts and all, and then we will merge into our main branch, and that's when the pipeline gets triggered and starts. Okay, fine. So let me add this, let me push this. Okay, now let's see, let's refresh. Okay, here if you just check these actions. Okay, there is an issue in our file. Okay, fine, that's the thing. You see, it did trigger, but it did fail. So let's see where is the error. Okay, there is some issue in this thing. Okay, line 16, so that is this, the github dot okay, so let me comment this for now. Okay, there is some issue with this. Okay, I'll just have a check on this. Okay, I'm just going to commented concurrency. Okay, so let's push this, and let's have a check. Okay, so I'm just going back in here, let's refresh. What is the issue? We just pushed, right? Okay, yeah, so it's running now. Okay, so I'll just showcase you this. Yeah, you see here commented concurrency, and if I just open, as of now we just have this one job, and the name was the install cache, and also you see the name of the things we gave at the top was the CA, and this is what it's okay. So if you just wanted to see the details, you see here we're setting the steps that we did mention. So setting up the job and checking out and using the node version and caching these dependencies, and then we are installing. Okay, so if I just expand this, okay, this is how the CI trigger will happen on based on the events that we mentioned. For now I just added a push trigger event. Okay, so it's just going to use this node 18. Okay, and this step is to cache the all dependencies. Okay, and here it's just going to run this npm install. Okay, and it's going to do all the steps that we did mention in this pipeline. Okay, so if you just say checkout commit, then using node version, okay, caching npm dependencies, and then install dependencies. So those are the steps that we see here. Checkout commit using node 18, cache npm dependencies and install dependencies, and then post cache, it will just run this two steps further. Okay, so now this pipeline has run successfully. Okay, and if you just see, we should see this pipeline has run. Okay, so now let's try to, this is how, if you make any changes and you wanted the code to be part of particular branch, before that you wanted to do some checks and make sure that it passes all of them. This is how you write a pipeline for continuous integrating the code into your particular branch and build the images or the latest code out of that. Okay, so let's go back. So here after this, okay, I will we will just have the job for linting. Okay, so I'm just going to here. Okay, let's just have this. Okay, I'm just going to name this as lint format. Okay, so here again this runs on Ubuntu latest. Okay, so I'm just going to specify this, and let's just take this, I'm just going to, let's do one thing, let's copy this and we will change accordingly. Okay, so for all of the things, where is this? Okay, so here we are. Okay, fine. So let's rename this to lint format, and it's going to run on this and this node version. Okay, and it's going to depend upon the previous job. For that to signify the dependencies on particular job, okay, we just have to add in this needs. Okay, and specify the name of the job. Okay, so here it's going to be this install cache, so it's going to make sure that this job will be run first and then we'll come to this. Okay, fine. And this checkout and node it's going to be same. Okay, and here now this we will just restore. Okay, so here this restore npm dependencies. Okay, and now okay, fine, I'm just going to name this, and we will just run this lint. Okay, so instead of dependencies, so this is going to be this, I'm just going to name this run a lint. Okay, and here the command for that is to, so I'm just going to pass in this npm run lint command. Okay, and let's also run this prettier. Okay, so here let's name this run prettier. Okay, and here let's specify this command to run, which is nothing but this run format. Okay, and we can just remove this. Okay, so this is the second job, the lint formatting. Okay, so let's add this. Okay, added lint formatting job into CI pipeline. Okay, so I'm just going to commit this. Okay, let's push this. Okay, and now we should see this job to be added to our pipeline. Okay, so if I just go and let's refresh this, and we should see this pipeline running. Okay, fine, so this is running. So if I just go to this is the commit that we made. Okay, so let's go to the actions and let's get into this. So now you see we have here two jobs. Okay, if I just show here this install cache, and here this is the lint format, and you saw that it was waiting for this to complete. Okay, so that's how the the dependency, I mean the visual representation is also in that way. So if I just open this is the lint format job which we just added, and here it did fail. Okay, so basically we added some lint configuration details into our things, but we didn't follow. So once we rectify these issues, okay, then we will be able to successfully run this step. I just wanted to showcase you the steps that you can add, but no, this is how you're supposed to add the steps. Okay, and then see if there is any error, then rectify going to that respective file. So here we have issues in this. So basically we hard coded that, and that's the reason it's throwing that, we have this unused. Okay, variables. Okay, so if I just go to this file, this auth service. Okay, so here we have this unused thing. So here I'll just have to add in this TypeScript quick fix. Okay, so for this line, so if I just add this, then we should not see any issues. Okay, so let me just show you this. Maybe there might be some other issues, but we'll know this. Okay, so I'm just going to fix unused this commented. Let's add something. Okay, so here fixed unused variables issue. Okay, so let's commit this. Okay, I'm just going to push this, and let's check it out. Okay, so this is going to so it's still running. So if you just see now, okay, so I just added this. Okay, and if you see this got failed. Okay, and now this is the latest thing that we pushed, and first this is going to run, and this completed, and now we have this lint formatting. Let's see now. Okay, so we just took the latest code. Okay, and we are using this node version 18, and this lint step it's running. Okay, now at least it should pass. Yeah, so it did pass. We just commented that, and we pushed it. So like this, if there is any deviation that your code is going against the rules that you defined in lint formatting or whatever the naming conventions, there will be a lot of agreed upon decisions while you're trying to create a project, following this format, following this convention and all. So once that is done, so this also did pass successfully. Okay, so this is how you try to make sure that your code is up to date with the changes that you're making. Okay, and let's just add a few more jobs like I mentioned. So here I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so here let's just have this here. Okay, where is this? Okay, fine. Let's name this now to a test. Okay, so I'm just going to name this to job name test. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here the timeout. Okay, so because we have here a lot of tests, and it requires the model to be there to run this test, I'm just going to say minutes at 30 minutes. Okay, and now we need some services here, which is the Postgres is needed. Okay, so for that to specify we need that, we will just have to add this. Okay, and here specify this which service you want. So here the Postgres. Okay, and we'll have to specify this image. Okay, so let's say here this Postgres 15. Okay, and then the environment variable, so the Postgres user. So here I'm just going to have this Postgres, and then the Postgres password, which is the root, and then the DB name. So let's just have this as test organize simple. Okay, fine, and the ports now. Okay, which is nothing but the 5432 port. That is what we'll be exposing. Okay, and then the other steps. Okay, the strategy, this is going to be will the use the node 18 and then needs install cache this also. And now here we'll have to specify this environment variable values. Okay, so here it was this node environment. Okay, this I'm just going to set it to development. Okay, and log level. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this debug. Okay, and the database URL. Okay, so these are the things needed for our application to run the test. Okay, so I'm just going to specify this URL. Okay, this Postgres, then the password. Okay, and the host. Okay, so it's going to be the local host, and I'm just going to run this 5432 and the DB name. So here test organize simple. Okay, and let's specify this schema. Okay, so public, so this is going to be our URL. Okay, and you can specify the timeout as well. So like this, if you want add the timeout constraint as well, so you can just add in this way. So here for connecting to this our DB. Okay, fine. And then the popular bin path. Okay, so here I'm not going to showcase you this runs now. I just showcased you two of the things. So same thing it's going to happen for this step. So you just have to this now the open API key. So here like this values, you will have to in this particular repo there will be a section for storing your secret environment variables, and you will have to create that secret over there and refer those values from there. Okay, you never have to outcode here those values. So we will get this using this, and here once you specify that the name of the environment variable, you can just refer. Let's say I just created this here this open API key variable inside our secret. So then once I refer this, I'll be able to get the value stored in there here. Okay, so next the steps. Okay, I'll just showcase you where to create this. Okay, but I'm not going to create this. Okay, and steps, we'll just get the code. Okay, and use this node version. Okay, and here we'll just restore this npm dependencies with the cache that we have just created. And here we will make sure that this popular utils is installed. So let's add that as one of the steps. Okay, so right after this thing, I'm just going to add in here this one more step. Let's name this step name as I'm just going to name this as like install this popular utils. Okay, so here we are just going to use here the action. Okay, so for installing popular utils actions, you can just refer to the GitHub marketplace and see the actions available for particular things. There is an ample of options available. So here I'm just going to use this thing. Okay, so the cache apt packages. Okay, the action. Okay, so here this latest. Okay, and with the packages popular utils, so this is what we need. Okay, and the version, so I'm just going to specify 1.0. Okay, fine. So the next step is to run the text. Okay, so here we will just here first push into DB. So that is we'll have to npx prisma db push, and then we can run this test. Okay, so I can just remove this. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, I mean the one more job. Okay, and finally we can just write the job for building our overall code. So once these things are successfully run, we can just take this. Okay, I'm just going to copy this thing. So those we have a lot of environment variables and all. Okay, so here right after this, let's just have this job. Okay, so this I'm just going to rename this to build. Okay, and this is going to needs this lint format and the test to run, so we can just specify the list in this array format. Okay, so the name of the job, so here let's lint format. Okay, and then the test job. Only after running these two things we will run this. Okay, so this is going to be pretty much same. Okay, and here instead of this lint we'll just run this build command. Okay, npm run build. Okay, so let's remove this. Okay, these are the jobs. Okay, you can add as many jobs as needed depending on your application needs. Okay, so here if I just run, we'll just feel this thing because we don't have the environment variable. I'll just showcase you how to add this environment variable. So you have here settings. Okay, so once you go to the settings, you see here this secrets and variables sections. Okay, so if you just get into this section, this is where you just have to create here this new repository secret, and here in our case you just have to specify that variable name, which is OpenAI API key, and here add this value, and then you will be good to go to use this value from here. Okay, so I am not going to add. Okay, so just it's the minor step, you just go ahead and add it. Okay, and I'll just push this. Okay, and see that it's going to fail. Okay, because we don't have this variable. Okay, added this build a job to our pipeline. Okay, so let's commit this, push this. Okay, so here if I just refresh this, yeah, we have this action running. So if I just showcase you here, see, this is the graph. Okay, this build it's dependent upon this test and the lint format. Okay, and this two are dependent on this cache. So with this you'll know what is the first order of the job that we should run, and then later on parallelly this will be executed. Okay, so this will be running parallelly. Okay, so if I just showcase you here, okay, so this test and this, so this will fail definitely. So if I just showcase you, so once it comes to this okay, so here this is the test thing. So basically we have not specified it, so this test this will fail. Okay, that the required variables for it we have not provided. So let's just see this. See, so if you see this test files did fail. Okay, so like this you will see some of the steps failed. Okay, and you just have to figure out here you see here the imports that we had at the @database this it's not recognizing, and it's saying that it cannot find. Okay, like this you will have this things highlighted in your steps. Okay, and then you'll have to fix this. So it will be minor fixes, and you'll have to fix this. And you see your API key is missing, so we'll have to add in environment variables and all. And also here this warnings you can just ignore, but the errors and all, so you just have to take care of them. Okay, so like this cannot find and all. So once you take care of that, you will be able to successfulully run this, and then the build step will be triggered. Okay, so this is how we write the CI pipelines in the form of GitHub Actions. Okay, ideally there'll be a lot of good I mean good way of building our pipelines, like only triggering on pull request, and also here only particular people can approve that pull request and allow that to be merged to particular branch and all. So that's the good conventions to follow, so as to not break your changes and not to spend too much of time where you are not supposed to spend. Okay, so this is the overall the nextjs code for now. In our case, these two controllers, the parsers, okay, and the organized data controllers. Okay, so next we'll jump on to our front end code. Okay, we will get started with the all code and required for our front end, and finish that and consume this apis in our application, and see how we can leverage this services into that and achieve the thing that we have set as our target. Okay, so thank you, and this is the end of the backend, you can say. As of now, there is a lot of way, and you can add more controllers, more endpoints and all, but for now I just wanted to restrict it to these controllers. Okay, that's again my choice. Okay, you can write again whatever controllers you wanted and consume this the same in your front end. Okay, so this is the end of the backend part. Okay, and the next video I will have this front end code started. Thank you so much. Please like this if you did like the content, and also it did help you in some other way. Please feel free to share. Okay, and stay on this channel. Thank you so much.